It's on a quite bit of grass, so we're going to try to utilize that and set back these Sri Lankans from early.
Tell us a little bit about your preparations. You guys had a camp here in the lead up to this series and the transition from white ball to red ball.
Yeah, I was happy for the camp because sometimes you can come straight in from a white ball series and not really get what you're looking for. So I was glad to have the guys in the camp and practicing and getting back accustomed to the red ball and the movement. You know, in Antigua the ball moves a bit much, so we had a good time practicing and honing our skills. As
captain, you're searching for an elusive win. How do you get that in this test match and in the series? Yeah, I think our bowling attack is very important. I think that's where our strengths lie. So once we can restrict the Sri Lankan batsmen to a gettable total and we can then come and bat well, I think that's where we'll get our win. You look quite dapper today. All the best in this test match. Thanks. Dhananjay, if you can just come here for a quick chat, having to bat first, tell us a little bit about that and your expectations from the conditions here.
Well, obviously it looks drier than the last few days, so it's batting first will be not a big issue. But here in Vivian Richards Stadium, I thought the first session will be crucial when you're batting. So I think, yeah, if you manage it, we can go for a big score.
Test matches are few and far between for you guys. How important then is a series like this as you continue to try to make a statement in this format?
Yes, of course, we played the last test match exactly 1 year back and we won it, and we still have that winning momentum. So I think, yeah, we can carry it here and win this also. And in terms of your squad that you have assembled, your team for this match, what can we expect and who are some of the players that we can look out for? Yes, we're playing with 3 genuine fast bowlers and 1 fast bowling all-rounder and 2 spinning all-rounders, including me. Thank you very much, Dhananjay. All the best. Thank you very much. Thank you. And there you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. West Indies have won the toss and they've decided to exploit some conditions here and to bowl first.
Thank you very much, Samuel Badri. A reminder of the decision by Roston Chase, the West Indies winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Now, I have the pleasure of Stacey Ann Adams alongside me, Jimmy Adams alongside me. Adams squared for you this morning, though, on day 1 of this test match. Jimmy, I'll start with you first. What do you enjoy about international cricket at this venue? It's a unique one, though.
It is. I have a bias. As a batsman, generally over the years when they've played cricket here at Sir Viv, it's just been a really good batting wicket. No disrespect to the bowlers and their efforts, but as a batter, I always enjoyed coming and watching cricket here.
And if you didn't know, Jimmy Adams wore the cap as director of cricket, so he spent about 6 years here in Antigua. So he's very familiar with this facility. Stacey Ann, you've had the chance of playing cricket in the Caribbean. That decision by Roston Chase, does it surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me. I think they're backing their strengths. They believe that their bowling is their strength. They've packed the team with 5 pacers, and the record shows here that pace bowling is quite outstanding here in Antigua.
Yeah, I just want to touch on that a little bit, Jimmy. We've seen that bias in the last 5 years or so with fast bowlers dominating in terms of wicket taking. What's so unique about this facility, the pitch, the square, that allows for that bias?
Well, let's take out the outliers. So there have been a couple of test matches where the bounce wasn't too consistent. I remember England coming here in 2019 when our seamers did really well. Shannon Gabriel, Kemar Roach at the time. But I think generally because it's fairly hard and it has good carry, so the edges carry. And unfortunately, not all the grounds in the Caribbean can say that at the minute. So as a fast bowler, you know, if you've done him for pace, if you've done a batsman for pace, they won't have time to correct their shots and make adjustments. So the edges generally, you get good value. And I think that has probably influenced the decision. And also, maybe for lack of a really great spinner not bowling here recently, we haven't had really any great returns from any international spinner here recently as well.
Well, given that information, I'm sure the batters will be mindful of those conditions, and they will be tested, of course, because there are quite a few experienced players across both teams. Dinesh Chandimal is one that comes to mind, on the cusp of becoming the 6th leading run scorer in Test match cricket for Sri Lanka. So we'll talk more about that, but let's see if the historical data will continue. We'll move across and join Richard Marley, who was earlier assessing the pitch and conditions for us.
A beautiful day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Day 1 of this test match between Sri Lanka and the West Indies. We'll have a look at the pitch now, the 22 yards. It's quite hot There's a breeze from east to west here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium that aids in that outswing. Quite a few pace bowlers here in both lineups will look to exploit that, but we'll have a look at the turf. Quite an even covering of grass, a little browner than I expected. I expected maybe a tinge more of green, but nonetheless, it'll be another pitch in which the seam bowlers would really fancy, especially with new ball in hand. That length a bit fuller, 6 to 8 meters or so, that will be quite testing, especially with new ball in hand on this wicket. But also, what we saw in that, when I was here previously, a couple of weeks ago in the 4-day final between Trinidad and Guyana, 32 of the 40 wickets were taken by pace. So I'll expect to see that again in this test match, but also the spin from the Sri Lankans will come into the game. Overall, looks to be a good all-round wicket favouring all disciplines here today. So it'll be very enjoyable and exciting cricket on the cards.
Thank you very much, Marley Richards, for that assessment. He's a local man. Jimmy, before we talk about the two teams in detail, I just want to ask you, wearing your coach's cap, Darren Sammy, Gary Kirsten, do you play to your strengths as a team, or do you prioritize the conditions in this case, knowing that we've spoken about that bias to seam?
I'll sit on the fence and say you're going to have to employ a little bit of both of them, Darren. I think at the end of the day, Sri Lanka have a really strong middle order, right? Generally speaking, they have seamers who are tried and proven, and they have some good spinning all-rounders as well. So they have a good balance. I don't think they will be too disappointed to bat first. I think West Indies might get some purchase early on for the seamers, but it looks a good wicket. I would reckon once we get to after lunch, getting to tea on day one, from then on until maybe day 2, 3, maybe even a piece of day 4, it will be really good batting wicket, and then we'll see what happens afterwards.
Yeah, well, both teams will want to ensure that they have the latitude to exploit the conditions here, whether it's with seam or spin. And Sri Lanka, more with that bias with their spinners, that's what they've known for as a team and their strength. So we're talking about both teams. One of the players who will be very happy with his selection onto his side is Joshua De Silva, a player who had to stay out of the international setup for just about a year, and on the back of a glut of runs in first-class cricket, he now rejoins the West Indies Test side. A little bit earlier, he spoke with us. Let's hear what he had to say.
Yeah, when I got the call, it was a bunch of emotions. Speechless, for sure. I've been working hard for it for the last couple of years, really wanted to get back into the team. Just had to wait my time, do what I needed to do in order to get back that call. And yeah, the emotions were high. I was really excited, and it's just excellent to have the opportunity again. The Joshua De Silva then and the Joshua De Silva now, I would say, is two completely different people. I wouldn't say on the field wise, but in between the years and just the experience and the thought process of how I go through the processes of building an innings and how I go through the process of wanting to score runs and thinking the game, especially captaining Trinidad, has definitely given me that opportunity to play under. It built me into that character, and it was calm and rebuilding process for me, and able to tick off a double century. Like it doesn't happen every day. I mean, it happened twice this year with Django and myself. Yes, West Indies is the greatest level, but I think it starts at a certain level as well. Trinidad and Tobago cricket I've came up through the ranks, and that opportunity has given me to show my talent and show where I can go and things that I can do. Playing for West Indies, for me, it's the pride of playing for a nation. Some people play for countries when they play Test cricket. We are playing for multiple countries and multiple islands that come together as one to support one team. And that makes playing for West Indies, I think, greater than playing for any country in the world. I would call ourselves crazy people to want to stand up in the sun for 5 days, take beating, run down a leather cricket ball, and yeah, but you gotta love it. And the only way you're gonna love it is by having fun and enjoying each moment that it comes with. Even though when it's a dark and stormy day, the light comes out at the end of the tunnel. We beat Australia in Australia after 20-something odd years, Pakistan in Pakistan. So this team has great things. The belief and the faith of the fans obviously helps us to want to do better and make sure that we're still out there at 110% wanting to win games for the nation.
Very nice interview by Joshua De Silva. Now we have the teams. I'll start with you, Stacey Adams. Your thoughts on this 11 for Sri Lanka?
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. I'll speak about that later on. But Pathum Nissanka and Nishan Madushka, those two will bring that sort of modern template to batting in T20 in Test match these days. And then you have a very strong, stable middle order. Dinesh Chandimal leading the pack, Kusal Mendes in the middle. But the surprise for me is Sonal Dinusha coming in, I guess, looking to strengthen their batting more so, and also offering some with the left arm spin off his, and then the 4 pacers. So obviously they've gotten the template in terms of needing that extra pace on the surface.
Yeah, significantly no frontline spinner in that Sri Lankan 11. Jimmy Adams, your thoughts on the West Indies 11?
Well, I don't think there are any great surprises. The disappointment, I guess, for everyone is the absence of Shea Hope, who is missing through injury. Apparently he picked up a shoulder injury recently in practice, so Django comes in as a straight replacement. Emphasis on pace, 4 out-and-out pacers plus the added bowling of Justin Greaves as well. So no real great surprises, and definitely a lot of talent packed into that starting 11.
Well, significantly, no Shea Hope in that West Indies 11, no Chejarain Chandapol as well. So interesting to see that the West Indies have gone with 4 out-and-out fast bowlers. Now, one fast bowler who will be very happy to be back in the fold with red ball cricket and the West Indies is Azari Joseph. Jimmy, you had a chance to see him in that West Indies select 11 against Sri Lanka. He picked up 4 wickets and
he did.
looks well.
And he looks sharp. But generally speaking, there was nothing about his demeanor. There was nothing about any response to the overs that he clocked that suggested that he was suffering from any sort of red ball angst. And the West Indies need a fit Alzarri Joseph. He looks the part, and I think he's very keen right now to get his Test match responses coming back and with some wickets and good performances.
And Stacey, he is operating in and amongst bowlers like Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals. How important are those players in his own sort of reintroduction into red ball cricket after injury?
Very important, because I think the West Indies bowling attack, they have an indomitable bowling attack. These pace bowlers that we've built, so good for West Indies, and they will be very supportive to him. They offer something different. He will hit the deck harder. So I think, as I said, very important to have those two in and amongst him.
Yeah, and they hunt as a pack. They've been very dominant in the last couple years or so. And the conditions here, as we mentioned, will probably favor those 4 fast bowlers that the West Indies have included in their side. Now, enough about talking on the sideline about Azari Joseph. Samuel Badri earlier caught up with him. And he was very, very honest in saying that, you know, his body feels well. He's raring to go, and he sounded very passionate about red ball cricket there, Jimmy Adams.
He is. He missed out in the New Zealand series. We struggled to get 20 wickets in New Zealand, and I think part of that was highlighted by his. We miss his pace. He is a yard quicker than everything that we have at the minute, and having him is almost like a cutting edge for attack. So it's great to have him back, but it's also great that he got that run out here earlier in the week, got some overs under his belt, and in his own words, is raring to go.
And Stacey Adams, you're surprised that Jamel Warrican was not included in this 11? Or?
Well, as I said, they like the fact that this surface seems to favor pace, so they're going with pace and they're trusting their pace attack, who have done so well for them.
Well, the decisions were made already in terms of the 11s. This is a very, very important Test match because it's a continuation of the ICC World Test Championship. The West Indies and Sri Lanka will be searching for points. We're here in Antigua getting set for the first ball on day 1. Join us for action after the break.
Number 24, left-handed opening batsman Nishan Madushka. Number 56, middle-order batsman Dinesh Chandimal. Number 21, middle-order batsman left-handed consistent in the runs cup Windies. And after having a phenomenal PSL 2026, number 13, Kushal Windies. Number 44, Sonal Dinusha. Number 37, middle-order batsman and medium pace bowler Milan Ratnayaka. Number 65, adding to the pace arsenal of Sri Lanka, Kasun Rajata. Number 78, opening the bowling for Sri Lanka today, Asita Fernando. And to round out the 11 here for the Sri Lanka team, number 8, Lahu Kumara. And now we move on to the...
Good morning and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, where we are all set for the first test in this two-match series, West Indies up against Sri Lanka. Two proud cricketing nations collide. The white ball leg is finished. We now turn our attention to the red ball contest. The ODI series going to Sri Lanka by virtue of winning the first ODI, and then the West Indies rode back in the T20 International Series, winning that 2-1. And all to play for in this final portion. Earlier, the toss fell in the favor of the West Indies, and Ruston Chase electing to bowl first, citing the conditions, trying to exploit what preparation moisture might be in the surface for Sri Lanka. It's a nucleus of players that form the core of this batting lineup. Very experienced. Look at the averages on the far right. Kamindu Mendes has been exceptional, still in the infancy of his test match career, but the early signs are quite remarkable. In the bowling, they've got some experience in the fast bowling department as well, and some spinners who can play a role as this test match continues. From a West Indian perspective, well, John Campbell and Brandon King will be the duo at the top of the order. Amir Jangu gets another opportunity in Test match cricket, along with Joshua De Silva. Those two have been exceptional in first-class cricket in the region. Ruston Chase has a battery of fast bowlers who have been phenomenal for the West Indies in the recent past. No Shea Hope news coming in early this morning. He suffered a slight shoulder injury, so that would be a big blow for them. A recent centurion in the tour of India last year, and his experience will be sorely missed. The children make their way out with the players from the Mary E. Pigott Primary School and the Embury Elite Cricket Academy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if able for the national anthem of Antigua and Barbuda, followed by the national anthem of Sri Lanka, and finally the national anthem of the West Indies.
troubled thoughts brought us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a cloudy past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
Always quite emotive when the national anthems are played. The national anthem of Antigua, the host country, the national anthem of Sri Lanka, and of course the representative anthem of the West Indies. That's a trophy, the Sobers-Tissera Trophy, that these two teams will be competing for, named after two preeminent gentlemen who have represented their nations for such a long time, distinguished careers. And so our attention now turns to this format, an examination over the next 5 days. Every facet of the players' games would be put under the test. It was really nice to see the kids, though, from the respective schools. This is the Sri Lankan team, and look at the experience, the volume of runs through that middle order. And that is where their real strength lie. Pathum Nissanka, full circle for him. 2021 is when he made his test debut at this very ground, scoring a century on debut. And now he's back some 5 years later to continue another chapter in his fledgling career. And for the West Indies, some information clearly missing there on the right-hand side, but Kavem Hodge has a wonderful average. Ruston Chase as well. Because they are bowling, this is representative of their bowling averages. Remember, West Indies won the toss and decided to bowl first in these conditions. Couple bowlers on the cusp of milestones, Kemar Roach and Jadon Seals. Will have those milestones on the back of their minds. Right, the opening batters are making their way out. Making his way next to me, Mali Richards, who is quite familiar with these conditions. Mali, good morning to you and your expectations of this first match.
Good morning, Samuel. Good morning to all the viewers in the Caribbean and around the globe. Once again, test match cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. An exciting prospect. What we've seen recently, though, here is that the conditions have just favored seam bowling a little bit more in the recent history. You see Kemar Roach with new ball in hand. He'll be fancying these conditions. Just 6 wickets away from 300. What a performer he's been for the West Indies over the years. Winding down his international career now, but still has quite a bit to offer. And as you were mentioning earlier, Sammy, Pathum Nissanka, we saw him 5 years ago here, made his debut at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As he said, 100.5 century in his 3 innings. But ball one, here we go.
Middle of the bat straight away, off the mark straight away, with a couple from Nissanka. So a confident start from him. Mali, when you win the toss and you elect to bowl first, there is a certain, I suppose, pressure on the fast bowling unit to validate that decision, particularly when you factor in you'll be batting last on a wearing surface. You want to make sure that you get wickets up front. Huge shout. It's done quite a bit to that delivery. With the wind, with the new ball swinging down, you're unconvinced is Ruston Chase to go for that review, but some swing straight away before Kemar Roach.
Yeah, once again, just threatening that front pad. It was Kemar Roach, very skillful in the way he goes about his bowling. Maybe not as quick as he used to be. That one there just angled in, just doing a bit too much. As you mentioned, that breeze going from left to right across your screen. Oh, that's closer than we thought.
Yeah, quite instructive the way Nisanka played that last delivery, that front foot going across to the offside, which limits the access to the ball. And so that front foot becomes a massive target for Kemar Roach. Agedi is director hearing us up here? Yeah, there again, that movement and seam, still trying to assess the conditions. Anyone hear it? Yes, please. Right, everyone is still just trying to get their bearings. Yeah, a good bit of fielding. That's something else that they'll have to do really well throughout this test match. Just have a look again at how that left foot goes across to the offside. And so it doesn't allow the bat to come down. Yeah, it was umpire's call. As you said, Mali, closer than we thought initially. But that's the target. That will be the target for Kemar Roach with this new ball operating from this end. Taken. Amir Django with the catch, and Kemar Roach gets another wicket, moves closer to that 300 mark. The talisman and the leader of this fast bowling attack strikes immediately in the first over. Sri Lanka one down.
Yeah, he's been targeting the pads. This one just a bit shorter. Couldn't quite ride the bounce. Good sharp catch there by Django. That one had to stick. Almost came off the middle of the bat. So you see that front foot looking very good there from Roach. He doesn't overstep too often. And as you were saying, Sammy, wickets early here for the West Indies with the new ball. Nisanka has to go for just two. It's 2 for 1.
After the first over.
New batter for Sri Lanka. Dinesh Chandimal, former captain, vastly experienced, 91 test matches, 16 centuries, best of 206 unbeaten, and they'll rely on all of that experience that he's accumulated over the course of a long career. This is the reason why he's here. Good field placement from Ruston Chase and Kemar Roach. Perfectly positioned in the midriff. Nice soft hands, Amiru Django, a wicket keeper by trade. No gloves this time. Pouches it. All smiles. Early wickets, that's what they're after. Jaden Seals now from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And he has had an exceptional career as well so far. 95 wickets in a quick space of time. He too is eyeing a record of his own. And the challenge will be Seals leaving the right-handers and Roach coming into them.
Yeah, that was evident to start from Kamar Roach, just looking to angle the ball into the right-handers. But Jaden Seals, he's just continuing to pick up where he left off, especially in the first-class season, picking up 23 wickets. Played the majority of his games here in Antigua, in partnership with Anderson Phillip as well. They picked up 48 wickets between them. So Phillip would have come into the reckoning in terms of his place in the 11 today. He would have been very close. But just there again, that outswing movement. You also, not only do you bat in partnerships, you look to bowl in partnerships. So this was the wicket again, once again, just a bit shorter in length. Bit of extra bounce from Roach. His third time he's dismissed Pathum Nasanka here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. West Indies over the moon.
Yeah, this is where he will need to find that ideal line, have them playing at the ball more than leaving alone. That new ball, you want to get the batter pushing and prodding and actually playing at it. Early days yet, so he's just finding his range, his rhythm. Yep, these young boys and girls having a wonderful opportunity. Today it's primary school day here in Antigua, so a lot of the primary school children would be given the opportunity to come and see this game live. Another initiative of CWI. Yeah, just about there, so he's made the adjustment in line to ask Madushka to actually play at the delivery and not just look at it go by.
Yeah, the length is absolutely key as well here for Seals. Just to look to bowl that ball a bit fuller. The batters that have been a bit successful here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium look to play late. Got to be looking to bring the batter onto that front foot. Look to exploit that movement, a bit of sideways movement on offer.
And you can hear Joshua De Silva and those at in the slip cordon urging Jaden Seals on. And this little knowledge transfer there as well between Nazari Joseph and Jaden Seals. It's been a remarkable run of form for the West Indian bowling quartet. What they've been able to do over the last 18 months or so at home, particularly at home. Maiden over to start, 2 for 1.
Center.
Yeah, lots of experience through that middle order, which will be tested today. Kemar Roach on 55 wickets here at this venue, the most by any bowler. Really romance with the Sir Viv Richards Stadium for Kemar Roach. Hunting another. Forward short leg is still in position.
He's a couple pitches away in terms of distance, so it gives him enough room to react, Amir Django, because it's a fast bowler. The ball usually comes quickly to you in that position. One of the things that will be interesting to look at, Mali, is the catching in the slips. It's something that West Indies, they haven't done particularly well. And in Test match cricket, in any cricket for that matter, you don't want to give a batter an opportunity twice. We saw them pay in the first ODI in Sabina Park. Nissanka was dropped on naught, scored a half century. Sri Lanka won that game. It happened to be the only game played.
Yeah, catching, as they say, catches win matches, but especially in Test cricket, those slip fielders, those close catches become very important. I think based on the numbers, the West Indies would have had the highest percentage of drop catches in that region. As you see here, Kamara is just 5 wickets away from 300. It's already in the top 5 of the West Indies bowling list in terms of wickets taken.
Yeah, a piece of stat coming in, Mali and viewers. That's the 12th time that Kemar Roach has taken a wicket in the first over of the innings for the West Indies. Only 2 bowlers have more instances of a wicket in the first over of an innings since Roach's Test debut. And that's Jimmy Anderson and Mitchell Stark. This is what this man has done for the West Indies, striking early in elite company. And so are these young kids in elite company today. Yeah, that movement again, creating some problems, some doubt, good running, back for a couple. And so that silly mid-on, forward short leg in play because of the prodigious movement and swing he's getting.
What's been fantastic to see from Kemar Roach, especially in this back half of his career, is just how he's evolved as a fast bowler. Came into the game as a tear-away quick, rushing top order batters around the world, made a real name for himself with his ability to bowl fast and hostile. But as he's just lost pace, his skill has improved. There again, challenging that front pad. His skill has gone through the roof in terms of just how accurate and the seam movement that he manages to get in most conditions, especially from around the wicket to the left-handers. He's pretty special. I'm sure he'll be licking his lips, hoping for a left-hander to walk in at some point, challenge that outside edge. But so far, he's predominantly looking to take the ball in.
Which is the camera? Probing again from Roach, 5 for 1. Nissanka falling cheaply. Again being dismissed by Kemar Roach, who adds to his tally at this venue. Beautiful image on your screens. We're in the land of many beaches, Antigua and Barbuda. 365 is the claim. So an interview, Mali and viewers, with Ruston Chase, and talking about the relationship between Kemar Roach and Jayden Seales. As I mentioned before, both of whom are on the cusp of records of their own. And Ruston Chase mentioned a student-teacher type relationship with Kemar Roach passing on the information to the next crop of fast bowlers coming through. And no doubt Jaden Seals will be in a position like this in a few years' time where he too will have to pass on the information. And it's so good to see that transfer of knowledge. What a delivery. Shout from Joshua De Silva. Nothing from in front of the wicket. But that one just held its line and beat it on the inside edge.
Probably just took a bit of that thigh pad on the way through. There was a bit of a sound. Wasn't a woody sound. Made more of a thud. Did slow up on the way through to the wicket keeper. Have a look at this again though. Good length, bringing the batter forward. A bit of extra bounce as well. Luckily for the batter not to take the inside edge.
And there again, and now he's sort of found the ideal line and length. First over, he was just gauging, assessing, evaluating, and now he's on point. Jaden Seals has been a wonderful revelation since he's come into the international scene. Sharfadullah standing in his 22nd test match. Alongside him, Hassan Raza. So, two competent umpires out in the middle. Yeah, that was deliberate, very deliberate from Chandimal. Knew that he just needed to get enough bat on it. Didn't bother about getting it on the ground. First boundary for Sri Lanka.
Well, with this attacking field, there will be open spaces. Got the width that he would have wanted, so he just threw the hands at it, as you said. Didn't really care to keep that one down. Got that width and threw the hands, and it flew away down to that third man region for 4. So the first boundary to Dinesh Chandimal. Not the most confident of strokes, but nonetheless.
I don't think that Ruston Chase and Jaden Seals would mind that too much. There are 3 slips and a gully in weight. And as a bowler, that's the type of shot that you're asking the batters to play early up in their innings when they're well set, less movement from the surface, less swing. Then it's a different case. But early up, you don't mind seeing that. A little bit indeterminate on that occasion, Dinesh Chandimal.
At times, it's almost an area of weakness that you see in the subcontinent batters when that ball just bounces that bit extra. You know, the wickets in Sri Lanka are slow and low. They play a lot of their cricket in those conditions. So they will be very challenged to deal with the extra bounce on shore here. 4 overs gone, 11 for 1.
Yeah, that's interesting from Madushka. Some late swing from Kemar Roach. We saw Chandimal with a flashing blade in the last over. Now Madushka.
Once again, movement inward, good carry through to the wicketkeeper. Joshua De Silva making his comeback with the gloves on hand in this test match. A few questions about who would don the gloves, but with Hope injured, that decision was made a lot easier. Once again, challenging that front pad. So far, we haven't seen Roach look to take it away or one just hold its line outside that off stump. If he can manage to get one of them, that would prove to be even more of a challenge for the Sri Lankan right-handers. As we see Elaine just playing a lone hand at the moment with her support. But she's here at every test match, every match of cricket here. It could be a school game in Antigua. She'll be here supporting. Just loves cricket all around.
A quick single, well judged. Good response from Chandamal. Yeah, that delivery that holds its line. Usually he bowls a wobble seam, Kemar Roach, so that it doesn't go prodigiously into the right-hander. It just goes straight on. And that's the one that creates a lot of problems as well. You can get the outside edge, sometimes even get the batters LBW or bowled because they're playing for it coming in. Huge shout again. He's doing a lot. That's the issue. And perhaps too much. Indeed, Sanraza thinks so. Open eastern area here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium, and because of that, you can see on Ruston Chase's t-shirt there the wind factor. Just look at this movement. Started way outside off stump. A lot of bat on that as well.
Keeping an eye on these speeds of Kemar Roach, just below 130 on that last delivery, 127. But once again, big movement in, looking to really exploit these conditions. This breeze from east to west, left to right across your screen. Ruston Chase, he's happy with what he's seeing from his bowlers so far.
12 for 1. Iconic image on the front of the stadium here. A stadium named after the great man. Seals continues. Tell us about this, Marley.
Well, this is Sir Vivian Richards Street. This is that statue that was erected just a few years ago, right next to the house in which the great Sir Vivian Richards was born.
Did you ever live there?
No, I never lived there, but I spent a lot of time there. My grandparents, obviously, they're no longer here with us, but my uncle, he's taken up the mantle, he's taken over the property, and he lives there now. So I spend a lot of time on Sir Vivian Richards Street.
A signature Jaden Seals delivery. And there's also the monetary note that bears his face on it. I'm sure you have quite a few of those, Marley.
Seen that face too much. I'm tired of seeing that face at this stage. But yeah, it's quite a popular landmark here in the West Indies. A lot of tourists here in Antigua, sorry, try and get their picture taken. As we see Elaine Turner once again with her flag out, looking resplendent in her maroon.
Dropped. He got his hand to it, Joshua De Silva. Did he get the elevation that was needed? I don't think so. But an opportunity. Another flashing blade and a fortuitous boundary.
Extra bounce once again. Madushka this time couldn't quite get on top of that one. Good length, bit of extra bounce, throwing the hands at it. Oh, it's probably just gotten to Joshua De Silva a bit quicker than he expected. Tough chance, but at this level, you expect those to be taken. Gets a good enough hand to that. It's just a little slow with his reaction time. So first chance, he spoke about how crucial catching, especially behind the wicket, will be.
Yeah, really good friends, Joshua De Silva and Jaden Seals. And that friendship will be put to the test with that opportunity. Yeah, didn't elevate enough on that occasion. Children having a time of their lives at the cricket, in the bouncy castles, in the trampoline. Just get them close enough to the venue, and hopefully a few of them might be attracted to the sport. And just in the air momentarily, but away from any fielder. Brings Madushka a couple. Yeah, Joshua De Silva will still be thinking about a few deliveries ago. Let's look at the elevation. Didn't get high enough, but still got a lot of hand on it. And as you mentioned, Mali really should have been taken at this level. You can see the frustration of those in close proximity. Making a return to the test match team. After a prolific couple seasons with the bat, they're bouncing around as well. Wicket creating over, not taken, 18 for 1. Sri Lanka never won a test series in the West Indies, and likewise West Indies haven't won in Sri Lanka, so they're looking to reverse that. Last time these two teams met in 2021, it was a drawn series. They're still getting that prodigious in-swing. Let's have a look at the skill of Jaden Seals, that outswing. He has a natural ability to get that ball to move away from the right-hander. And then the one that just holds its line, that's the one that typically challenges the batter just there. They're expecting the ball to leave, so it's a good setup. Few deliveries leaving and then the one coming back in. Yeah, fortified that area, so there's an additional fielder catching just backward of square, close enough. So the dismissal of Nisanka. So they're hoping that something can go in the air in that region.
Especially with this extra bounce available here on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium pitch. As you mentioned, Nisanka couldn't quite get on top of his. Seen Madushka in a few problems early. That one's aerial once again. The second time we've seen a ball just chipped up in front of the batter. Maybe Rustin Chase will be best served as well to just try and see if he can get a close fielder in. Close catcher in as well. Azari Joseph at, no, it's Jaden Seals actually at mid-on. He's quite close there. But once again, prodigious inward movement by Kamar Roach.
Is it? No, it's just short. Kavem Hodge, the fielder, I don't think it carried based on his reaction, his initial reaction. We'll just have a closer look at it, but that appeared to be the one that just held its line. It might have been the wobble seam delivery. Let's find out some more.
Of your best angle of the catch, please. Yeah, can't tell much from that. Any other angles? Just rock and rolling that a bit. One more time. Is there any other angles? Oh, fuck. One more back. One more through. Yeah. There's no other angles of this. Just one more time. And the next one, yeah. It's coming into the half volley there, I think. This. Yeah. Yeah, and the balls at the bottom of the hands there, touching the grass. Okay, ready to make my decision.
Not out the decision, the Australian Paul Rifle, the television umpire, tasked with that responsibility. Never easy for the television umpire with those low catches. Reaction of Kavem Hodge, though, told a story. Closer than perhaps he even thought. And just there, he was indicating that he isn't sure. So there was no celebration. And here you can see the frustration of the West Indians. Chandimal survives. And that should challenge the boundary. The fine leg is quite wide. First really errant delivery from Kamar Roach and the West Indies. Results in 4 leg byes.
Yeah, the first time he's actually missed his line here, Kamar Roach. Maybe just starting that one a bit too straight. Leg byes signal in the end. But he poses that threat, as we saw on the edge taken. A bit surprised that that didn't really carry to second slip. Just suggesting maybe this pitch not at its quickest just yet. But it's the end of the over. 22 for 1.
Greetings all, 22 for 1. West Indies winning the toss, electing to bowl first, and they've created quite a few problems for the Sri Lankan batters very early on day 1 of this first test between the two teams. Alongside me, Jimmy Adams, former West Indies captain. Jimmy, your thoughts on the 7
overs thus far?
Well, I think we've seen some good test cricket to begin with. We've seen prodigious movement in from Kemar Roach from the northern end. Jaden Seals almost diametrically opposite, leaving the bat 99% of the time. We've seen a really good catch under the bat to get rid of Nisanka from Amir Django. And we've seen a chance spilled as well. Again, good bowling from Jaden Seals in his previous over. Flashing bat from Madushka. And young Joshua De Silva not managing to get up there quickly enough. But I think the West Indies would be realizing now that there are no terrors in this wicket. And wickets are really going to be at a premium, because once the ball stops swinging, there isn't anything off the pitch encouraging the bowlers in terms of seam. And Sri Lanka, on the other hand, will be looking for this pair to dig in and go deep and go long.
Evidence of that strong wind that blows across this Vivian Richards Stadium. If you missed it, the early wicket went to Kemar Roach. Amir Django taking a sharp catch at short leg, and then another chance went a begging. Joshua De Silva just didn't get the hang time, the elevation. Jaden Seals was quite frustrated. Yeah, day one of first test of a series. Of course, both teams playing for that Sobers-Tissera Trophy. And it's part and parcel of the ICC World Test Championship cycle 2025-2027. So plenty to play for these two teams. The West Indies ranked 9th on the table. At the bottom, Sri Lanka 4th. So a lot of work for that man on screen to do. Still early days in his sojourn as a test captain. In the air again, flies over the slip cordon. Not in full control, but Madushka gets away with this one.
Teasing deliveries from Jaden Seals. Good decision to go a little bit fuller, trying to pull Madushka's hands away, which he did from his body. Madushka not in control. He'll take the boundary, but Jaden Seals also will be encouraged that he is managing to pull his hands away from him, getting the fielders at slip and gully into play. Disappointment for Jaden Seals, 4 more for Sri Lanka.
A return of test match cricket to this region. Last test series in the Caribbean was against Australia back in July 2025. He's gone after it. Wit on offer, maybe a little more confidence. And that's a proper execution to end the over. 30 for 1. Beautiful day for test match cricket here at North Sound in Antigua. I was talking about the context of this series in that ICC World Test Championship table. Sri Lanka 3rd, joint on percentages with New Zealand. West Indies 9th. Confirmation that the West Indies will want to win this series and maybe give themselves a chance of going ahead of Pakistan.
Couple of boundaries in the previous over from Madushka. The first one wasn't intentional. That one, the second one to end the over, was gauging bounce, gauging swing, and knowing that with an open bat blade, it was safely going through backward point. Aerial, yes, but very safe.
Considerations when you're starting a test series on day one. It tests your brain's trust in terms of your assessment of the conditions. Both teams would have spent a fair amount of time assessing the conditions to ascertain whether batting first would be more viable than bowling first. The West Indies, of course, making that decision by virtue of winning the toss and electing to bowl. And so far, what we've seen from the bowlers, the ability to swing the ball, not a lot of sideways movement from the surface, so that says the moisture content is pretty much on par, not above average. The other element of this square, Jimmy, you'd know, and viewers, is a little extra bounce that you will get that can make it uncomfortable for batters. Picturesque ground, I must say. That's driven, not properly timed. And a couple of runs for Chandimal.
Interesting choice of stroke from Dinesh Chandimal. Deliberately going aerial. No real intent to keep it on the ground. It's an interesting choice at this point in a test match. Ball still hard, still new. But what it is telling me is that he might be in a position where he really trusts the surface. Yes, there is swing through the air, but he hasn't seen anything off the wicket yet to cause him any great concern. And again, he goes aerial, just clipping it through square leg, in the air, a couple of bounces. So, boundary for Chandimal moves him to 13 and showing signs of early intent.
Kemar Roach will be a little disappointed with the length of this delivery. It was full, it was angling down the leg side. That's natural with what we've seen from Kemar Roach, the inward movement to the right-handers. So Chandimal recognizing that, knowing it's low risk, executed very well on that occasion. I'm sure Roach will be thinking about pulling his length back. There is a deep fielder now through that leg side region. .36 for 1. Little partnership developing here for Sri Lanka. 34 from 48 between these two out in the middle. Chandimal and Madushka. Madushka quite early in his test career, only his 11th test match. Right, first bowling change by the West Indies. In comes Alzari Joseph. And he goes short and wide. And Madushka punishes this one.
Well, the first maximum for the game. Madushka needing no invitation to throw the kitchen sink at that one. Alzari Joseph giving him room, width, and just as importantly for the end result, giving him pace to work with. Uppercut, backward point, 6 more for Madushka. not the start that Alzarri Joseph would have wanted. His first delivery in this test match is home ground here in Antigua. No attempt to keep it down whatsoever. Happy to use the pace on that one. Madushka hit it well.
Not the perfect start for Alzarri Joseph. Featured in a couple of one-day internationals for the West Indies in this said series earlier in Jamaica. Remember, he was out of competitive cricket because of his stress fracture, now back into the fold. Did have a chance to speak with him before the start of this game, and he felt quite comfortable with his form, his rhythm, because he did play in that representative game before this test match. Saw him quite early at the venue, going through his paces, getting himself geared for this test match. He was the only one at the ground so early this morning. He knows the conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He hails from Antigua and Barbuda. He's had success in the past at this said venue. And he redeems himself with that second delivery.
Good to see the young children coming in to have a look at international cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, North Sound, Antigua. Good reply from Alzarri Joseph, and his captain would be thinking, stay there for as long as you want, Alzarri. That is your line.
Is that close? Is that close enough? Yes! The dreaded finger goes up. The West Indies could possibly have a second. Will Madushka consult and go for a review? Only time will tell. Don't think he is going to take the review. So he goes back to the pavilion. Alzarri Joseph straight away strikes. And the West Indies now with a second wicket.
Full swinging, beaten for pace, Madushka. Looking as if it would have hit middle of middle. And Alzarri Joseph confident, Madushka not even bothering to review. And Sri Lanka now lose their second wicket. Madushka goes for 23. It's 42 for 2.
Mendes, new batter. (27 years of age), left-handed batter. He's here because of this. Alzarri Joseph in his third delivery, getting it bang on target. A little bit of inward movement. Maybe Madushka just hanging back a bit, caught off guard. Edge. And another one goes down for Sri Lanka. I was just going to talk about his average in test match cricket and how prolific he has been with the bat. But he won't challenge anymore in this innings.
Well, an excellent first delivery, bang on target from Alzarri Joseph, forcing Mendes to play, had to play at that one, and just straightening enough to take that outside edge. A low catch by John Campbell, and it's a double strike here for Alzarri Joseph in his first over. Mendes goes without scoring. It's 42 for 3.
He's valued so much in the West Indies setup, Alzarri Joseph. Bowls with pace, with accuracy. He's grown that cricket intelligence to adjust his lengths. You can see straight away he's gone a little bit fuller. First, the wicket of Madushka. And then secondly, just luring Mendes forward. His first delivery, finding the outside edge, and a very good catch by John Campbell in first slip. Time now for the skipper, Dhananjaya Silva.
Well, a bit of repair work that's going to have to take place here for Sri Lanka, with 3 wickets now falling. This the 10th over of the innings. Alzarri Joseph went around the wicket for that one delivery to Mendes. Back over the wicket now with 4 slips and a gully. A man under the lid. No fine leg, interestingly. So really looking to attack here. Backward point, short extra cover mid-on to complete the field. Good catch from John Campbell, low to his left.
Straight away. On and about the off stump, luring the batter forward. Dhananjaya Silva, another one of the senior players in this Sri Lankan squad. Of course, carrying the role as captain too. Has a 50% win record as Test captain for Sri Lanka, so that should give him confidence in his role too as a batter. Angle the bat, hands soft enough to keep that one down, but a very successful over for the West Indies on Alzarri Joseph. 2 wickets in it, 42 for 3. .42 for 3, one significant partnership in the innings. 40 between Madushka and Chandimal. Little smile there from Darren Sammy. He'll be quite comfortable with this position. Double change, Shamar Joseph.
It's interesting how you have, well, 5 seamers, but we've now seen the introduction of the 4th. And all of them totally different in terms of approach, in terms of mindset, in terms of strengths. And it's really good that the West Indies at this point in time, yes, with all the struggles, can put together such a diverse bowling attack that really offers, you know, a little bit of everything. Swing in, swing out, pace, skiddiness, which we have here with Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, maybe we would look at the lengths from the different bowlers. There's no sameness across the complement of bowlers in this West Indian side. Shamar Joseph, shorter in height, so skiddier with his bowling. And his express pace, so to this man on screen. So less time for batters to think, to react, to adjust. Yeah, so impressed with his ability to pick up fifers in Test match cricket. Shamar Joseph, 4 fifers already. He's only into his 12th Test match. So when he's on song, he can really rip through an opposition batting lineup.
It's interesting how some bowlers come into international cricket and we see a no ball call there from the umpire. So be something for Shamar Joseph to think about. Doesn't want to be wasting energy, doesn't want to be wasting good deliveries as well. Short bowler, not as short as Kemar Roach, but he's definitely a couple inches under 6 feet, but very skiddy. He has the pace. As we have a look at him just overstepping that previous delivery. But what I find interesting, we've seen, this is now the 11th over. We haven't seen the use of the bouncer, which I find quite interesting, if only from a historical point of view, growing up in an era where that was the first question that West Indian fast bowlers would ask in a Test match. But a lot nowadays really revolves around building pressure. You know, we talk about a force stump line, whether you're swinging it in or out. And we've sort of gone away from what used to be definitely a string in the bow of Caribbean fast bowlers.
A little delay has prompted the umpires to call drinks. So it will be a welcome break for both teams, just to gather their thoughts.
It has been a stimulating start to this test series so far. Both teams, I think, West Indies with the wickets and Sri Lanka looking to score quickly. The 3 wickets so far to go down. Patham Nasanka caught very well there by Amir Django Kimarot, once again picking up a wicket in his first over. And then Alzari Joseph, after being struck for a 6, had back-to-back wickets. LBW and Kamindu Mendes, the man in form, caught in the slip very well by John Campbell as well. Yeah, beautiful scenes here in Antigua. A local alongside me, Mali Richards. Yeah, the bowling card looks good for West Indies. Those 3 wickets, won the toss this morning. Decided to have a bowl force and picked up those 3 wickets very importantly. As I mentioned, beautiful pictures and lots of kids having a bounce. I'll have a bounce later on there, love that. Sobers-Tissera Trophy, kids enjoying themselves, young future stars interacting with some of these legends in the making from West Indies. Yeah, so just a short break. And these two looking to form a partnership for Sri Lanka. In a bit of a hole, losing those 3 wickets quite early. Chandamal, the very experienced player for Sri Lanka, and the Silva as well, the skipper. Your thoughts so far, Mali, and proceedings this morning? West Indies winning the toss. First of all, you did the pitch report. Is this really how you think it would have reacted so far?
Well, so far, with what we've seen, that extra bounce, a bit of movement through the air and off the pitch, it's played into exactly what I thought would have happened today. West Indies picking up 3 wickets. But what's been key in those 3 wickets for me, Stacey, has been the length. Every time the ball has been a bit short or wide, it's been put away by the Sri Lankan batters. But when the ball's pitched up in that 6 to 8 meter length region, looking to bring the batters onto that front foot, we've seen a few problems for the Sri Lankans. The West Indies have caught well as well. Just the one blemish, Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. But so far, it's been a very professional, good bowling performance from the West Indies so far.
Yeah, I agree with your synopsis there. Very professional indeed, because you have a look at the surface. There's a sense of placidity to it when it evens out. You saw the sort of shots played on the surface so far, but I think West Indies have done well to get the ball in the correct channel. So Shamar Joseph to continue after the drinks break. Yeah, it's been full, just as you said, but nice vertical bat to get that down the ground. It won't get to the boundary, I don't think. Yeah, Seals just pulling it in, but good running from Sri Lanka. And that was good there from Chandamal. As we mentioned, he is that experienced batter. That vertical bat coming through the shot. Really good from him. Not looking to overhit it as well.
Yeah, just kept his shape. He's got a good solid base. When he plays well, he's got a good solid base at the crease, Dinesh Chandimal. He's the class batter of this Sri Lankan batting lineup. Just look at his figures. He's been around for quite a few years, vastly experienced. So a lot will depend on him, especially at this stage.
Yeah, so it's intentional. Shamar Joseph just looking to get it really full, targeting those stumps as well.
Yeah, just under 143 Ks there. So pace from Shamar Joseph. Thinking just a few weeks ago, Stacey, and we had the regional 4-day final here. Shamar Joseph was a part of that Guyana Harpy Eagles lineup. So was Jaden Seals, who's playing here today. Both Seals and Phillip. And that pair in Seals and Phillip, I thought, just out-bowled Shamar Joseph in these conditions.
Yeah, we'll pick up a bit more on that, Mali. But just a single to finish the 11th. West Indies, well, Sri Lanka, 48 for 3.
Sorry. Something like that. He did never say anything. little towards you. Yeah, center. Correct, one leg.
Sri Lanka 48 for 3. Alzari Joseph fired up. Alzari Joseph after being struck for 6. It's answered back well with 2 wickets. Local man Alzari Joseph. Has been looking to be full. A bit whippy there from Chandamal. Good run there from King, but also good running in the middle to pick up 3 runs. 50 up as well for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, the 50 comes up with that stroke from Dinesh Chandimal. And it's one thing we've seen from him here today is he's looked to play his strokes. Once he thinks the ball is in his area, he's going to look to find the boundaries. But just have a look at the lengths of the West Indian pacers here this morning. 16% of those deliveries just in that 4 region. 72% in the 6 to 8 meter region as well. And we've seen the short deliveries. Everything that's been a bit short has been put away.
Yeah, superb stuff from Alzari Joseph. I think that first delivery from him, he was struck for a 6, a bit of a warm-up delivery, you'll say. But since he's found his length, he's been a handful.
And the length here is absolutely key, Stacey. And I was speaking about previously both Seals and Phillip for Trinidad and Shamar Joseph here in this match as well for the West Indies. I thought in the 4-day final he was just slightly out-bowled by that pair, and it was because of his lengths. Just a bit too short with his lengths on this pitch. Makes it a little easier for the batters to combat. But Alzari Joseph, as you said, he started with 2 short deliveries. First one went for 6, but he's honed in on that length just there. With an inward movement, nailing middle stump. Once again, forced Mendes into playing. Kamindu Mendes, he's been absolutely prolific in his short career so far, but Alzari Joseph proving to find the deliveries, to find that outside edge. Good catching as well from the West Indies behind the stumps.
Yeah, proving why he's been missed as well. He spoke of, Darren Sammy spoke of missing him in the lineup. Yes, they have commendable replacements, but someone with his pace and quality, he's already shown that also so far. And just the adjustment in the length. We speak about getting the ball in that 6 to 8 meter range consistently. He's hit that, apart from that short delivery to start, and is even trying to get it fuller if there's any possibility of it swinging.
100% Stacey Ann. And I think Anderson Phillips as well, he's really pushed. He's pushed the other bowlers in this lineup. I think he would have come into consideration to play in this 11, Stacey Ann, with his 4-day performances. But it's Alzari Joseph came through that fitness test, had that injury to his bowling thumb. Came through this morning, was at the ground very early, went through his paces, passed. I'm not sure if with flying colours, but he passed that fitness test, and he's picked up 2 wickets this morning. Just there, having a chat with bowling coach Ravi Rampal, just working out whether that thumb on that finger, that bowling hand, will be able to sustain. You can just see it there, that split on that thumb.
Well, it's looking good so far. There could be trouble here with a direct hit. Luckily for Chandamal, he was sent back. So a bit of indecision to end the 12th. Sri Lanka 52 for 3.
No.
Yeah, Shamar Joseph with ball in hand, and you pointed out in that 4-day match, you think that his lengths were a bit too short. So far, he started quite full. Yeah, just looking to keep the batsman quite disciplined. And the important thing with this pair so far is that they've been trying to make the batters play. But yes, Chandamal looking for a quick single. The Silva, he wasn't interested at all, sent him back. Yeah, got there with a dive in the end.
Just to echo the points Jimmy Adams was making on his stint previously, a very varied fast bowling attack here for the West Indies. All offer something a bit different. As we said, Shamar Joseph maybe doesn't move the ball as much as a few of the others, but he possesses that pace, that skiddiness just there outside the off stump. Not sure whether to play or leave was Dhananjaya. And once again, good pace.
Yeah, it'll be a test for Dhananjaya, the Silva, captain of this team. Yeah, wonderful area so far from Shamar Joseph. Skiddy nature of him, just sliding through nicely. Well taken by the Silva, but Dhananjaya, the Silva in his last 7 matches, just accumulating 122 runs, 39 his best. And with his team in a bit of trouble, you'll say, losing those 3 wickets early. 3 of their in-form batters, Kamindu Mendes, Nissanka and Mudushka. A lot on his shoulders, the Silva. Try and put a big score on the board along with Chandamal. Very important for him. Yes, he has been a good captain for Sri Lanka, but he'll want to get that weight of runs behind him.
Yeah, definitely. As we said, the most experience of these Sri Lankan batters now, Dinesh Chandimal, the senior batter in this lineup. Former captain as well. So he comes with a lot of experience, a lot of leadership experience. Dhananjaya de Silva will be looking to him to lean on, maybe as his right-hand man. So you see that one just dug out by de Silva. Shamar Joseph aiming for that Yorker length. And I was speaking about the 4-day final just a few weeks ago. I thought he was a little impatient in terms of just looking to bowl those magic deliveries a bit too often. Wasn't willing to really build up that pressure.
This one whipping it to the leg side, but just a single. But just on that, you mentioned impatience. Yeah, they'll collect a 2nd run as well. It's a good running from the Sri Lankans. And that impatience could have stemmed from the fact that he was out of red ball cricket as well, just coming back, you know, wanting to just show Shamar Joseph is here, he's here to stay. I was injured, but I want to get those wickets. And he's a very passionate player as well. No matter if he's playing for West Indies or Guyana, always want to be in the thick of things, in the thick of action.
Yeah, and in that match, it was just slightly more helpful seam bowling conditions here. Bit more lateral movement on shore. There's more of a tinge of green to the grass, maybe a bit more grass as well on that pitch than we're seeing here.
Yeah, decent over there from Shamar Joseph to back up his first. Sri Lanka 54 for 3. Kimar Roach with that first wicket to get things going for West Indies, but Alzari Joseph back from injury after about a year or so off. The red ball is in his hand. LBW appeal, but perhaps tailing down the leg side. He's enjoying this spell, Alzari Joseph. Good pace and the length, so precise.
As I was saying previously, Anderson Phillip would have been pushing these bowlers to come into this 11. So for Alzari Joseph to put in this performance here this morning on his home ground, he'll take a lot of confidence from that, especially going forward. You expect this pitch to probably continue playing this way for the majority of the day. Once again, just slightly aerial there from Chandimal.
Yeah, one thing I'll say of Chandimal is any opportunity to score, he's ensuring that he capitalizes on it, whether it's with the running or just finding a way to get a run or a boundary off a bad ball. But I'll pick you up on that Anderson Phillip point. And I mean, he had such a great run in the 4D series, particularly at this venue. I think Trinidad played the majority of their games here. And you mentioned him, and it's because, yes, he has been so good. And it just tells you how much West Indies have built this fast bowling attack. It's been built so good that they have commendable replacements on the bench. And if any of these bowlers were to go out today or tomorrow, God forbid, they have that replacement waiting in the wings who can come in and fill that role. Kimar Joseph, back with ball in hand, also has shown his experience at the top. And again, as we mentioned, they all offer something different with ball in hand.
Yeah, you just mentioned Kamaro. It's so important to this lineup with what he brings, that skill, that ability to move the ball both ways. Not at his quickest, but still a real challenge and a threat for batters. Once again, a bit of extra bounce. We saw earlier in the over that one, that was just a bit aerial from Chandimal, just a bit of extra bounce, taking the bat quite high. He's got his binoculars out. He's trying to get close to the action there, as close as possible.
I hope he's looking at the game and not beyond that. Has a big smile on his face as well. I think he's enjoying the fast bowling from West Indies so far.
Definitely. But he'll be hoping for a few more. Something to really excite this crowd. That one's timed down the ground quite sweetly. It will get close to the boundary. In fact, it beat Seals into the boundary. So a good, solid stroke that from Dhananjaya. He'll get a lot of confidence from that. Didn't look to overplay. Have a look at this. Kept a solid base. Not too extravagant a follow through. Alzari Joseph with that bruised thumb decided, you know what? I'll take my hand out the way. No need to injure that thumb a bit more. But just over pitching on this occasion. A good stroke. Skipper, he's into his innings now. He's faced 16 deliveries, Chandimal 34. This pair need to bat as long as possible for the Sri Lankans here on day one.
An excellent bit of fielding as well to back up the bowlers. The 7 runs coming from that over. Sri Lanka 61 for 3. Yeah, some tourists perhaps enjoying, some of the local ground staff as well. It's a nice warm day out here in Antigua. I'm saying warm, it's probably really hot. Mali's looking at me like, warm? It's scorching.
We're in our cool confines here in the commentary box. A bit different for the players out there.
Yeah, good areas. He's been impressed with this spell so far from Kimar Joseph. Looking to keep the stumps in play and looking to push it very full to the batters. He believes that's where he'll generate maximum results. So far it's been good, and he has been up with the pace as well. Quickest delivery by him and Alzari Joseph also. The Josephs are back, Mali.
Yes, the Joseph pair, Alzari and Shama. Brothers from another mother, as they'd say. And another country. But nonetheless, in partnership here today, the Joseph boys. Shama from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
I love your hair grunting you. Keep going, Shama.
Yeah, flashing blade there by the Silva. We've seen that from some of the Sri Lankan batters so far. I can recall earlier from Nisanka, I beg your pardon. Ball outside the off stump, just flashing at it. Perhaps thinking it's not doing that much, so they can just free their arms a bit. So a few went over the slip as well.
I think it was Madushka. Every time he was presented with a bit of width, he really threw the hands at it. In fact, it seems like a bit of a concerted effort by the Sri Lankan batters, where they've made their minds up prior that anything just outside the line of the stumps, they're going to throw everything at. And so far, they've gotten away with the majority of them. That one chance, though, to Joshua De Silva. Couldn't manage to pouch that one. Nonetheless, Mendes is back in the pavilion, so it didn't really cost the West Indies that much. De Silva making his comeback to the West Indies team after a couple of years.
Yeah, they've lost the 3-wicket Sri Lanka, but you sense that energy from them to have a healthy scoring rate. Currently, well, it's consistently been about 4 runs per over in this match so far. So we're seeing that from them. Yeah, that drop catch earlier. De Silva unable, got a hand to it, but unable to get up to pouch it. Yeah, Dinesh Chandimal as well. He's still there batting. Looks very comfortable at the moment. Yeah, support again in the field. Yeah, well done chase from all around him. Yeah, that's so important as well for West Indies to back up what the bowlers are doing.
Stacey, I don't know how much of the FIFA World Cup you've been watching, but just having a look at that drop catch from Joshua De Silva. We've seen a lot of that in the FIFA World Cup. Goalkeepers getting their hands to balls, but almost being taken by surprise with the pace. And just there, it seemed to have just gotten to De Silva a bit quicker than he anticipated.
Yeah, nice delivery to finish. We'll pick up a bit more on that. 62 for 3. Yeah, busy streets of Antigua. Is that close to where you're from, Mali?
Yeah, everywhere is close to where I'm from in Antigua, just 108 square miles. But this is the country pond in town. This is a region where a lot of car washes take place. They utilize the water from the pond. And there are a lot of car wash businesses around that region. Quite a popular part of St. John's here in Antigua.
So an industrious area of sorts there in Antigua.
Hustler areas where the hustlers make their money.
Almost playing that back onto his stumps, but I was just trying to be nice and saying industrious Mali. But a hustlers area, as he put it. And I think Alzari Joseph and Shama Joseph, these two in combination, hustling the batters as well with pace.
And it's from Alzari Joseph's perspective, not only pace, but a bit of extra bounce. So far, Chandimal's done a very good job in terms of just quieting the noise around. He stayed in his bubble, but as you said, they've kept that positive intent, looking to score, haven't really stayed in their shell. They've made their minds up. They've got that positive intent, and anything just outside the line of the stumps, they're going to go hard at.
Yeah, and again, close to the pitch, but looking for a single. It wasn't on, so they sent him back. So batters are alert to what's happening out there. Yes, they've lost those 3 wickets. And it perhaps gives you an insight into maybe speculating, of course, what that template or that identity is for Sri Lanka with Gary Kirsten at the head, the new head coach.
It's something that they're going to be looking to work out. As you said, a new regime, a foreign regime, coming to grips with Sri Lankan cricket, the landscape of Sri Lankan cricket, the culture of Sri Lankan cricket. Yeah, it's something that is a work in progress. But as we said, the Sri Lankans, they're well poised at this stage in that World Test Championship, tied 3rd with New Zealand. So they'll be hoping a positive result here can get them up that table. West Indies at the bottom, as we know. They'll be hoping for a positive result to just maybe go past Pakistan, who they'll be playing later this summer here in the West Indies. So quite a crucial period in Test cricket for the West Indies here.
Yeah, certainly. And if you look at the results of the last 3 World Test Championship, Sri Lanka, in the last 3 cycles, 7th, 5th and 6th respectively. Yes, they are starting on 3rd right now. Want to continue to maintain that position and go higher up. West Indies, though, in the last 3 cycles, they've finished at 8th. Currently, they're 9th, searching for a victory in this series. More so for Sri Lanka, apart from maintaining that position and getting even higher above South Africa, or even trying to catch Australia. Getting into that top 2 is so important. Getting into that top 2 is so important, as of course, you know, the top 2 plays the final. Also for Sri Lanka, I think one of the things coming into this series that they may have looked at is their evolving mindset and showing that they have evolved as a team, playing out of subcontinent conditions, that they are able to compete with teams in their conditions as well. So that's something that they'll have an eye on, looking to beat West Indies for the first time in the Caribbean.
Especially when they don't play as much Test cricket as a few nations around the world. It's something we'll get into a bit later on.
A bit short and wide to finish, left alone by the Silva. 63 for 3. Two of the ground staff in heavy discussions. I wonder what they're talking about, Mali. Yeah.
They're probably just taking in the action here in terms of the pace, bounce, what needs to be done, maintenance, just going through their paces.
A bit edgy there to start from Shamar Joseph, just falling short of Ruston Chase. You note that the slip cordon looks a lot more vacant now.
Did just push at that one, didn't he, Dinesh Chandimal? But for the 2nd time here today, we've seen one not carry, especially from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Kavem Hodge it was earlier this morning. Chandimal maybe just playing with softer hands. Just illustrates all his experience. Hitting the bat hard there once again, Shamar Joseph. That runway is just dipped below 4 now, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, and that's okay. From Sri Lanka's perspective, I think the bowling from the two Josephs in operation has been quite disciplined. Shamar Joseph, his first over went for 6. Since then, he's backed things up quite nicely. It's been quite patient. That patience that you've been asking for, Mali, we've seen that so far from him in this bowling stint.
Once again, that straight mid-off position, that ball just slightly aerial from Dinesh Chandimal. This is the 3rd time, I think, in that region we've seen the ball go in the air. Almost carried to Kamar Roach at mid-off.
Yeah, Chandimal, I beg your pardon, has hit the ball in the air in that direction. None of them elevated, just in around that region. Hitting it in a similar direction again. You know, Mali, you know conditions here well. You're a local man. This is a case for West Indies to probably just have someone catching very close to the stump. We've seen a number of teams employ that sort of attacking position, just to have that person in the frame of the batter.
Yeah, especially from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end with Shamar Joseph with ball in hand. As we said, not the tallest, doesn't extract the most bounce here, quite skiddy. And you think Chandimal, once he sees it in his area, he's going to throw the hands at it. This one's flared away over, well, through that slip region for 4. Once again, width presented by a West Indian bowler, and it finds a boundary.
Yeah, telegraph quite well there by you, Mali. Opportunity to free his arms, Chandimal. Bit of width offered. And the interesting thing, or the really good thing about that shot is that he realized that it was going through the slip cordon region, and he just opens the face a bit more just to get it over the slip cordon. Really good batting from him.
Exactly where no intention whatsoever to keep that one down. From Dinesh Chandimal, he moves to 27. And he follows up with an absolute snorter. What a delivery to end here by Shamar Joseph. Chandimal lucky not to take the outside edge. After that over from Joseph, the score is 67 for 3.
Couple of wickets for Alzari Joseph in his very first over. A wicket for Kamar Roach, who continues his romance with this venue. 67 for 3. Sri Lanka having been inserted by the West Indies. The last ball of the previous over, beaten all ends up. Let's look at where the bat ended up. Yeah, with the side facing the bowler. And that space for you, that's what he brings to the equation. Changing bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Jaden Seals back into the attack after his opening burst. Jimmy Adams slotted alongside me. Jimmy, your perspective of the morning's session so far?
Well, I would say slightly in favor of the West Indies. You win the toss, you choose to bowl, you have your quartet, well, you have your quintet of faster bowlers. You're still half an hour almost away from lunch, and you've had 3 wickets. One more, you would say definitely it would be the West Indies session with work to do. It looks a good surface, Sammy.
Even having been there for over 42 deliveries. Chandimal, who now gets another boundary, isn't altogether convincing. So it says that it's not a pitch that you feel as though you're in, not anyway at the moment.
Excellent line from Jaden Seals with enough swing away from the bat. Well controlled in the end. Soft hands from Chandimal, kept it down. But quite a few of the boundaries today, this morning, haven't been ones where the batters have been in total control. But that is the nature of Test cricket. First morning, there is usually a little bit of a getting used to regarding conditions, the weather, the temperature, the surface, the nature of the ball that will change over the course of 20 to 30 overs between start of play and lunch. This partnership between Chandimal and Dhananjaya, the two most senior batters in the middle, now worth 30. Still scoring at a good clip, 72 for 3. It's pretty much 4 runs and over, so it's not been pedestrian. They've been able to put their hands through the ball when they've been given width or length. But the West Indies would love to sneak one more at least before lunch.
And Jaden Seals would want to put his name on that tally, just 5 wickets away from getting to 100 and to become the fastest West Indian to 100 if he manages it inside of just over 100 more deliveries, less than that now. Our colleague Ian Bishop reached his 100th Test wicket in 4,468 balls. Five runs from that over, 72 for 3. Chandimal in a pivotal number 3 position. He's holding this batting lineup together. We've seen the dismissal of a couple of his colleagues. Came in when Nisanka went quite early in the first over of the innings. Another first over dismissal for Kemar Roach. Shamar Joseph continues. Errant and punished. Really well played by Dhananjaya, the captain. Worked that one quite effortlessly for 4.
Not a good start to this over from Shamar Joseph. A free hit going down leg, and Dhananjaya saying thank you very much. Just clipping it behind square. No chance for the man at fine leg. Perhaps indicating he didn't have his wrist in the position he would have wanted it behind the ball. But you can't stress the importance of this particular partnership to Sri Lanka, Sammy. Between them, 28 Test hundreds between them, 16 for Chandimal and 12 for the captain, Dhananjaya. And the West Indies also will be conscious of trying to break this before the lunch interval. This partnership, both teams know, represents probably one that could heavily impact the current Test match.
Yeah, I spoke to Dhananjaya at the toss, and he reminded everyone of the infrequent opportunities to play Test match cricket. It's been exactly 12 months since they last played Test match cricket. And the minimum number of Test matches per year is what they have in this cycle. So every opportunity that they get, and players like him who are considered red ball format specialists, they must make it count. What a delivery. Because the opportunities, Jimmy and viewers, are so few and far between. And it also has an impact on your preparation, on your mental state. When you know that you have so few opportunities, sometimes you put additional pressure on yourself.
It is a sign of the times we're in, where some of the lesser or the weaker test-playing nations struggle, certainly from a financial and a commercial point, to make red ball cricket viable, and therefore it becomes one of the lesser played formats. And then to compete in a test championship with some of the stronger countries who have a healthy diet of test cricket on an annual basis.
It can be an unforgiving format if you're a specialist test match batter, especially for the batters. Leading edge falls safely and gets a fortuitous boundary. So bookends the over with a couple boundaries. Dhananjaya, 80 for 3. Partnership with 38 at the moment between these two. Still a long, long way to go. The last ball of the previous over being turned around, looking to go leg side, the ball fleeing away backward of point, not in control. You're just turning the face of the bat a little bit too early, Dhananjaya. Dinesh Chandimal replaced Ravinder De Silva on the list of highest test run scorers for Sri Lanka. So he's now moved into 6th position on that all-time list. Kumar Sangakkara, Mahela Jayawardena, Angelo Pereira. Angela Matthews, beg your pardon. That's another leading edge. Dimut Karunaratne and Sanat Jayasuriya ahead of him. So he's continuing to climb that ladder, Dinesh Chandimal.
Another case of Sri Lankan batsmen closing that bat face a fraction too early on the surface. Leading edge popping up. And frustratingly for the West Indian bowlers, not going to hand. There have been quite a few of those leading edges this morning. And the response from Jaden Seals going a little bit too straight on that occasion, not getting any swing. And an easy clip down to fine leg. for Chandimal. From a West Indian point of view, it has been a bit frustrating. They haven't bowled badly, the West Indies. But when you combine the odd freebie like that one down the leg and the few leading edges that they've had, they would probably be thinking things could have been a little bit different.
You're right, a couple boundaries in the last over, one in this over. Due to errant line and leading edges, so fortuitous on some occasions, and then some free hits on others. That has allowed Sri Lanka to move to 84 inside the first session of the first day, albeit for the loss of 3 wickets. Can the West Indies prize one more scalp? Yeah, that would be another boundary, just like the last over. A couple then, and a couple more now. 88 for 3.
Some pressure, man. Come on. Turn. They're still complaining your end. The people who are sitting around you, they're always moving. They are complaining. Please.
White ball captain Kushal Mendes slated to come in next. Yeah, very much in control of this one. Dinesh Chandimal, the width and the length. And all along the carpet for 4. So sometimes he's deliberate in trying to go over the top. And at other times he's looking to go all along the ground. Change in bowling from this end. Kemar Roach into the attack. Straight away some inward movement.
Scoring at a steady clip, 88 for 3 in 20 overs. But you wouldn't say it's been a case of the Sri Lankans being fluent, but they've been effective. They've kept the good ones out. Thick inside edge there from Chandimal. But they've been looking to score. They've remained positive. There's been an intent. And when they've had the opportunity to put their hands through the ball, they've been more than up to it. Just under 10 minutes now to the close, and both the captain Dhananjaya and Chandimal would be aware of this and would now be thinking that the priority is to get into the break without losing another wicket.
You're going past 6,400 runs now, Dinesh Chandimal. I'm just mentioning that list, that elite list that he joins. Sanat Jayasuriya ahead of him. Dimut Karunaratne, Angelo Matthews, Mahela Jayawardene, Kumar Sangakkar with over 12,000 runs himself. These two would know the importance of this partnership and what they need to do. You'll understand as well, the longer they stay out there, the easier things become. Post-lunch session and then that final session is usually when runs come a little bit more freely. Value of staying out there in the middle. You mentioned, Jimmy, just a few minutes away from that luncheon interval.
The 21st over of the game. First attempted bouncer from the West Indies, coming from Kemar Roach.
Overball.
91 for 3. Partnership unbroken on 49 at the moment. Still 2 slips and a gully, still searching for another on the West Indies. Seals continues. And now we're seeing the employment of that short ball. I haven't seen it too often in this first innings to date.
There'll be a slew of former West Indian fast bowlers who might be watching this thinking how things have changed from how things were in the past. Definitely a part of any fast bowler's armory, that short pitch delivery. And that's good bowling. You follow up a good bouncer with the absolutely perfect length. Bounced a little bit more than the captain Dhananjaya would have expected, and seems to have maybe bowlers like Curtly Ambrose, if we look at that delivery, just hitting a little bit higher up on the bat than the captain would have expected, inside onto his thigh. So he's in a little bit of pain, a little bit of discomfort.
But also a little bit of game awareness, knowing that they're just a few minutes away from that luncheon interval, so taking some time out of the contest, getting some treatment, maybe just trying to ensure that there is 1 over at max after this one. All of that part of the strategies in Test match cricket. And let's reflect on the wicket's first over of the contest. Namru Jangu taking the catch, and then this over produced a couple. Zari Joseph smacked for 4 first delivery, and what a response. Kamendu Mendes' first delivery gone. A remarkable Test career and average to date, but nothing to add to the tally today. Gone for a first bowler. Madushka was LBW for 23. Nisanka gone cheaply, and it was left to Chandimal and Dhananjaya, whose partnership has yielded 49 runs. Chandimal and Madushka had a partnership of 40, this one with 49. They need to find a 100-run plus partnership somewhere. Get up to 250 if they can. Bowling for the West Indies, Roach with 1, Azari with a couple. Nothing yet for Seals or Shamar Joseph. As a reminder, earlier today, Ruston Chase won the toss and he said, I want to exploit the conditions, so I'll insert Sri Lanka. Over it on the slower side, just the 21.2 overs bowled inside the first session. We're just a few minutes away from the end of session 1. Remember, there's a penalty attached to slow over it. England suffered the consequences of that quite recently. Ruston Chase might have to bowl some spin later on to make up some lost time, but for now, they're hunting another wicket. And Jimmy, you were mentioning some slew of fast bowlers of times gone by who would be looking at this and wondering where the short balls were. We saw Sir Andy Roberts, whose name adorns the stadium, Sir Curtly Ambrose from the opposite end. And some of the great fast bowlers of times gone by. This quartet, Kemar Roach is up there in that echelon. This young man, Jayden Seales, no doubt, by the time he ends his career, should be up there as well.
Yeah, I just think that the short ball becomes part of the string that you put together to build pressure. You really want to put just a fraction of an element of doubt into a batsman's mind, and showing them a good bouncer every now and again can make the difference between a batsman being willing to commit fully onto the front foot and maybe being just that little bit hesitant. And we're talking about fractions here at this level, but that's all you need. And so I am showing my colors here. I am from the school where I do think that it needs to be a part of your string. It just comes down to how you put that string together. If you're stock ball like Jayden Seales here, is you're a waist swinger, that's fine. But what you don't want is batters feeling the freedom or enjoying the freedom of coming forward to most of your deliveries and enabling them to handle the swing, as opposed to maybe being a little bit more hesitant, and that hesitancy being the difference between them being tentative and not.
Yeah, the construction of an over, construction of a spell. What's your plan to get the wicket? Jayden Seales going wider on the crease on that occasion, trying to angle the ball back in. Has been working assiduously on his skill. Jayden Seales has spent some time across in the UK, played the first class season here in the West Indies. Really committed to the cause, part of the Trinidad and Tobago unit that won the regional first class title for the first time this year in some 20 years. Joshua De Silva, the captain, who has now made a return to the team. Amir Jangu, who's in the playing 11, part of that team. Anderson Phillip is also in this West Indies squad, part of that championship winning team. Will challenge the boundary, and based on the way Kemar Roach is chasing, it will win that particular race. 50 partnership comes up between these two, and a confident way to end the over. 95 for 3. And it seems as though that just might be the last bit of action for the first session of the first day. All along the ground, always difficult to recover when it's going downhill in that direction. So a few boundaries to Jayden Seales, or off Jayden Seales rather, in his last couple overs. And this partnership sort of restoring parity in the contest after the first session. West Indies were on top when they picked up those 3 wickets for just 42 on the board. This partnership of 53 bringing Sri Lanka back. Maybe even Stevens, maybe in favor of the West Indies slightly. And wonderful overhead shots of this magnificent stadium, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua. And this is how things currently stand. Nisanka, Madushka and Kamindu Mendis, the batters dismissed. Chandimal unbeaten on 40 and Dhananjaya unbeaten on 25. The 2 mainstays so far for Sri Lanka. And for the West Indies, as we look at the partnerships here, that partnership unbeaten 53 and 40 between Chandimal and Madushka.
Successful Zari Joseph, 2 wickets in his first over, a wicket for Kimar Roach. Nothing yet for Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph, just the 3 wickets to fall.
Let's head pitch side with Gerard.
Amir, thanks for joining us. 95 for 3 after the first session. How much on par was that score when it comes to what the team targeted?
Yeah, I think we got the wickets that we wanted. Obviously, probably looking for the wickets there, got them some scoring opportunities, and they were batting pretty aggressively. So maybe 20 runs a bit too much, but we got the wickets that we wanted.
Talk me through that catch. How much did it set the tone for this morning's session?
Yeah. Before, when we were warming up, I did some bat drills with our coach, so I know that was the plan going forward. So it was all about trying to get my reflexes on point, and luckily it stuck.
And how satisfied are you with how the bowlers are going so far? We've only seen the Pacers and got a couple of wickets for Azari, but how much would you assess how good they've been using the conditions on offer?
Yeah, as I said, that we wanted those 3 wickets and we got them in this first session. So I think it's all about reassessing now. I think the wicket's getting a bit better because there was a change of ball as well. So I think that's making a difference. So all about reassessing now and going forward into the second session to see what areas we have to be hitting.
And of course, during this break, Sri Lanka, they will reassess how they approach this innings. What will the West Indies need to do to ensure that they stay on par?
Yeah, I think it's all about building some pressure as well. As I said, the ball probably isn't doing as much, but I think it's all about reassessing and knowing what lengths we have to hit going forward. I think once we build pressure, build some dot balls, and then the opportunities will come.
Thanks, Amir.
Thank you.
Yeah, Amir Jangu talking about the plans for session 2, which will be coming up quite shortly. 22 overs bowled in session 1, 3 for 95 is what transpired. And we'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have some analysis of that first session.
The sun continues to bathe us here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. And we've seen 22 overs in that first session of day one of this first test match. A reminder that the West Indies won the toss, elected to bowl first, and Sri Lanka, they ended that session on 95 for 3. Dinesh Chandimal, the senior statesman, unbeaten on 40, and their skipper, Dhananjaya de Silva, unbeaten on 25. In terms of the West Indies bowling, Kemar Roach once again struck early in that first over, the 12th time that he's done it in Test match cricket. And that 10th over by Alzarri Joseph produced 2 very important wickets for the West Indies. So as this Test match continues, we'll try to unpack things alongside me. Stacyan Adams, Marley Richards will take us through what we saw in that first session. That partnership with Chandimal and De Silva, very, very crucial for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, very important. The fact that they lost those 2 big wickets in that 1 over. Kamindu Mendes, we know of his run. But the skipper, standing firm, along with Chandimal, who has been brilliant, I think, in this match so far with bat in hand. I think that partnership is crucial for West Indies to break after the break.
And Mali, what impressed you about that innings in particular by Dinesh Chandimal?
Well, he's the class batter in the Sri Lankan batting lineup, Dinesh Chandimal, the most experienced. He's played in a multitude of conditions around the world, and you saw him bring that nous to his batting innings here today. The way he just kept out the good balls, but kept the positive intent, looking to score, that was a hallmark of his innings, and he'll look to continue the same after this interval.
Well, Sri Lankans will be proud of his effort because in this innings he went past Arvinda De Silva in terms of his tally of test runs by a Sri Lankan. 6 now on the all-time list. And as we look at the highlights of this session, Stacyan, that first wicket of Pathum Nissanka, how would you describe it?
Yeah, of course, Kemar Roach continuing and having that effect in that first over. Really good catch, I think. Good fielding so far from West Indies, apart from that drop catch, of course. But I think they did well in the field to back things up. And then Alzarri Joseph coming through with those 2 wickets as well.
Yeah, those 2 wickets by Alzarri Joseph. Did you have that concern, Mali, for Alzarri coming back into red ball cricket after a little bit of a hiatus?
Oh yeah, definitely, especially with him missing parts of that white ball tour versus Sri Lanka. But he's back. He had a fitness test this morning, but he came through his paces, and those 2 wickets, massive in the context of things. Maybe slightly expensive by his standards, but nonetheless, those 2 wickets have gone a long way in maybe just having the West Indies slightly ahead at this stage of the match.
Yeah, Kamindu Mendes' wicket was a very important one because he's shown very good form early in his test career. But with those 3 wickets, in comes that captain, Dhananjaya de Silva, and they were able to steady things, consolidate a bit, and then really flourish with their partnership, one that went over 50, and the run rate for Sri Lanka going over 4, importantly, Stacyan.
Yeah. I think Chandimal, he brought that sort of intent very early in his innings. Anything wide, he's throwing his hands at it. I think one of the important things, though, is that he's brought that mix of intent and being watchful as well, being still measurable at the wicket. And I think that's one of the standout things in this innings, why he has done so well so far.
Yeah, indeed. He will want to push that innings further. He's already scored 16 Test match centuries. Such a very healthy record against the West Indies too. And if we just switch to the bowling, although the West Indies picked up 3 wickets, Mali, what could they have done better?
Well, for me, just a few too many boundary bars. We spoke about that positive intent from the majority of the Sri Lankan batters. It seemed like they had that plan prior to coming out. Anything outside the line of the stumps, they're going to go hard at. And so far, the West Indies have just been a little short at times. And on this pitch, in these conditions, that's where we find scoring a little easier.
It's something that Darren Sammy will think about in that post-lunch session. Marley Richards had the chance to assess the pitch before the start of the day's play. Stacyan Adams, did it play to expectation or you expected something differently?
Well, I had, apart from his assessment, I had a conversation with Jimmy Adams. We know He spent 6 years here, and one of the things that he said is that he felt like the pitch is a bit flat, and if you get in on the surface, there's runs to be had. So I didn't see a lot of lateral movement, not a lot of swing, but when you bowl in consistently good areas, you get something from it. So I think that's the important thing for West Indies. Mali said it, not being too short and just finding that 6 to 8 meter length. Yeah.
Right, we'll just revisit that important partnership of 53 between Chandimal and De Silva. Again, experience coming to the fore, you can say, Mali, on that occasion.
Yeah, just showing solid bases at the stumps. Both batters not looking to overhit, not getting outside of their remit, not looking for runs that aren't there. They're just playing what the bowlers gave to them. And so far, with that positive intent in this partnership, it's worked. But you expect that from these experienced players.
Yeah, interesting thoughts. I really like the way that Dinesh Chandimal balanced his defense with attack. Sometimes players don't seem to find that equilibrium early in the innings, but he did so. We want to shift now to Kemar Roach and his importance in this West Indian side. We spoke about him picking up a wicket in the first over of a test match on 12 occasions this time around when he got Nisanka. What impressed you about him, Malik?
Well, for me, Kemar Roach, vastly experienced. He's been playing a lot of county cricket recently, and what you've seen is how he's gone about his bowling, that fuller length, maybe similar to the pitches that you get in England. But here in the West Indies, on this pitch with a bit of extra grass, he's full. We've seen that extravagant movement in. We haven't seen him to the left-handers yet. He's an expert bowler to the left-handers, going around and taking it away. But so far, he's been just as advertised.
One of the blemishes in that session, Stacey and Adams, was that drop chance by Joshua De Silva off the bowling of Jaden Seals. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he didn't get up enough. That was clear. You look at the way he went to that catch. One of his foot was still on the ground, and that's a clear indication that he could have done a lot more to get up and get that ball into his hand and let it settle. Unfortunately, just a parry over as well. And Mali mentioned something about the goalkeepers. You want to be able to get up as high as possible. The reaction from the lady there as well, quite comedic.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph will think that he's had a dream return to Test match cricket. That 10th over, maybe a bit of credit to Roston Chase, the captain, and the timing of his introduction, because he picked up 2 wickets, Mali.
Oh yeah, and he was on a hat-trick, wasn't he? He removed the prolific Kamindu Mendes. The first one was Madushka, but then Mendes with that fuller delivery once again in that area. Yeah, he's in front of his home crowd here today. His son's here as part of that primary school unit, and his brother's working on the boundary boards as well. So he's doing it in front of his home crowd, in front of his family, and as you said, timely introduction into the attack.
Good smart catch too by John Campbell in that first slip position. Sometimes we tend to not give priority to the support that bowlers require to be successful. So again, the West Indies will feel pleased that they've picked up 3 wickets in this first session. We've been talking a lot about these two teams and what they've produced in Test match cricket over the years. This journey started way back in 1997 when it was Courtney Walsh with Arjuna Ranatunga, both captains, that started the Test match journey between these two sides. We have a real classic in store for you when the West Indies played Sri Lanka back in that 2018 series. Take a look.
Welcome to the highlights of the opening day's play in this first test of the Cricket West Indies International Series between Sri Lanka and the Windies. The Queen's Park Oval pitch had a fair amount of grass on it at the start of play on day 1 and promised to offer a little bit for the seam bowlers in that first session. The toss was won by the Windies captain Jason Holder, and he elected to bat first.
A very good morning to everyone joining us from a beautiful Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad. A good morning wherever you are, and a wonderful evening to our Sri Lankan friends. It's about 30 minutes past 7 o'clock in the evening, and an important series for both the teams. It's going to be the first ball of the Test match. He's Lakmal. He's Straight away gets that a bit of shape. This time, that's an edge. Very well caught. And the Sri Lankans have struck first blood and quite early.
Wicket number 103 for Lakmal in Test cricket. He set it up nicely. Asked the questions in previous deliveries. This one a little bit wider.
Just a bit uppish, but he's going to get runs. Might be 4 of them. It is. I don't think he was in control of it. That's a good-looking shot. Pitched up. And the first real authentic shot, possibly the best shot so far.
This is too straight for that field.
Will be a boundary. Nicely worked behind square leg. Good wrist, using the pace of the ball.
Gone for it. A little bit of room outside the off stump. No third man in position. That 3 slips all right.
Well played. Got the shortness of length and he was quickly on to it. Oh, is that gone? Is that gone? Smith looks to be in a continuing motion towards the pavilion.
Yeah, okay, I'm ready to load my decision. Could you load out, please? Out.
And that's the decision for you.
Has brought Shea Hope to the crease. Nice, very nice. Straight bat, good contact, and a wonderful result for Karen Powell. Another boundary to him. Nice shot. He was quick to pounce on this short delivery. Hit it in front of square. Takes him to 1,000 runs in Test cricket. Nice shot. Quick to pounce on it. Just going to the boundary line. Back foot punch. Nice shot. Had a lot of time on this shot. Shea Hope picked up the length early and executed well. Very nice. Over pitch delivery. Didn't try to hit it too hard. He opened the blade and gets the result.
Oh, done him. Done him. Good pace. Went for the Yorker.
Might just have swung in a touch, straightened just a little bit. And that drew the inside edge, I think inside edge, onto stumps.
And Roston Chase is the new batsman. Driven. That's a friendly delivery. Well, this is what Ian Bishop have been talking about. You'll expect that. That's a good pull shot. Shea Hope has been good with that shot. He's had plenty of time. It's 91 for 3. That's through. To race away to the boundary. It's 99 for 3, and that concludes the morning session. It's been a good session.
At lunch, Sri Lanka may just have edged things with the Windies 99 for 3, losing Brathwaite and Smith cheaply. Powell made 38. Shea Hope was still there on 29 alongside Roston Chase, who was just getting going. Finger goes up, and he goes for the review straight away. Does he feel that he inside edged it? Or does he feel that he got outside off? He did not hesitate.
Okay, yeah, Richard, ultra edge is picking up an inside edge. I need to change your decision. You're on the screen now.
Glorious. This is, to me, the captivating part of this session.
Gets a hint of movement, worked away through mid-on. That will be the fielder. Very good timing, played it with the movement.
reaching for it. And that cover did get his hand to it, but couldn't stop it. It was early days, but this is played well. Again, that late movement, full and wide.
Oh, is that gloved? Is it gloved? Yes, aggression! This time, Hope doesn't have any reprieve.
Shane Dowich comes to the crease. 19 matches to his name. Nice shot. Roston Chase.
Oh, he's gone. What a fine catch. What a tremendous catch that. Great reflex action catch by Angelo Matthews. The ball was traveling. That ball was traveling.
Probably should have been on the front foot. Chase a little too close to the body and it flew to the slips. Just saying he was not in the game. But he's... wouldn't have expected to be out there so early in the game. Oh, lovely shot. The 12th. It's a fantastic shot through the onside. Strong defensive shot. Ends the over. And umpire Richard Kettleborough knocks off the bails.
Given by the birthday boy. Alim Dar thinks this one is going to hit.
That came back in. Surprised holder.
Gone to the field, I've got a decision to make. Alim, there's an inside edge just caught on the screen. I need you to reverse your decision to not out, from out to not out, please.
Second scoring shot for Shane Dowich.
Nicely driven. They're running their first run hard, but no need to run because the timing is perfect. That's the first real shot of aggression for a very long time from Dowich. Put pressure for two, maybe even get a boundary. Yes.
Oh, dropped it. Almost on the money. Too simple to have gone down.
Treated with a boundary. Lairugama get change of ends.
And sometimes he gets that drift. Lovely shot. Dorritz is starting to flow more so in the last 25 minutes.
Nice shot. He's been there for a long time, so he's seen it quite well. Dowich, wonderful shot. Edged and put down. For a moment you felt that it was taken.
Caught behind, big appeal. Well, he's gone straight away. Dicavella has gone up for a referral straight away.
Yeah, okay, I need to go back on field, please. Alim, ultra edge has been shown, is an outside edge.
Oh, well bowled, very well bowled. Beautifully set up. So Bishu survives, the West Indies survive. It's 246 for 6 at stumps. And the West Indies will be well pleased with their first day's work.
Close of play saw the West Indies at 246 for 6, only losing the solitary wicket in that final session, which meant that they probably just shaved the balance of power on this opening day's play. 46 not out to Shane Dowich. Very, very important innings in that partnership with Holder and Devendra Bishu there with him. Again, it was the young man, the 21-year-old Lahiru Kumara, who stood out heads and shoulders above the rest. 3 wickets to him, a young player with a bright future for Sri Lanka.
I thoroughly enjoyed those visuals of that test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka back in 2018. I'll let you know that the West Indies went on to win that test match, and then Sri Lanka roared back in the series and leveled it. Now, I must confess that Test match cricket is my thing. I really love the way that ball and bat competes fiercely. I also like the cerebral part of this format of the game. We had a chance to catch up with a few West Indian players who gave their take on this format.
For me, the sound of Test cricket is that moment where the fast bowler jumps and hits the turf, where you get that kind of...
Oh boy, that's sweet Nick.
Once you get that opportunity to pull or drive or cut, there's nothing better. Once you get that song, I think that's probably one of the sweetest songs you can get.
When you bowl that good ball and it passes the bat, you hear the keeper, the slips, and everyone goes up cheering you on. That for me is like the pinnacle sound of Test cricket as a fast bowler for me. Yeah.
It's one thing for people to sit on the TV and look at you in England or New Zealand or South Africa or wherever, but when they're in the stands and they're looking at you live and direct, you want to be able to, bring that same performance right in front of them. It may not always come to fruition, but that is definitely the aim. So, you want to give something to your own people to enjoy, and that's something that I'm looking forward to. I know everyone is looking forward to that, so it's going to be a good series.
They're very well-rounded. Sri Lanka is a good team. Obviously, we've had some good battles with them in the last couple of years. It was a tied series, I believe. The pitches were good for batting and everything, but yeah, always they have good fast bowling, good spinners, and they have some good batsmen as well. Very well-rounded, and I think it'll be a good contest. The way we're shaping up, I think we're a little bit ahead of them, but just being biased. But yeah, it's going to be a good contest. I really look forward to the challenge and the banter that has to come. I like Test cricket because I like the grind of it. I think winning the one-day game, I've played on Test cricket, but when you get a Test win, it's a different feeling. Because you've worked over the last 3, 4, 5 days. You've worked really hard. So you have to play cricket in 2 halves. So you can have a good half and then a bad half and lose the game.
We have the skill, we have the talent, we have the drive, we have the hunger. We have a complete package, but it's just the ability to do it for long periods. Bowlers are in a good spell and keep going for long. The batsmen are in, dragging on for long periods. So I think that once we can compete at high intensity for long periods, I have no doubt that we could come out on top.
Refreshing views from those West Indian players. Mali Richards, how do we preserve this format of the game?
Well, I mean, that's a big question for me, but I grew up in a household where Test cricket was king. And it's the purest form of the game. In this part of the world, the popularity has just dwindled slightly, but for me, Test cricket is still king around the globe. We've seen different boards, maybe the West Indies Cricket Board, come up with different measures to try and attract players or fans to the Test cricket game, but for me, personally, it's still king.
Yeah, just remind our viewers that Mali Richards is the son of the great Sir Vivian Richards, if you didn't know. Now, Stacey and Adams, this is a global issue. How do you see these challenges with Test match cricket?
Yeah, I mean, we speak about the lack of opportunities for teams like West Indies, Sri Lanka in this format. Perhaps it's a capitalist issue, more so because in this part of the world, you don't really get the stands packed. And it's just about finding a way to get people interested in cricket again so that we can deal with the issues of finances, because I think personally that's where a lot of the issues lie. Yeah,
so many things to consider, so many things to think about. At the moment, we're in the lunch interval on day one of this first test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Mali, projections for that next session, quickly.
Well, so far, I think West Indies maybe just slightly edge it with those 3 wickets, but the way the Sri Lankans have gone about it, especially with this partnership, 52 between Chandimal and Dhananjaya, the experienced players, you expect them to do the bulk of the batting going forward. I think it's an exciting session of Test cricket after this luncheon break, a fine contest between bat and ball.
And I'm going to put Stacey Ann on the spot here. That last session, going to which team, or is it shared?
I think shared, because Chandimal, he's there, he looms as key. He's batting really well. But West Indies will think they're 1 wicket or 2 away early in the next session to breaking apart the Sri Lankans batting lineup. But for now, because Chandimal is there, it looms as a bit as if it's shared. Yeah.
Well, interesting thoughts from Mali Richards, Stacey Ann Adams. Thank you very much for your insights. At the moment, Sri Lanka, they're poised on 95 for 3, and we look forward to that post-lunch session. More action on the other side of this break.
So we're back here in Antigua for the start of the second session of the first test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka having lost the toss this morning and been inserted by the West Indies. 3 wickets down for 95 in just 22 overs. Nisanka And Kamindo not doing much, 2-0. Madushka a quick 23. But it is a partnership, current partnership between Chandimal and the captain Dhananjaya that is now worth 53. Has brought them. Look at some of the highlights from this morning. The Sri Lankans not averse to putting away loose deliveries when they got it. This is the current partnership, the 4th wicket partnership, now worth 53. Chandimal driving lovely through the covers on a couple of occasions off Jaden Seals. And he and his captain will be looking to build on this in this post-lunch session. The bowling so far, Roach in his first over got a wicket, and then Alzari in his first over, 2 wickets, and that tells the story. None for Seals, none for Shamar Joseph. 95 for 3 after 22. We're here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound, Antigua, named after the great man. Grew up watching him as a young boy. He inspired a generation of cricketers, not just in the Caribbean, but all around the world. For his audacious batting style, his aggressive approach. And there we see the statue of the great man just outside the front of the ground here in Antigua. Man who has contributed so much to this small island of Antigua, population of just over 100,000, as we watch the players making their way now back to the middle. Sri Lanka through their captain Dhananjaya, the Silva, who's on 25. Chandimal, former captain, on 40, looking to continue their repair job after losing 3 wickets this morning. Chandimal, as we see, on 40 from 55. Captain Dhananjaya de Silva. Both of them looking for any scoring opportunities here, and the West Indies attack will now be picked up by Kimar Roach, who started proceedings this morning and got a wicket in his first over. And they'll be looking for similar success here to begin the second session. Wicket still a touch slower than it can be. It will probably, in this Caribbean sun that has baked it all morning, be a little bit quicker in the post-lunch session going through until close of play this evening. Conditions for batting favourable and probably getting better as the day goes on. Joined here in the commentary box with my namesake, Stacey Ann. Good to have you here, Stacey. And just if you want to expand a little bit on how you saw play ending in the last session and what you think the West Indies will be trying to do in this session coming up.
Hello, Jimmy, and hello to everyone. Certainly, Sri Lanka would have been buoyed by that partnership between Chandimal and skipper De Silva. West Indies, of course, will be looking to get a breakthrough very early in this session.
A little bit of width offered by Kimar Roach, primarily coming into the right-handers on that occasion. It went straight on and afforded Chandimal the opportunity to extend his arms and cut it square of the wicket. Didn't time it that well. Hasn't been a fluent Chandimal this innings, but he's been effective.
Easy. Green Roachy. Ain't doing that, Ross. Come back over.
Kimar Roach, who had strengthened his onside field, making it very clear that he's ready now to revert back to an orthodox or a more orthodox field for a line just outside off stump. Ruston Chase coming back over from square leg into backward point. So 2 slips catching. A ring of 3 on the offside, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, and a fine leg. The wicket not really holding any terrors since play started this morning. Stacey.
Yeah, certainly not. And you're able to make shots, make your shots on the surface quite well. We've seen that the way Chandimal has executed. Yeah, a good bit of field in there. Apart from that drop catch, I will say West Indies have been good in the field. But yeah, certainly it's a pitch where it can present opportunities for you to score big. Oh, it's a drop catch. Yeah, we're just talking about the fielding of West Indies. And the Silvas put down another one. And it's the end of the 23rd as well, 99 for 3.
So, chance created, chance spilled by the West Indies. Kemar Roach inducing the edge. The danger man Chandimal nicking it to the right of the Silva, despairing dive, and not managing to hold on to it, palming it down and showing his despair, Joshua De Silva. So it hasn't been the greatest of comebacks for the young wicketkeeper. Shamar Joseph picking it up now from the Sir Andy Roberts end. But just what the West Indies would have wanted, that early breakthrough, that 4th wicket, breaking the partnership of the 2 most senior Sri Lankan batters in this middle order. They're going to have to pick themselves up. They're going to have to go again. Swinging it in, but not swinging as much as Chandimal would have thought. And just not able to hold on to it.
Yeah, I like that frame as well from Jaden Seals, just telling him, just pick yourself up, it's okay. You'll get the next one, perhaps. Yeah, we're just talking about the surface and the fact that if you get set and get locked in, there are runs to be had on it. So taking every opportunity is key.
+10,000 test runs between these two at the wicket. Dinesh Chandimal earlier going past Aravinda De Silva as number 6 on the all-time list of Sri Lankan test scorers. Over 6,000 runs. His captain De Silva just over 4,100 test runs. So 2 batsmen who know individually and as a pair how to bat for long periods. Excellently guided down by Chandimal. Always on top of it. Bit of room from Shamar Joseph. Chandimal keeping his hands high, rolling his wrist down, guiding it perfectly between slip and gully. always in control.
Yeah, he's played really well in that region so far in this test match. Saw him play one earlier where he intentionally elevated it over the slip. That time got on top of the bunks nicely and just guiding it in the vacant area in the slip region. Quite decisive in what he's doing out there, Chandimal.
Cut and cut well. Had enough room for what looks to be one of his favorite shots to bring up his half century. Chandimal moves to 52 in imperious manner. He looks to be in a really good touch here in Antigua.
Yeah, experience coming to the fore. Chandimal, back-to-back boundaries. Shamar Joseph just changing ends so far has offered up a bit of width to the batters. Chandimal is cashing in on that quite well today. Yeah, just raises his bat, his teammates acknowledging him. You know how important a knock this is.
Having scored at least a 50 in 10 of his previous 12 test matches, this is his 35th half century in test cricket to go along with his 1600s and his third score of 50 versus the West Indies. And West Indies 109 for 3. Chandimal on both previous occasions when he has gone past 50 versus the West Indies has gone on to score 100. Wanting to benefit from the chance just received from the West Indies being dropped behind in the previous over from Kemar Roach.
He has been consistently good, Chandimal, in this innings so far. And when you look at his record against West Indies, he has an average close to 50. And what's more than that is that he has an average of close to 50 in the West Indies. So you think about some of the players around the world who's very good in their conditions, and then they travel out of their home conditions and doesn't really do too well, even if it's the same opposition. But he has managed to maintain an average of close to 50 when playing West Indies, no matter the conditions. Such an important figure. And certainly lubes a ski. Chandimal already notching up a half century. His teammates will be hoping that he can convert it into a big one.
Been a good response from Kemar Roach, having to look past the disappointment of the previous over.
still primarily coming back into both right-handers. Has his protection on the leg side, fine leg and a deep backward square. But this wicket not really offering anything sideways in terms of seam movement. It's all been through the air from the West Indian bowlers. And a quiet end to the 25th over. It's 110 for 3. Partnership between captain and senior player now worth 68 from 93 deliveries. West Indies searching for that 4th wicket, came close in the first over after the break. Kemar Roach, the man who managed to get the edge of Chandimal, we see him leaving the field there. So we'll have to follow up on that one. But it's to be Shamar Joseph to continue. Bowl him, and he's bowled him neck and crop. So it hasn't been too inexpensive a miss for the West Indies. Chandimal going completely bowled neck and crop by Shamar Joseph, quick through the air, and Sri Lanka lose their 4th.
You speak about how much repeatability is key in Test cricket or any format of the game. Shamar Joseph is just a bit too short and wide in his comeback over, and this time he's back on that length fuller. Perhaps beaten for pace there. Chandimal looking to play this one down the ground. They're happy. A very important wicket for West Indies. Chandimal has to go back for a well-played 54. Sri Lanka 110 for 4.
So a breakthrough for the West Indies right after the interval brings Kusal Mendes to the wicket. Experienced campaign of 74 tests, 4,700 test runs. As we look at Shamar Joseph, full and maybe a hint of in-swing, and Chandimal playing all around that one. Always tends to have a little bit of a gap between bat and pad, and Shamar Joseph quick enough to get through, and the look of relief from wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. Thank you so much, Shamar Joseph. You've spared me a few blushes.
I don't know which cameraman got that walk, but that was wonderful walk. Like, you see how much he's breathing that sigh of relief after that drop catch.
Yeah, just a little bit of a gap. He has an open stance, bat coming a little bit from second slip and leaving that gate open, and that was enough. That was enough for somebody of Shamar Joseph's pace and skill set. Hint of in-swing, not too much, but enough to make sure that contact was made firmly with that off stump.
No!
So another repair job to be begun here with the Sri Lankan batting lineup. Kusal, who is the captain of the white ball formats, Kusal Mendes batting with his red ball captain, Dhananjaya De Silva. Joseph bowling with 2 slips and a gully. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, squarish mid-wicket and a fine leg. Pretty standard. And really having to bowl tight lines on a wicket that really doesn't allow for any misses in length or line. Edged and caught, 2 in and over for Shamar Joseph. Kusal Mendes being induced into a drive and into the safe hands of Justin Greaves at second slip. Sri Lanka lose a 5th.
Oh, how the game has turned. A second wicket now for Shamar Joseph. Kusal Mendes looking to drive this one through the offside. He'll advise as he's edged this one into the safe hands of Justin Greaves. Safe to say that Shamar Joseph has found his length on the surface. Kusal Mendes has to go back without troubling the scorers though. And Sri Lanka slip in for the trouble, 110 for 5.
So 5 wickets down now. Sri Lanka having lost 2 wickets in this Shamar Joseph over. Brilliant bit of bowling from the young man. Sonal Dinusha, second test match. Still to really make a mark for himself. But on a good surface here in Antigua, in good batting conditions. But with a West Indies fast bowling attack starting to see light at the end of the proverbial tunnel. Healthy first class average of 44.5, 18 first class hundreds, so he does know how to 1850s, sorry, 11 first class hundreds. 3 slips now on a gully for Shamar Joseph. A ball down the leg side, not troubling the new batsman. It's 110 for 5. So Sri Lanka in a bit of bother here, 110 for 5 in Antigua. This is the first test match of this series. 2 wickets going in the same over to Shamar Joseph. Chandimal bowled, neck and crop. Kusal Mendes caught at second slip. Change of bowling now, Justin Greaves.
Yeah, Shamar Joseph, that length again is key, just drawing him into that drive. Kusal Mendes just throwing his hands at it. Doing enough to get that edge. Comfortably taken in the end by Justin Greaves. But it just speaks to how important it is to repeat what has been working well for you. Shamar Joseph is bowling that fuller length. Bowling at fuller length at this Curtly Ambrose end. Started a bit shorter, got back on that length and has brought rewards for him.
Well, we saw Kemar Roach leaving the field, having just bowled a couple of overs after the break. Had a good start, induced that edge that was dropped, and then we saw him leave the field. We're still waiting on news to find out what the situation is with him. But he's been replaced from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end by Justin Greaves. First wicket. Chandimal bowled neck and crop. Second wicket. Flashing drive from Kusal Mendes, going straight to second slip, and a double strike that has really brought the West Indies back into this contest post-lunch. There's just something, Stacey, about Shamar Joseph. We could very flippantly say he has a magic arm. There is a lot of skill involved in what he does, and he's been doing it now since his career started. But what is it, do you think, about him that just leads to he consistently gets wickets?
Yeah, we've spoken about his skiddy nature. On the surface, I noticed that the two deliveries, one deviation in, other one just slightly outwards. So he's able to challenge the batters. Challenge the batters on both edges. So that's really important as well. Just so that there's no a lot of predictability from the batters in terms of what he's doing. And also, it's the big heart that he has. I noticed that he's just so passionate about everything that he does. He wants to come in and always pick up wickets for his team. So someone with such good mental preparation and such a good mental process, a strong desire to succeed is also something that sets him apart.
He's off and running. Dinusha. Justin Greaves just struggling a little bit with his line in this over. The previous delivery being wide, signaled by the umpire. Again, giving Dinusha the space outside his off stump. And on it in a flash. Cut it hard, cut it well, placed it well. And he's off and running. I will say, I also think a large part of Shamar Joseph's armory is his self-belief. There are some performers across various skills that they see themselves doing well, and I think he's one who definitely falls into that category. He genuinely believes that he will get wickets at any time. Better line to finish Justin Greaves' first over, the 27th. It's 116 for 5. A lot happening here post-lunch. Sri Lanka losing 2 wickets. There's been a drop catch. There have been a couple of boundaries. So a lot happening in a short space of time. Shamar Joseph continuing. Sri Lanka now really going to be relying on the captain, Dhananjaya De Silva, who's on 27, to start a rebuilding process with his young, inexperienced all-rounder Sunil Dinusha. 4 of the 5 wickets have come in 2-wicket batches. 2 in and over from Alzari Joseph in the first session, 2 in the previous over from Shamar Joseph. Coming back to Shamar, yes, as I was saying, I really believe that mindsets play a big role in performances, and having been fortunate enough to have spent a little bit of time around him in the last couple of years, he exudes that self-belief, and it's not arrogance, almost in a playful way. I think most of us, when we daydream good and bad. He only sees the positive. He only sees himself getting wickets, and he genuinely believes it. And I think this is transmitted through everything that he does.
Yeah, definitely, Jimmy. And a lot of the game that we play, sports in general, we talk about how much the mental skills is so important to everyone. And Shamar Joseph, I mean, when you look at him bowl, you get the sense that he's only thinking, how do I get wickets? He's not a bowler. He's not a containing bowler. He's not someone that the captain picked to contain an innings. He's asking you to pick up wickets. So he runs in every ball thinking, I want to get a wicket on this ball. Yeah, and again, keeping the stumps in play in this over. And I go back to that last T20 that they played against Sri Lanka. And one of the things that Darren Sammy said is, Shamar Joseph said to me, I'm going to get a wicket, 5 wickets in this match. And he did that. Unbelievable. It just shows the mindset that he has as a player.
Let no one think that we're saying that all of this happens at the expense of skill. He's a very skillful bowler. He has pace, genuine pace. He's skiddy, he's accurate, but he's a great positive mindset.
Yeah, and you, just to add to that, you think back to that test series in Australia where West Indies pulled off that victory. I remember he had a searing Yorker from Mitchell Stark, and he came back in that match and bowled West Indies to victory. So that speaks a lot to mindset, you know, being positive and always want to be in the action and win a game for your team.
Given width and taking advantage of Dhananjaya uppercutting the last delivery of the over for 4. It completes the 28th. Sri Lanka 120 for 5.
Justin Greaves to continue his second over here of this spell. Just been a little wayward in terms of his line, but it must be said, the West Indies have done very well picking up those 2 wickets post-lunch, as we see another Sri Lankan batsman presented with width and obliging. The game's interestingly poised at this stage. I'm joined now by Samuel Badri. Those 2 quick wickets post-lunch have really forged the West Indies ahead, from my opinion. Would you share that?
Hello, Mali. Hello, everyone. Yep, that double strike by Shamar Joseph has tilted the balance in the favor of the West Indies. But I still think that they'll be concerned about that run rate and the number of boundaries that are being scored. if they're able to just restrict that run flow and take wickets like they've done, then they'd be in a much stronger position. And the issue is that the boundaries are being scored of very loose deliveries, not necessarily good batting or playing shots of good deliveries and forcing the batters to score. It's loose deliveries, it's free runs, and that's the little concern for them, but 5 wickets down.
We've had the 2 blemishes by the wicketkeeper behind the stumps. We spoke at length about Joshua De Silva making his return to international cricket. That first one was a tough chance, but the second one at this level, those have to be taken. It was Kamar Roach on that occasion. It was Dinesh Chandimal, dropped on 44 at the time. In the end, only added another 10 runs or so. But he was positive, and you could tell with that strike rate, he was continuously looking to score. The West Indies have opted for the 4 pacers and the bowling, well, the batting all around it in Justin Graves. It'd be interesting to see how Chase rotates and marshals his bowlers. Obviously, he'll come into the attack at some point. Hopefully, he'll think, not today, with the way his pacers have been going. Much better over this from Graves. A maiden, 120 for 5. Looking like Dickinson Bay here in Antigua. Just one of the 365 beaches on offer. It's looking absolutely brilliant. Refreshing sea, blue skies. Bit of a postcard, really, here in Antigua. The Turner fam with their flags, Antigua and the West Indian flag, both Elaine and Lou. Mother and daughter taking in the action together. And mother and daughter here again, hopefully a young future West Indian women's player. Taking in this action at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Quite a picturesque ground. I expect a few more spectators to come into the stadium as the match progresses. Joseph opting for 2 slips and a gully. Cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Also a fine leg. Have a look at that. That was the first wicket for Alzari Joseph here today, that LBW. And this was Mendes going via the outside edge. Good catch by John Campbell at first slip. Chandimal done for a bit of pace by Shamar Joseph, and Kusha Mendes, a bit of a one-day stroke, limited over stroke, white ball stroke, if you must say. Just playing away from the body.
Yeah, what that demonstrated, Malian viewers, is that there is something in the surface, just enough for the bowlers to exploit. And the West Indians have done so to get those 5 wickets. Yeah, that's painful. There's no protection in that portion of the inner thigh. He has an inner thigh guard, but it misses where the padding is. And that would leave a mark. It would be sore for a bit. I don't know how much of treatment the physio can actually provide, but he's making his way out. Yeah, it'll sting for a bit. It's not something that is uncommon in this sport. There is padding. The thigh pad, the inner thigh pad, protection all around. But somehow, sometimes the ball manages to hit an area where there isn't any protection. Yeah, so what we've seen today is that we've seen some swing, we've seen some movement off the surface. That was a catch by Amir Django. Good reflexes, and then this Alzari Joseph over that produced a couple wickets. Coming to Mendes out first ball, sharp catch by John Campbell. And then after lunch, we had another double wicket strike. Shamal Joseph going through Chandimal, and then in the same over, another nought. First time that Kushal Mendes has scored 0 against the West Indies in some 5 test matches. Just tilting the balance of power in the favor of the West Indies. Dinusha, who is known for his all-round ability, only his 2nd test match, remember. So in the infancy of his career, known more for his left unorthodox bowling, but he has shown the capacity to score runs, important runs, down the order. Dhananjaya, though, his innings will be very, very important.
And it was Dinesh Chandimal. He was dropped on 44, but he did manage to pick up his 35th test half century here. 8 boundaries. And what was something that you saw from Dinesh Chandimal in that inning, Samuel?
I think it was the management of risk and also the ability to put a value to his wicket when he was given opportunities with loose deliveries. He went hard at them. He went with conviction and was able to register another half century. He'll be sorely disappointed that he couldn't go on a couple of wickets for the 2 Josephs.
Good run in there between this pair. They'll need to rotate the strike a lot more. Not allow these West Indian bowlers to just bowl at one batter. As he said, Dinusha just playing his 2nd test match. Must be feeling a lot of nerves, especially his 1st test match outside of Sri Lanka. Just 2 deliveries for Shamar Joseph here. He's saying Shamar currently has the best strike rate for any bowler with 50+ wickets in Test cricket history. That's not just for the West Indies, that's in Test cricket history. Tells you the impact this young man has made in his short career so far.
Yeah, just back on Sonal Dinusha, one of the emerging all-round prospects, still only 25, graduated through the under-19 program, has shown strong performances for Sri Lanka A and in the domestic circuit back in Sri Lanka. He's one of those multi-skilled cricketers that Sri Lanka has traditionally developed over a long period of time, and no doubt in combination with Dhananjaya and maybe Kamindu Mendes will provide the spin bowling options for Sri Lanka in this test match. Not as much bounce as he expected. 122 for 5. All right, so the over isn't finished. We have infringement for the front foot. Yep, nothing behind the line, and so we'll have an additional delivery.
With once again and put away with some style by skipper Dhananjaya. What a way to end that over. on a very positive note for the Sri Lankans. It's 127 for 5. Best partnership for the Sri Lankans so far, that 68-run partnership between Chandimal and Dhananjaya. Chandimal, the last wicket to go down for the Sri Lankans. He's been very successful against the West Indies bowling in Sri Lanka and in the West Indies. West Indies will be very happy to see the back of him, especially with that partnership building in the way it was. Dhananjaya maybe just a little more circumspect in his stroke play. But that one, that was a shot of authority. Just used the pace, exhibited those quick hands as well. Once again, width outside the off stump, goes to the boundary. It's been a common theme here today, presented with width, and you find the boundary.
Yeah, right. It'll be interesting to look at the scoring areas and how many runs are scored in that region by the Sri Lankans. This is the reason why they've selected him to add another layer of protection from a batting perspective because of his all-round ability, just to give them that cover. And boy, don't they need it in this situation.
Once again, another Sri Lankan batter almost coming out with the preconceived notion that if presented with width, they're going to go hard. A lot of the time you see in Test cricket, balls outside the line of that off stumper just left to go through to the wicket keeper, but they're seeing these deliveries as scoring options. And as you said, a lot of runs being scored down in that third man region. Just a bit shorter, pull that length back. This time by Greaves. And he's been put under pressure here by the Sri Lankan batters with that positive intent. Just 2 deliveries now remaining in this over. He's already conceded 11. A 4 off the second delivery. No real lateral movement available to him. And to be fair, I'm a little, not disappointed, but I expected a bit more out of this pitch, especially from a lateral movement perspective.
I just want to see how many overs Justin Greaves is given with this bowling attack and the situation of the game before Ruston Chase turns to one of his more established frontline bowlers. Just talking about scoring from width, Mali, I think that's the way to go. If you're defending the balls on your wicket and you're leaving the ones that are wide, then when are you scoring? So you must look to pounce on those deliveries that are not in any way causing problems.
That to end. It's 132 for 5. Very famous landmark, this in Antigua. Looks like the Devil's Bridge up there. The far most eastern side of Antigua. A very prominent landmark, tourist destination. The Atlantic Ocean, actually, on the eastern side of Antigua. Not quite as picturesque, not quite as calm, the seas. It's going to be Alzari Joseph brought back into the attack from the Andy Roberts end. Starts with a full delivery, but good batting from the Sri Lankans coming through for one. So that rotation of strike just becoming more evident between this pair. Danusha 11 off 18. He's made a good start. As you see, the famous Devil's Bridge in Antigua. Have a look at that. The Atlantic Ocean battering the cliffs. Definitely not one for one of the beaches for swimming, Sammy. Stay out of that one. Authoritative from Dhananjaya. Stand and deliver. Just a bit too short once again from Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, add another boundary to the wagon wheel in that direction. Square of the wicket. We're just mentioning how prodigious they've been, how proficient they've been with scoring through square of the boundary. And now the West Indies fortify that area. There's a deep point in position.
Not sure how I feel about the West Indies putting in that deep point fielder, Sammy. He's completely lost that one. Sprayed that one down the leg side. Are they setting a feeling for bad bowling, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you on that point. It's not a defensive sort of time in the game for the West Indies. 137 for 5, and as you so rightly alluded to, that fielder is there for a short wide ball, which is a bad ball. Still has 2 slip fielders and a gully fielder for a catch. Authoritative on the other side now. We are seeing the full range from Dhananjaya. Offside previously, leg side now, but quick to pounce on that. Pivots, pulls, and gets another 4.
Once again, just too short from the tall Antiguan Alzari Joseph. This is where we've seen run scoring be very easy on this pitch. It's when this pitch becomes placid. When the ball's hammered in, this one just sat up for Dhananjaya. Have a look at that. Didn't get above waist height. And he's seeing the ball very early indeed. Alzari not liking that one. But he's into the 40s now, Dhananjaya, playing a real captain's innings. 9 runs from the over so far. That's good batting. That's very good batting indeed. Just showing soft hands, gets off strike.
Yeah, that run rate continues to climb, just a touch on the 4.5. Speaks to a couple things, the surface, the outfield, but also maybe some loose deliveries from the West Indies. And though they've gotten 5 wickets, 142 on the board, so they'll be mindful of that.
So a bit of a mixed bag comeback this from Joseph. 142 for 5.
Right up over. Fantastic.
142 for 5. West Indies here at the North Sound Cricket Ground. Quite a picturesque aerial view this of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. A lot of villages in the background. Hope we can get a few more of these spectators in the ground as this test match progresses. Seals comes into the attack now, though, from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's threatening the outside edge one right away. What we saw from him early was a bit of outswing, predominant outswing to the right-handers. He's changed ends now, though. He's from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. This breeze going from left to right across your screen, east to west here, which wouldn't particularly aid in his outswingers. So it'd be interesting to see his mode of operation here.
Yeah, he too has a deep point to protect the boundary offside square of the wicket. Yeah, you're right. It's the first time we're seeing him operate from this end. Usually likes the opposite end to get that outswinger going. So maybe he will change his modus operandi. He has the skill to get the ball to angle back into the right-handers as well.
Well, in the recently concluded four-day championship final here, in fact, we'll just take the scoring areas for the Sri Lankan batters in this innings, just highlighting what Samuel Badri was saying a bit earlier. 40% of the runs scored today in that third-man region. Maybe just illustrating the West Indies just a little too wide in their line at times. I was just saying, in the recently concluded four-day final here between Trinidad and Tobago and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Jaden Seals, he was fantastic with ball and bat. For me, he was a standout player in the game. But he predominantly operated from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Looked to really use that breeze. And he was a handful throughout that game. At one point, Trinidad were 80 odd for 6. Came in, scored 70 odd as well. Oh, and that's a peach. Just hold its line, probably. Maybe anticipated a bit more inward movement was Dhananjaya. Luckily for him, didn't take the outside edge.
Yeah, I didn't think initially that this ball did too much. As you so rightly said, maybe playing for the angle back in. Yeah, didn't really leave him. Just held its line more than anything else. Wonderful delivery from Seals.
Maiden for Seals to start. He's come back. It's 1-4-2 for 5. So post-lunch, we've had 11 overs, 47 runs and 2 wickets for the West Indies, but that strike rate, in fact, that run rate, still above 4 for the Sri Lankans, as we see some fans in their Antigua and Barbuda shirts, looking very colourful.
Where's yours, Marley?
I'm wearing my West Indies right now. This one's pulled away once again, short, wayward, down the leg side. So it's been a spotty comeback, this from Alzari Joseph. Just needs to find the right length on this pitch. We spoke about this morning. Length absolutely key in these conditions. Has to be a bit fuller. Sam, I got a question for you, though. I haven't played international cricket. Once again, 4 through that third-man region. Another boundary, just a bit too wide from Joseph. Back-to-back 4s. Runs just coming a bit more freely now.
The 150 comes up for Sri Lanka, and they'll know that they're just one substantial partnership away from turning this into a very competitive first innings total on a surface that's still offering good value for batting. This partnership is quite decisive. West Indies gets a wicket now. They're into the lesser established batters, the bowlers more so. So this partnership is pivotal. Already 40 from 47.
It's absolutely key for this partnership. They'll take a lot of confidence by the way Dhanush has come out and played here in just his second test match. As you were saying, Samuel, just that partnership of 68 so far, being the highest. This one, 40 of just 48 deliveries, both contributing 19. And especially with the way the West Indies have batted in Test cricket over the last couple of years or so. Anything above 200, 250 will prove challenging. So they'll need to get back into that wicket column. Hopefully they can remove Dhananjaya sometime soon. But from a Sri Lankan perspective, just more of the same, I guess.
Yeah, this game is beautifully poised. The West Indies have earned the right to feel as if they're ahead. But Test cricket has a way of rewarding patience, rewarding skill, and these two have shown plenty of that. Waiting for balls in their zones, in their scoring zones, defending when it's on the wicket. Not too many demons, and these young kids who are, I saw a few of them running in there with a lot of gusto, playing as though all of their lives depend on it. So wonderful to see that net being erected there for them to have some fun while looking at the cricket. They see someone play a shot for 4, they want to replicate that. They see Alzari Joseph running in, they want to do that as well.
Is that something you'd remember as a youngster, Sammy B? But we'll deal with that in the next stint, possibly. The end of that over, 150 for 5.
Sri Lanka 150 for 5. West Indies picking up 2 wickets post-lunch. This post-lunch session has allowed Sri Lanka to score. And as we look at the wickets that tumbled, of course, the first was caught by Django. Then Alzarri Joseph had a double strike in the 10th over. Good support by the West Indian fielders to their bowlers. Shamar Joseph got the better of Dinesh Chandimal. And then Kusal Mendes nicked one. So wicket stumbling on day 1 of this first test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. 2 wickets to Alzarri Joseph, 2 to Shamar Joseph. The Josephs in business with the ball. And Kemar Roach started things off with a wicket in the first over. Atum Nisanka was his victim. So important to appreciate skill from bowlers, apart from the challenges of test match cricket. We've seen great skill on show. One thing the West Indies will be mindful of is that scoring rate by the Sri Lankans post-lunch. They're going at just about 4.5 runs per over. Joshua De Silva, though, might need to sharpen his wicket-keeping skills. 2 opportunities going a begging. The one to be a lot better behind the stumps as this second session continues. Here's Sales. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Little more discipline required in terms of the lines and the lengths, and more so better work required from Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, a couple of chances that he himself would have been disappointed with. That was early this morning of Jaden Seals, and then just after lunch, Chandimal sending what would have been classified as a regulation edge between himself and first slip. Flat out, but not holding on to it. Dinusha already on 19. I don't think the West Indies will be happy with how they've started bowling to Dinusha. They've offered him a little bit too much width, and the lengths haven't been consistent, and that would be a worrying sign for me. I don't think that the wicket is in any way helpful, and those sort of indisciplines around lines and lengths are not what you expect from an international bowling unit.
I'm sure that would have been the discussion in that drinks interval. Roslan Chase should have taken the opportunity to speak with his bowlers as a collective. And if we reflect on what has happened, Alzarri Joseph, the most expensive of all the bowlers on show on day 1, going at about 6.5. 6 and over to be exact. He's just gone a little bit on the short side as the day has progressed. 46% in that good length band, but in this post-lunch session, majority of that 27% deliveries on the short band. Hey, Jimmy, what would have prompted that sort of change in his lengths?
Well, it could be anything, to be honest. He's bowling from the end that he bowled from this morning, and he had his success. He bowled a fuller length, so he knows what works. But that's just cricket at this level. It's not about one spell. It's about 3 spells in a day sometimes, and being able to consistently manufacture that line and length that will pressure batsmen. What has interested me, however, is with the breeze bowling left and right across our screen, the decision to switch Jaden Seals to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, with the wind bowling across. And I was thinking, well, the good thing about that is, as a batsman, you would have a right-hander would feel the breeze in his face and be thinking this ball should be coming into me.
And maybe balls that would beat an outside edge from the other end will actually not swing as much, but still be good enough to get edges. Almost like when you get spinners to bowl into the wind. 35 gone, 152 for 5.
Zari Joseph with a fuller length. Just to follow on that statement that you made about bowling changes and the importance of bowlers understanding conditions. I think that's a major part of test match cricket, how you read the pulse of the game as it unfolds. West Indies post-lunch with 2 further wickets. Now 5 wickets, should be thinking about bowling Sri Lanka out before the end of the day's play. And I get it, a lot of it has to do with the skipper directing proceedings and also using the different skill sets on offer from the various bowlers on offer. There's that wind you've been talking about. Many times captains, they try to use the conditions to enhance what their bowlers offer.
Kite flying weather here in Antigua. Nice cooling sea breeze blowing across the ground. Zari Joseph with 2 slips under gully in place.
Couple more runs. I just want to highlight the skill that we've seen from Kemar Roach. No wonder he's approaching 300 wickets in Test match cricket. What we saw from him is, of course, his stock delivery with the upright seam that swings into right-handers. But his element of surprise is a scramble seam that just runs on straight. Left of screen is his natural stock delivery. Upright seam that comes into the right-hander. And then focus on right of screen. Scramble seam, hits and goes on straight, finds the outside edge, and there is a wicket-taking opportunity.
No, I'm not a fast bowler, but having spoken to a couple international fast bowlers, getting the ball to scramble is not easy. It takes hours and hours. For people who think that bowlers just hold a ball and run in and project it at 90 miles an hour, it takes hours of bowling practice to get to that level. We look at Kemar Roach now 5 wickets away from that magical mark, 300 test wickets, and what an achievement it would be to someone who has served West Indies cricket from his under 19 days, having played at both senior and junior levels.
Well, he's the 5th best West Indies bowler in Test match cricket. Kemar Roach. Captain's knock so far from Dhananjaya de Silva. That's 2 away from another half century in Test match. 156 for 5. That's his 50. A 50 for the skipper. His 20th in Test match cricket. Well appreciated by his teammates. And you can say opportune in the circumstances.
Excellent knock from Dhananjaya de Silva. Just what his team needed, steadying influence. But it's been a positive knock. Whenever he's been given the opportunity, his intent has been very clear all along. He is looking to score. He is looking to punish loose deliveries, and he has done that. Partnership approaching 50, 47 of just 64 deliveries. Ably supported by that man. Sunil Dinusha, left-hander, who has brought another start to the Sri Lanka innings. Positive mindset with him as well. He has taken on anything wide, looks to have a preference for width, and not afraid to play hooks as well. He's hooked a few from the seamers. And I really like that about the Sri Lankans. They're looking to score. The intent is there. Yes, it's Test cricket. Yes, they're under a bit of pressure. But if you think about Dinusha coming in at the fall of 2 wickets in an over, and straight away, any width and length offered, he has jumped on it in a flash.
He's transferred the pressure onto bowlers quite well in this innings. Dinusha. Optionally, again, evidence that this pitch is still relatively slow in terms of pace. And it's his 3rd half-century in Test match cricket against the West Indies. Dhananjaya de Silva was very watchful at the start, wasn't afraid to take on the short, wide deliveries. And he's grown more control as his innings has progressed. They're just talking about a few deliveries, another errant and wayward. This one just very wide. A little bit of swing on offer there for Jaden Seals. What we haven't seen from the West Indies is, of course, the introduction of spin. Ross and Chase is an option. We know of his positive matchup against Dinesh Chandimal. He's already been dismissed, but haven't seen the skipper himself try to understand the conditions and how they relate to spin.
There is also this whole issue of the overrate as well. It's not the quickest at the minute. And a play and a miss. Close enough to induce
a defensive prod from Dinusha. It ends the 37th, 159 for 5.
And Sri Lanka going at a good tick, 4.2 near run rate post lunch.
Two men back on the hook for Alzari Joseph to Dhananjaya. Could be that we see a plethora of short pitch bowling. And that brings up the 50 partnership between Captain Dhananjaya and Dinusha of just 70 deliveries, much needed by Sri Lanka, coming in the wake of an over where 2 wickets fell to Shamar Joseph. And it's been a really wonderful repair job from this pair.
And this 50-plus partnership just follows the one previously between the skipper and Chandimal, one that produced 68 runs. Jiten Seals asked the right question in the last ball of the previous over. Just going round the wicket to the left-hander. Hands going away from the body, so indecision from Dinusha.
We looked at the stats post-lunch, and we look at Sri Lanka batting well in the sense of the run rate, 4.5 almost. And I think this for me is an area where I would look on this bowling group. It probably won't be long until they move past Akima Roach, who now is the banker in the group. But for the younger bowlers to, in conditions like this, where there might not be much happening, to be able to hold that non-scoring line and length for longer. And in doing that, build pressure and let that pressure contribute to getting wickets. Right now, sometimes you feel as if in the midst of all the scoring opportunities, they're looking for a Jaffa, for a good ball to undo a batter's defense versus using pressure to induce that mistake. And that for me is an area of growth that I would look forward to from this young group of fast bowlers.
And there is Ravi Rampal, bowling coach of the West Indies Test side. To be fair, as a collective, this bowling group has done a very good job in Test match cricket. Last year and a half, I remember that series against Australia in the Caribbean. That was the last series in this part of the world. On all occasions, they were able to pick up 20 wickets in the Test match. It was the batting that failed. Sent back at the right time. 162 for 5. Plenty of dots in that innings. Speaks to how watchful the partnership has been between these two.
Even against the wind, getting just enough movement through the air away from the right-hander at a good enough pace to keep Captain Dhananjaya honest, good length. Now the real job is just to stay there, to be consistent.
Amir Django off the field. Anderson Phillip, his replacement. Another fast bowling option for the West Indies. Was not used in this test. There is a beauty again from Jaden Seals. Just flirted with the batter. Jade Silva. That away movement.
Again, against the wind. And I can say as a batsman with the breeze coming into your face, you just think that ball will come with the breeze. And the minute it straightens, you've committed. Excellent bowling this from Jaden Seals. And he needs to build on it. Just be consistent and be patient. 2, 3 men behind the bat waiting on an edge. Just to follow up on that last delivery, last 2 deliveries. Balls up, Perler. Next delivery, just short of a length, and it drops. Now, we now have a deep backward point where your great fast bowlers hitting those lengths consistently wouldn't have a deep backward point. You would not get a single to get off strike against bowlers of the likes of a McGrath or a Ambrose or a Walsh. And that is how they build pressure over a period of time, because you face ball after ball.
What you're saying speaks to a captain understanding his bowlers and the right field placing to support the strengths of that fast bowler. In the case of Jaden Seals, bowler who's a little more consistent than you can say an Alzari Joseph. So maybe a more attacking feel when he's operating. Firm push down the ground, and it will run into the boundary line. Delivery was slightly fuller. 168 for 5. Two wickets in the session. Partnership of 58 with Danusha and Dhananjaya. Just frustrating West Indies. Seal just went a little bit fuller. The Silva was ready for this length. Spin, Roston Chase.
Oh, yeah, bowling skip, bowling skip, ball skip.
There is a left-hander in that of Danusha, so this should excite Roston Chase, him being an off-spinner with the opportunity to turn the ball away, find the outside edge. There is a slip. Two is the call. We will also get the opportunity to see if this surface offers turn, significant turn. One thing for sure, you get a little extra bounce from the square here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So there's a silly mid-on in play too.
Danusha signaling his intent very early in the day, comfortably sweeping length on a couple of occasions. Will be food for thought for Roston Chase. No spinner likes to be swept off his good length. Wind coming across the ground left to right will be taking the ball to the right-hander to slip. So something for the captain, Roston Chase, to work with.
Yeah, Roston Chase definitely not a part-timer. With 94 wickets to his name in Test match cricket, 4 fifers. He's a genuine option, genuine wicket-taking option.
Oh!
Going on with the arm, that one wind assisted in these conditions.
No.
6 runs from the over, 174 for 5.
It's been an intense session so far. West Indies with those 2 wickets, but a partnership between Danusha playing his 2nd test match and the skipper as well. Partnership of 64 between these two. Jaden Seals, who has found some movement from this end. Probing length so far and lines. No success just yet. Samuel Badri alongside me. Good afternoon to you, Samuel. West Indies still not able to exert pressure on the batters in this innings. Where do you think they can go to get that done in this session before they go to tea, and half an hour before tea?
Afternoon, Stacey. Afternoon, everyone. I think they have to go back to their disciplines and try to create enough pressure. Too many of these wide deliveries that resulted in boundaries. and really release the pressure. Tremendous absorption of pressure from these two, Dinusha and Dhananjaya. Real spot of bother. Sri Lanka were in, still not out of the woods yet, but they've absorbed that pressure and they've pushed back when they can.
Yeah, one of the things to not being able to string together a lot of dot deliveries over by over for West Indies. And as you mentioned, just offering up those opportunities to score. A few spectators. Say hi, Samuel. Yeah, but Dhananjaya, the Silva, I'll pick up on him a bit, but the young man in his second match. Oh, wow, that was a really close leave.
Yeah, there are two types of leaves, aren't there? And this was a good leave. Knew exactly where his off stump was. As long as it doesn't make contact with the stumps, it's a good leave. Just changing the angle. Jayden Seales wrong the wicket, holding its line. Batter would argue he knew exactly what he was doing with that one.
Almost shaving that off stump, but just to pick up on Dinusha, haven't seen a lot of him, I suppose. Just his second match. What has impressed you so far about his process? Yeah, too much width offered, opportunity to score, and cashes in magnificently, just slashing it square off the wicket. Dinusha to pick up another boundary. 25 now, the tally of fours.
I think this answers your question, doesn't it? He's quick to pounce on anything that is short and wide, and he gets good value for it more often than not. So he's not only preserving his wicket, he's looking to score, managing a risk well, whilst also keeping the scoreboard ticking. That's the art of batsmanship. And even if you're slightly off, he pounces. And you mentioned he's only playing in his second test match, so he's shown a lot of maturity. And he's coming to this test team with a reputation of contributing lower down the order, hence his inclusion in the playing 11.
Straighter one this time. There's a long appeal. Jayden Seales, he's convinced. He's convinced it did enough. And Ruston Chase, he's going to have a review.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Regional decision is not out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first place. Yeah, it doesn't look like bat involved. I'll just confirm with Ultra Edge, please. You got Ultra Edge here. Yeah, clear gap between ball and bat. Through the pad, and we can go to ball tracking when ready. Original decision's not out. Impact in line. Wickets, umpire's call. Go back on field to Hassan. Hassan, you can stick with the original decision, not out. Signal now, please.
Yeah, so umpire's calls are a lot closer. And we have thought here in the commentary box. That also brought the over to an end, 179 for 5. Yeah. Beautiful monuments here in Antigua and a beautiful island. Yeah, Ruston Chase to continue. And nicely walked by the Silva. I think Ruston Chase might prefer having the left-hander on strike.
Yeah, last ball of the previous over, Jaden Seals was trying to get the umpire's call, the on-field umpire's call, because everyone knows the importance of it. Had the umpire given that out, it would have stayed out. Instead, he gave it not out, and it remained not out, and hence the vociferous appeal. He wasn't able to convince the umpire, though.
Yeah, you saw as soon as the replay came up, he realized that it perhaps was going down a touch. Hence why he just walked back and took his cap from the umpire quickly out of the huddle. Yeah, look at him. Pleading with the umpire, just raise your finger for me. Yeah, he's toiled hard as well today. Jaden Seals. Drop catch as well coming off his bowling.
I don't know.
Yeah, but Dhananjaya, the Silva, have century to his name already. Award on him, Samuel Badri. Note that he was dropped from the T20 squad, basically now relegated as a test specialist, you'll say. And no longer a part of that white ball squad. Just speak a bit about his resilience in this innings, coming back playing his first test match after basically 6 months or so away for Sri Lanka. Yeah, neatly worked. 3 runs coming from that over, 182 for 5. A partnership between Denusha and De Silva, the best in the innings so far. 72 from 99. Previous best of 68 and 94. De Silva is well involved in that. And it's the rate in which they're scoring. The Sri Lankans. So Justin Graves.
Yeah, you asked about Dhananjaya's resilience and his tenacity. He is now only focusing on red ball cricket. As you mentioned, playing that format only. And I spoke to him at the toss, and he spoke about how few opportunities there are for Sri Lanka in the test match format. It's been 12 months since they last played test match cricket. This will challenge the boundary. Neatly worked again. They're scoring their runs in boundaries. That's the real worry from a West Indian perspective. It has been the case for the entirety of the test match so far.
They just haven't been able to consistently string dot deliveries together. That one far too straight on the line of the leg stump. And no protection there, just whipping his wrist and ensuring that he finds that gap.
Yeah, so every opportunity that he gets, he knows that they don't come too often, so he wants to capitalize, and it speaks to his mental fortitude more than anything else. And you must give him a lot of credit, not playing competitive international cricket for such a long time, being thrown in at the deep end, losing the toss, wickets falling around him. But he's shown that, as you mentioned, resilience. He's shown that fortitude, and he's continuing to fight. They're inching towards that 200-run mark. No doubt they have something around 300 in their minds. But this partnership is key. Everyone knows that. Both Sri Lanka and the West Indies. Can they prize one more and get into the bowlers? So far, it's been resolute batting.
Yeah, and it's the benefit of having that extra batter as well in Danusha in. I believe there would have been conversations around Jayasuriya and his run with the ball in hand and just having that spinner. But they have enough in terms of slow bowling. Danusha himself will be bowling left-arm spill, but having that extra batting is justified so far for Sri Lanka.
Never won a test series in the West Indies, remember, so they're looking to do what no other Sri Lankan team has done before. And day one of the first test, you want to set your intentions quite clearly.
No.
188 for 5. Starts throughout that batting card for Sri Lanka. The Silva at 67, the best so far.
Catch over.
Yeah, slapped hard to the leg side. Saw that it was an opportunity presented to score and ensure, and he hit it with authority to that leg side.
Yeah, a lot of conviction in that stroke. Decided quite early what once the length is there, and as well as the line, he'll take on that particular delivery. No feelers in front of square in the deep. So the risk factor quite minimal. Now Ruston Chase makes a change in his field. The short mid wicket drops further back.
And just as you mentioned, Samuel, the boundaries are coming too frequently from Sri Lanka. Yeah, close call. He made it in the end. Danusha just raising his hands to his skipper, perhaps apologizing.
Just making sure that all is okay. It was a quick single, got there quite comfortably in the end, but having lost 2 wickets quite quickly in session 2, the fight back has been tremendous from a Sri Lankan perspective.
Oh yes, Ruston.
This time they decide against the single, but it's been like that for Sri Lanka. They lost that first wicket, and then they had a partnership, and then 2 in 1 over, another partnership, and 2 in another over. Still managing to keep the scoreboard ticking, and that's been one of the key features of this batting innings from Sri Lanka so far. Never been stalled at all in their progress to score runs.
Oh, John.
A sloppy from the West Indies allows them to get a single, 194 for 5.
194 for 5, approaching 200 Sri Lanka. And thinking about the surface and what we've seen of it so far. Pulling this one past Brandon King. Very close to the bat there in the mid-wicket region. And it crashes into the boundary this time. So again, another short delivery and another boundary to start the over.
You're not too far from Brandon King, but in the vacant area. Didn't connect it as well as he would have liked, but he's so quick to pounce on length, Dhananjaya De Silva. Knows too that Justin Graves doesn't present too many threats, so he's looking to score off him when given any opportunity. And this is really good batting. Moves into the 70s now.
That is sublime. To the leg side now, and now driving sweetly through the covers.
And that brings up the 200 in grand style for Sri Lanka. Really graceful and elegant. Look at this stroke. Met with the sweet spot all along the ground for 4. 4 leg side, 4 offside, and he's racing along now. Very expensive start to this over.
Yeah, the 2 boundaries in succession. Bit too short to start, and then just climbing into that drive through the offside. Opportunities to score. Sri Lanka, they're taking any opportunities to score. They're not missing out on a boundary ball.
Yeah, what is Justin Graves' role? His role is a holding sort of a role while the main bowlers take a little breather. So he comes in and you expect him to be economical. If he gets a wicket, that's a bonus. But he's going at over 5 runs and over. So he's not able to perform the role that the captain wants him to. Not yet anyway.
Yeah, and then that would put pressure on the decision making out there. As you mentioned, need someone to be a constrictor. And if he is not performing that role, as you said, then he'll have to think about going back to one of his other options, especially if he's just giving his more frontline bowlers a rest or so. Definitely putting some pressure back on West Indies tactics here, Sri Lanka. $202 for 5. Beautiful seas, someone doing some sailing out there. Nice blue waters of Antigua. Rust and Chase on the hunt. Yeah, the only spinner in this attack, Samuel. In Sri Lanka, they'll have at least 3 options later on. And Commander Mendes able to bowl left-handed and right-handed.
One Kingy.
Safe to say, definitely have beaten West Indies in that, having those options available to them. But I haven't seen any sort of spin or turn off the surface just yet. It's day one. In this period of the game, what would Ruston Chase be looking to do with ball in hand?
Oh, well bowled, Ross.
He's looking to prize a wicket, isn't he? Tempting the right-handed Dhananjaya to take him on. I'd perhaps look to bring that long on into mid-on and ask him to play a shot or two over the top, particularly as we draw closer to that tea interval. Just about 5 minutes away or so. So just try to get him to play something out of the ordinary.
Oh, yes, Ross.
Get a silly mid-on and maybe float it up, bring that deep fielder closer in a catching position.
Just a single from it. The end of 46, 203 for 5. Run rate consistently 4 and above for Sri Lanka. Justin Graves to continue though. Just about 1 over or so before that tea break. As a captain, Samuel, are you thinking? Are you thinking I've done enough in this session? Me give my bowlers a rest, or do you think, let me try and get one somewhere here in these next 5 deliveries? And that also goes to the thought process in terms of who you bowl just before the tea break.
Yeah, I think that should be on the captain's mind at any stage of a test match. Trying to get wickets or plotting how can you get your next wicket. There's that extra bounce. Ever so often we see that from the surface. Dinusha equal to the task. Has a wonderful first-class record with bat and ball, Dinusha. And on the back of that strong performance mentioned earlier that he's a former under 19 cricketer for Sri Lanka. Went to one of the popular high schools back in Sri Lanka, Mahanama College. Bounce again. One of Sri Lanka's strongest cricketing schools that has produced quite a lot of former Sri Lankan international players. So a rich cricketing heritage and history. He's looking to create a name for himself now along those lines. Now keep your eyes on the ball, Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, one other thing to note is that shot just before tea as well. Still looking to keep up with that aggressive intent. It speaks to someone who is decisive in what he's doing and confident as well. And the umpires just having a look at their watch, see if they're able to squeeze one more in before tea. And the umpire got there quickly, so they're able to get another one before that tea interval.
Last over.
So Ruston Chase hoping for a bit of magic before that tea break.
Oh yes, Ross, really good, Ross.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva just signaling to Ruston Chase before the start of the over. It's the last over. Why not bring that deep mid-wicket in? Ask him to play across the line.
Oh yes, Ross.
And sometimes you're tentative as a batter, knowing that the break is imminent, and you put yourself into a shell, and something loose comes along, and you're not able to capitalize. Yeah, there he is just signaling, can you bring that deep mid-wicket in? He didn't.
And a case for it with the 3 deliveries bowled so far. He's hung it outside the off stump. He can definitely look to put a bit more pressure in the field.
Oh yes, Ross, done.
Only Joshua De Silva was interested.
Last ball, Ross, bring him now.
Yeah, you can see why nothing there. And Ruston Chase is usually very good off his own bowling with these decisions. Yeah, so a maiden over to finish. Sri Lanka 204 for 5, scoring at a healthy rate as well. Dhananjaya De Silva, skipper, he'll be happy with his return so far. And Dinusha as well. Very good partnership between these two. Looking to take Sri Lanka towards 300 or so. Try and challenge West Indies. Yeah, so in this session of play, 26 overs bowled, 109 runs, and just the 2 wickets by Shamar Joseph. And again, just keep pointing out that run rate, how quickly Sri Lanka have been looking to accumulate their runs, session by session. So, Dhananjaya De Silva stand out on that scorecard. Chandamal as well with a half century. Kusal Mendez unable to trouble the scorers, his first duck against West Indies, but Dinusha in partnership with De Silva taking them past 200. And so wickets to Roach, Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph as well. Yeah, but some healthy partnerships along the way for Sri Lanka. Oh, so we'll have a flash interview with Seeley.
Justin, good start after lunch, but Sri Lanka seemed to steady the ship a bit. What do you make of the position at this point?
It's not too bad for us. You know, we just needed a few more wickets, needed to be a little bit more consistent as bowlers, but, you know, I think they batted well and we just need to regroup and come again and be a lot more consistent.
would you attribute Sri Lanka's ease in pressure to the West Indies bowling, or do you think that conditions change and make things a little bit easier?
I don't think conditions change a lot. I just think that we needed to be a little bit more consistent in what we were doing in terms of bowling, getting the ball in the right area for long periods of time, and I think we struggled to do that, but hopefully after tea, we can get it sorted.
Will the focus after tea be on striking early, or do you want to maintain the long process?
Always getting wickets is important for us, but you got to go through the process in terms of building pressure, getting the ball in the right area for long periods of time, and wickets will come for us.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
So again, yes, 2 wickets in the session, but very healthy for Sri Lanka. 109 runs in that session. Now we'll have a short break and then some analysis with Darren Ganga.
Tea time here on day one of this first test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. The sun is still out and we're enjoying our time out in the field. Of course, Sri Lanka will be happy with that post-lunch session. 109 runs accumulated for the loss of just 2 wickets, and at the moment Sri Lanka, they sit on 204 for 5. Their skipper on 76 not out, and Dinusha also showing very good support. The West Indies, though, had that double wicket strike from Shamar Joseph, taking them to 5 wickets, but still a lot of work for the West Indian bowlers to do in this first test. Always a pleasure to have my esteemed guests alongside me, Mali Richards, Jimmy Adams. Jimmy, firstly for you, how would you rate that innings by Dhananjaya de Silva?
I think it's a real captain's knock. Not only for the score he has, but the way he's gone about it. He's been positive right the way through. Every time they've served up width or length, he's cashed in boundaries. And what he has done is put the pressure back on the West Indies bowling attack, Darren.
And Mali, this post-lunch session belongs to which team?
Well, it remains to be seen. With Sri Lanka, they'll hopefully look to take that momentum into this post-lunch session. As you said earlier, that session definitely went to the Sri Lankans. They had an element of control, and that positive intent was on show.
Right, let's look at the highlights of that post-lunch session. As Mali Richards said, going to Sri Lanka. And Jimmy, this is something that the West Indies wouldn't like to see, that drop chance from De Silva.
It's not good when you're not having the confidence in your wicketkeeper. He shelled a couple today, not good. He'll want to correct that as this match goes on. But take nothing away from that man. 2 in and over from Shamar Joseph, Chandimal, and also Kushal Mendes. But every time they've had a chance to counter, the Sri Lankans have countered. Credit to them. They've put the pressure back on the West Indies, and this partnership now could just be a match-defining partnership.
Yeah, the run rate in that post-lunch session a little bit higher than the first session in the match. Just confirming what you just said there, Jimmy. The dominance by the Sri Lankan batters, to pounce on anything short, anything that was over pitch. And you mentioned Dinusha playing in his second test match, batting with a maturity beyond his age, Mali.
Yeah, just his second test match, but you've seen the first-class record, averaging 45, 1100s in that as well. That record would probably get him batting in the top order in this West Indian batting lineup. So to come in at number 7, he's done the role they've asked him to play. He's playing as the bowling all-rounder, and he's delivered with bat so far.
This partnership 94 and building. After tea, Sri Lanka will want to extend this effort. And the wickets to fall, Jimmy. Pleased with the way the bowlers have gone in terms of creating wicket-taking opportunities?
I'm going to be a little bit hypercritical. They've done well to get the 5 wickets, but it hasn't been the most disciplined display from the bowling unit. And I think what is concerning for Ruston Chase, the captain, is the fact that he can't find anybody to lock down even one end. So they're leaking at both ends, and that's a bad sign. And it's going to cause some problems for Ruston. He himself has managed to start to slow things down from his end, but he's going to need more support from his bowling unit collectively going forward, Darren.
Yeah, indeed. He introduced himself, Ruston Chase. Haven't seen a lot of turn on offer, but the work will be cut out for the West Indian bowlers to take the remaining 5 wickets. Now, speaking about wickets, Mali, let's just reflect on the wickets to fall in the day's play. For many of you viewers who missed it, it started with a sharp catch by Amir Django off the bowling of Kemar Roach.
Yeah, Roach once again picking up a wicket in his first over. How many times have you seen him do that in Test cricket? Good sharp catch by Django, managed to stay low, kept his eye on the ball, and it went straight in. This was the second though. Full in length once again. Just bringing the batter forward, maybe just misreading that length. Just taking that leg stump, and Azari Joseph going bang, bang here. Similar to what we saw a bit later from Shamar. Just there, outside edge again. Sharp catch, John Campbell. Azari Joseph on his home ground, picking up those 2. And at that point, it looked like the West Indies could threaten to run through this batting lineup.
Jimmy, how did you read the remaining wickets to fall in the innings?
Well, the West Indies needed that breakthrough, having dropped a chance just after the interval, Shamar Joseph gave the perfect response, 2 in and over, going through the defences of Chandimal, the danger man, between bat and pad, uprooting that off stump, and then in the same over, getting further success on the last West Indies wicket to follow, that of Kusal Mendes, the dangerous Kusal Mendes, caught comfortably at second slip to give West Indies their last success in this innings so far.
Yeah, we've been very impressed with Shamar Joseph and that ability that he has to take wickets. He's shown it once again that he can come second change, third change, and get wickets for the West Indies on surfaces that are not so conducive for fast bowling, because what we've seen so far is very little sideways movement on offer for the West Indian bowlers.
Yeah, and it's something that we saw a lot more of here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium just a few weeks ago in that 4-day final. A lot of lateral movement. We're playing on what, 2 pitches or so over from that game, and in this match, not quite the same.
Right, Jimmy, I'm going to put you on the spot here. That last session, what were the gaps that you saw in the West Indies bowling effort that you would like them to rectify in this last session of the day?
Well, that's an easy one, and it was alluded to by Justin Greaves in his interview just now. They haven't been consistent, and at this level, against this quality of opposition, if you're not consistent, then it's meat and drink. Now, they've served up too many boundary balls, and that has to be improved in this last session. They're going to have to build pressure to get wickets, and it has to start right after the interval.
And for Mali, the bowlers to achieve what Jimmy just said, which bowlers would you start with?
Well, I think Chase's role in this bowling lineup here today is absolutely crucial. Him playing a holding role will allow him to rotate his bowlers from the other end. But so far, the Sri Lankans have looked to get after him a little bit. So that will be an intriguing contest going forward.
Well, we'll have to wait and see the decisions by Roston Chase in this last session of the day's play. The run rate of the Sri Lankans, they will be happy with that. The over rate by the West Indians will be disappointed with that too. But a lot left in the day's play. We'll continue action after this break.
morning, everybody. I wanted to do a couple things. First, I wanted to be the first St. Lucian to play cricket for the West Indies. I want to take care of my parents. I want to make a lot of money to take care of my parents. So these are 3 words I live by. You imagine, you believe, and you achieve. You do it in that order, the sky is the limit for you. You're good at bowling? Well, you could, like I said, you could do whatever you want to do. You see Haley Matthews on the West Indies women team? She bats, she bowls, she fields. The sky is the limit. You could do whatever you want to do, okay? Oh, you all heard the question, when did I realize I should play cricket? I was probably 7 years old. Why did I play? Josh, why do you play cricket?
For the love of the game, for the opportunities that it brings. The rewards are sweet when you do well, and you continue. It's like an adrenaline rush. When you score 100 or you take 5 wickets, I don't think there's a better feeling in the world than doing that.
But you know, we got 15 good cricketers on the team, and in the next 2 test matches, I'm hoping that we're preparing them very well so that they could go and make you guys proud over the next 2 test matches. Maybe we could take a photo if Josh and I sit down here. All right, thank you. Give yourself a round of applause. Yes, well done.
Inspiring the next generation of young cricketers. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. First day of the first test, West Indies up against Sri Lanka. And this is where things stand currently. Sri Lanka being inserted by Ruston Chase, lost 3 wickets in the first session, a couple quite quickly in session 2. But since then, it's been all Sri Lanka. 204 for 5, partnership of 94, unbroken for the 6th wicket. Couple wickets for the 2 Josephs, Alzari and Shamar, and a wicket for Roach. Couple opportunities created but not taken. But a lot of credit must be given to these 2 Sri Lankan batters, Dinusha and Dhananjaya, and how resolute and purposeful that they have been. And now they must start that concentration and start the process all over again. It's when you return from a break that you're the most vulnerable as a batter. So they'll want to get themselves set again and see how they can flourish in session 3. Beaten on 76. Improving upon his career average, and this young man, 25 years old, only his 2nd test match, unbeaten on 41, and has played an innings of great responsibility. It belies his age and experience. And speaking about experience, the veteran Kemar Roach will get us going post-tea, operating from the Circuitly Ambrose end, the end that he started things off, got a wicket in his very first over. That seems like a long time back. Just some movement behind the bowler, as is the case sometimes. Just when the bowlers are ready to get going, someone decides to walk by.
Play.
Right, all set for session 3. A confident start should result in a couple. Hodge is quick, but not quick enough to prevent the 2. Stacey and King alongside me. Stacey and Adams, rather. Stacey, and good afternoon to you again. And how do you see this session shaping up?
Yeah, hello to you, Samuel, and hello to all the viewers. Sri Lanka will say that they've dug themselves out of somewhat of a hole. Yeah, nice shape there from Kemar Roach. And West Indies will want a lot more of that.
Yeah, that's the wobble seam delivery that we've been speaking about, the one that just holds its line. And beating Dhananjaya all ends up. He's playing for the one that comes back in, that Kemar Roach bowls with such regularity. Ever so often, though, he has the one that goes straight on. Has protection deep, so just a single.
Yeah, but just to pick up on your question, Samuel, as for Sri Lanka, it's about building on what they've done really well just before the end of the session. Just able to continue with their instinctive cricket. And I say instinctive because when there's a ball in their area to hit, they make sure that they dispatch of it. And when it's something that they're unable to get back on, they just let it go. And that's really what you want to see Darren Sammy and, well, sorry, physiotherapist having a word there with the kids on the sideline. And Dean is Biome there, and strength and conditioning coach. Yeah, but West Indies, they don't want to get some wickets in this period. And just try and break that momentum that Sri Lanka has gathered.
Yeah, they'll be thinking just one. Can we get one and get into the bowlers? He just wants to make an adjustment to his field when the left-hander is on strike. Strike rotated, so Dhananjaya comes back to the striker's end. Watchful start after T28 for 5. Partnership inching towards that 100-run mark would represent some effort from these two. And interestingly, the West Indies have turned to their two of their frontline pacemen straight after the tea interval, looking to prize one. Spoken at length about the importance of this partnership. And both quicks operating around the wicket to the left-handed Dinusha, who's solid in defense. And bowling coach Ravi Rampal would have discussed plans, dissected what happened so far in the match, and come up with some plots to get further Sri Lankan wickets. Let's see what they can unfold in the next couple overs or so.
Yeah, definitely thinking wickets, West Indies. They know they're 1 or 2 wickets away to really hurting Sri Lanka. Milan Rathnayake, another all-rounder to come also. They want to get him in a hurry, especially to someone like Shamar Joseph, who has bowled largely well today, while he's fresh into his new spell of bowling. And a partnership approaching 100 as well. Certainly want to put the brakes on that as quickly as possible.
Please. Back. Será darle lugar a él. Hugo, boleh anak liga.
Tempted short ball, didn't really get up. Haven't seen too many balls behave too badly on this surface. It warrants a little walk down the pitch by Dinusha. Taking in the action, not that there's too much action happening at the moment. Nice little battle ensuing though. Single to end the over, 209 for 5. Couple overs in this test match so far, providing 2 wickets each. One by Alzari, one by Shamar. Partnership now stands on 99. Easily the best of the innings so far. Yeah, the interview with Justin Graves, Stacey, just at that tea interval, he mentioned staying patient, being disciplined for a longer period of time. He didn't think that the pitch changed too much, but West Indies seemed to be a little bit impatient. Do you think that that was part of that tea interval discussions among the bowling group?
Because certainly I'll be surprised if that wasn't a big part of the discussion. And we talk about just repeating the good things for a longer period of time, and it's test cricket. You'll get shifting momentums throughout the match, throughout the day. But when something is working for you, it's so important that you just keep banging away at it. And I think West Indies with those fuller lengths, that's where they trouble the Sri Lankan batters most. And Kimar Roach has just started after tea and noticeably just looking to push it up and keep it close as well to the batter.
Well, that's a huge shot. Finger goes up. This is what he does so often, Kemar Roach, from around the wicket to the left-hander. The one that just holds its line. And we'll look at the setup. Yeah, he reviews it. So we'll get some further information with regard to this dismissal.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on first. Oh, actually, no shot played. So, yeah, no, front on first, please. Yeah, so there's no shot played, no bat involved, so we go to ball tracking when ready. Okay, no, original decision's out. Impact outside the line, hitting the wicket, umpire's call. Go back on field to Hassan. Still your original decision of out, signal now.
Decision upheld, and Kemar Roach makes the breakthrough. Gets closer to that magical 300 wicket mark as well. But what an innings from the young man. Momentary lapse in concentration. He goes for 43, 209 for 6. New batter for Sri Lanka, Milan Ratnayaka. West Indies, they've gotten that breakthrough that they were so desperate for. And partnership does not get to 100. Ended on 99. This is why he's here. That wobble seam delivery again. Brilliant from Kemar Roach. We'll just have a look at that setup for that dismissal. Just can't look at that in isolation and think that there's a lapse in concentration. You have to look at what happened before. A marginal, umpire's call, and so he has to go. 296 now for Kemar Roach.
Yeah, experience versus inexperience, and it just shows you the mind, gets you to look into the mind of someone with so much experience as Kemar Roach. Although he was taking it away from him, the previous deliveries, he kept it close. Didn't allow him to free his arms as he's done so well throughout this inning so far. And then just got one to seam back sharply into him.
Not entirely sure what the delay is. I don't know if the batter is all set to go. But there is a little pause in play. Right, it seems as though we're ready to go now. I guess we're not. Already had 2 overs in which there were 2 wickets each. Can Kemar Roach add to that? Alzari had an over, Shamar had an over. Roach has a couple deliveries remaining in this over. He aborts once again. All right, third time lucky. And there it is again, the one that leaves the left-hander from around the wicket.
Yeah, just getting this one to just seam back sharply into the right-handed batter. We saw him leave one earlier, and we thought that was such a good leave. That time thinking it could have left a similar delivery with a similar length, but just doing enough to hit that front pad.
Wicket maiden for Kemar Roach, 209 for 6. Well, it'll be interesting to see how Dhananjaya goes about the rest of his innings. Takes a single looking for 2, so he'll retain the strike. Seems as though it went for 4. Innocuous enough stroke, results in a 4. He moves into the 80s now.
Yeah, just tapped it on its head, subjugated his power, just to get it into that gap. I don't think he was expecting 4 at all. And in the end, it just raced away into the boundary. I guess he timed it that well. Jaden Seal is unable to get down to haul it back in. Shamar Joseph not pleased.
Right, he's quite happy to take the single early in the over. How he shepherded the remaining batters and how many more they can add to this total. 250 would be the first port of call if they can get there and then push beyond. Everyone has to contribute. That's how they should be thinking as a batting group. As 100 in first-class cricket with a handful of half centuries, and best of 136. So he has some batting pedigree, and that's why there's that confidence in giving him the strike early in the over. Shamar Joseph might have other ideas.
Yeah, the Silva will certainly have some trust in Milan. He also has a half century in his short test career so far and an average of 30. Certainly a lot of trust there for the youngster. We'll see him later on with ball in hand. But West Indies now is thinking, where can I get another wicket or 2? Especially that wicket of the Silva looms as very important for the rest of this batting innings.
Trying to get through the defenses there. Thought that he was able to, but bat on ball. Perplexed that he couldn't get through onto the stumps.
Yeah, certainly a conscious effort to just keep the stumps in play. Shamar Joseph New batter in, best time to strike, best time to get that wicket, and keeping all his options in play.
Two on 4 for 6. Rajita Kumar asks the batters to come. Milan pretty new to the crease. Right, Roach continues. Right, we talk about the setup for that wicket, that last wicket of Kemar Roach, and what he does from around the wicket to the left-hander. Typically takes the ball away, so angles in and then leaves the left-hander. So he did that a couple times. There again, just making sure that the batter sees the ball leaving him, and then he produces this. Adjust the line, and also what the ball does after it pitches. That's real skill. Dhananjaya De Silva upset with himself for chasing after that one. But real skill on display by Kemar Roach. Something that he's been able to do over a long and illustrious career.
Yeah, tempted him to play that shot, just left him at the last moment there. De Silva, yeah, certainly experience that you can't buy.
Almost guided it straight to the fielder. Weston Chase lurking in that second slip position. There's no one down at deep third, so looking to guide it there for a boundary. Just short of Ruston Chase. He's very good in those positions. A tall man, but gets down quite quickly. Feels in that slip and gully position, and also very good at backward point. Has good hands and really good eyes as well. Wants to, gets to quite comfortably in the end.
Have him nearly dead. You're nearly dead.
Yeah, managed to get 2 runs there, but asking a lot of questions of the batters. Kemar Roach in this spell so far. Testing both sides of the edges, really.
He gets a single and so retains the strike. 217 for 6.
Just the 1 wicket for the West Indies in this post-tea session. 5 overs, 13 runs. But look at that economy rate, almost half of what the Sri Lankans have been going at for the majority of this day. And it was the wily veteran in Kumar Roach providing that breakthrough for the West Indies. A very timely breakthrough indeed. It'll be Shamar Joseph from the Andy Roberts end. Once again, just a little short from Joseph. It's where we found the Sri Lankans scoring. Well, it's where the Sri Lankans have found run scoring most easy here on day 1. I'm joined by former West Indies captain Jimmy Adams.
We're actually witnessing almost a game within a game here with Kumar Roach operating from the northern end as they go through for a single. But this run rate currently is in large part to his consistency since taking up after the tea break. And just to have that ability to build pressure, not on the back of bowling jaffas, but just putting strings together. 2 deliveries, one swinging, one not swinging, to both left and right. But so accurate with them, Marley, that he starts to play mind games. And eventually you end up making a bad decision, as Dinusha did in that previous dismissal. And it's just great watching really good practitioners go about their craft here, and he definitely is one of them.
So much for the rest of these young bowlers to learn from. That's why he's so key to this West Indies bowling lineup. As you see Darren Sammy and the analyst there going through a bit of information. Shamar Joseph, he's done well today in the conditions. At times he's just been a little short, but those 2 wickets, that double strike has gone a long way in having the West Indies in this position. 6 down. But once again, not too much lateral movement available to him.
Well, it's interesting when you look at the bowling figures. Kumar Roach going at just over 2.5 and over. Easily the best in terms of an economy rate. And it's not that you put an economy rate over and above wickets. What you're trying to say is that a good squeeze with good bowlers actually creates an environment where batsmen make mistakes. They make bad decisions under pressure. That little man on the shoulder starts shouting in your ears. And I do think that for the rest of this bowling unit, that will, we suppose, outlast Kumar, who is coming to the back end of his career. They should be looking on this and thinking, this is my next level. I have the raw material, I have the basic skills, but this ability to use pressure to get wickets, not relying on a jaffa, not even relying on a batsman's mistake, but playing those mind games up to the point where you make an error in judgment and you get your wicket. Like, it's been great watching Kumar bowl today.
This one's just down the leg side. Every time they've been a bit straight, they've been made to pay. Here, that one came off the bat. So he ends with a 4, 2-2-4 for 6 now. It's going to be Roach to continue. This is the boundary of the last delivery of the previous over. Just a bit too straight there from Shamar Joseph, and that extra pace at times can just play into the hands of a batter, especially in these batting conditions. The ball coming onto the bat, something which batters absolutely enjoy. It'll be Roach from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And just to say, Sir Curtly Ambrose, you would have played quite a lot of cricket with some of the best the West Indies would have had to offer in terms of fast bowling. Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, the like. And you think pressure being applied from both ends. This one's short. Doesn't quite have the pace, does he, Kamar Roach? At this stage of his career, easily dispatched there from Dhananjaya. He's approaching 100 now.
Well, moving comfortably into his 90s, Dhananjaya pouncing on that very quickly. Kamar Roach short of a length, not getting up too high, and at 123 clicks, not fast enough to cause any real alarm for the Sri Lankan captain. Batting well. Really good captains knock this 94 now off 137. He's been positive all the way throughout. Strokes on both sides of the wicket, and he's been severe on anything loose by length or line. Yeah, you mentioned the likes of Curtly and Courtney, and there've been other combinations around the world. Wasim Wakar, you talk about McGrath in Australia bowling with Gillespie. So it's not just one bowler in good attacks putting strings together. You have it from both ends, and if mentally you're not with it, the proverbial man on your shoulder can get very loud, Marley, I can tell you that. You will ask most batsmen at the professional level, and we don't say it around bowlers because bowlers might get upset when they hear it. Although there is a skill involved, but what they will say is that 75–80% of their dismissals weren't jaffas, weren't balls that were exceptional one-off deliveries. But they will tell you that the good bowlers cause them to make bad decisions by the strings that they put together. And those bowling lines and links are so tight, it's unbelievable.
Sage points, Jimmy. I think a good illustration of that would have been Kamar Roach versus the left-hander Dinusha post-tee. The way he challenged the outside edge at times, just gave him a few to look at outside that off stump going away. And then the one that just goes on with the natural angle. Wasn't sure whether to play, whether to leave. And that's what experience and skill can do for you. Not necessarily pace. Experience and skill. Just there again, honing in on that front pad. Good batting though from the Sri Lankan skipper. Just giving a thumbs up to his partner coming through for that single. Good running.
12 Test hundreds, Dhananjaya. A man who has been to three figures often enough to know how to think through what can be sometimes a nervous 90s. Doesn't look nervous at the minute. And I would suspect that there would be a little bit of him that would be cautioning about not wanting to do it too quickly. It happens. But this is where this experience is invaluable. He's really been the rock around which this Sri Lankan batting lineup has built today, having especially lost Chandimal in that earlier partnership. But he's getting good support here from Milan Ratnaika to finish the 55th over. It's 229 for 6.
Azari and Shamar, the only bowlers to pick up wickets for the West Indies so far. 2 wickets apiece. With Shamar to continue. He's got the 2 slips, still got that wide third man. Almost. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. He's got a deep backward square just in front. In front, what am I saying? He's got a deep square just in front. And that fine leg fielder. So a few open spaces, especially with Dhananjaya on strike, maybe choosing to defend a bit more in this situation with the set batter. Shot hammered well in front of square. It's a shot he's played well throughout this innings. Takes him to 96, so he's just 4 away now from what would be a pretty splendid 100 from the Sri Lankan perspective. But look at that, not quite getting high enough to trouble the batter. And that's something we haven't seen too much here today. Not too many short deliveries, head height, bouncer type deliveries, Jim.
Well, I commented on that earlier, and I think if I were to be hypercritical and say, listen, on top of what we've seen, what could be done differently, I would say include some more short balls in your strings. And I'm speaking purely from a batting perspective. Especially for the swing bowlers. You're looking to come forward to negate swing. And if you have the ability, which I think most of them do have, to bowl short and just put a little bit of doubt in a batsman's mind, that fraction that we're talking about of hesitating to come forward can make a huge difference. What you want is just to introduce a 1% of indecision. Very fine margins at this level, Marley, and I don't think we've seen enough of the use of that delivery here today.
Yeah, the key is to try and keep the batters as off balance as possible. Varier lengths, but obviously the fuller length has proven to be more successful. But as you said, mixing it up, just trying to make the batters a bit unsure of what's coming next.
Yeah, the thing is not to just focus on the wickets, the balls that got wickets. Yes, they were of a certain length, but the response that you get can be induced by what happens before, the 3, 4, 5 deliveries leading up to that ball.
It's again a bit too straight. And that is in that wheelhouse of the subcontinent player. Very wristy type players. Anything on the pads, they tend to make full use of. And once again here, just a bit too straight by Shamar Joseph from over the wicket. It's not something you see too often in a modern game. The right arm orthodox bowling from over the wicket to the lefty. They tend to go around the wicket early, look to take it away, angle in and take it away a la Kumar Roach. But maybe Shamar Joseph doesn't quite possess the skills of a Kumar Roach at this stage of his career. Not saying he won't get there, but at this stage. It's a bit of a sound, half-hearted appeal in the end. Joshua De Silva just signaling no edge. So it'll be the end of that over. 5 runs coming from it. Dhananjaya 4 away from what would be a splendid 100. 2, 3, 4 for 6.
Ride him over.
Change in bowling from the Security Ambrose end, though. Will be Jaden Seals into the attack. As you see a West Indian fan there, he's bellowing out for some wickets. He'd love to see number 7. He's been here all day. He'd love to see number 7 on the board now. Have a look at those figures from Seals. Wicketless so far. Maybe at this stage, what, into his 13th over now, maybe just haven't seen the best of Jaden Seals so far in this match on day 1. I wouldn't say he's bowled badly. It's been quite threatening at times, especially with new ball in hand. Had that chance go down. So he's created opportunities, just not reaped the rewards. But from what I saw in that 4-day final, he's so consistent on the money, threatening every time. But this is a step up against better batters here. Fast stroke from Dhananjaya. I haven't seen too many of those today. Good running though. Coming back for 2. The fielder on that square leg boundary. Just a little slow to get off. So it's just 2 away now.
Extra run, no ball from Jaden Seals, overstepping, confirmed right there. Listening to Justin Greaves in his very quick flash interview, he really summed it up succinctly when he said, we haven't been consistent enough, and if you remove Kemar Roach, it really hasn't been, and not really pointing a finger, but at this level, if you're going to compete with the best in the world, it needs to be a lot more consistent than it has been, Malik. The other thing is to give credit where it is due. Within the batting of the Sri Lankans, the running between the wicket has been excellent. There have been a couple of yes and no's, but by and large, they've backed up aggressively, they've called aggressively, and they've turned 2s into 3s and 1s into 2s. They are looking for runs wherever and whenever they can get them. And again, it just, they have this maxim, how much value do you put on every single run? What are you prepared to do for every single run? And they have shown that they're alive to any possibility of keeping that scoreboard ticking.
You'd have watched Sri Lanka for quite a while now, especially in the recent past. Obviously, they've got the new coach in Gary Kirsten. Do you think that's something that's coming from the backroom staff, a real, in terms of that positive intent, not only with the stroke play, but with the running between the wickets?
I can't say. What I do know is South Africans play a very aggressive brand of cricket, which includes their running between the wickets. But I'm not going to say that this isn't something that Sri Lanka have had prior to Gary Kirsten being there. But what I will say is that it looks good. And if you look at the single, just the 2 runs taken to backward square just previously, you're into the 3rd session of the day. There might be some tired legs out there, and what they're saying is that we're really going to push you all the way.
Look like we've got an issue with the ball. It's just being out of shape, not quite going through that sphere, so we'll have a ball change. Umpire Butler comes out with the bag. Obviously, he's got to find a ball in similar condition. This ball, what? Some 56.4 overs old. Well, in fact, we had a change earlier today, so this would be the 2nd ball change. But these are the wickets. Almost seems like a long time ago now. Pathanasanka, the first to go. It's been prolific here, but didn't quite get many today. Azari Joseph went bang, bang. Mendes the last of that. Done for extra pace, Dinesh Chandimal. Shamar Joseph gets into the wicket column. Chandimal played really well as well for his half century, but Kushal Mendis, bit of a white ball stroke early in his innings, and you're speaking about the consistency and just how effective it is to just string dot bars together, and that was on show there by Kumar Roach. Just provided that element of doubt for the left-handed Dinusha, who played quite well in his second test match for 43. Just the 6 wickets. 2 for Roach, 2 for Jose Alzari, and 2 for Shamar. Jaden Seals will be looking to get into that wicket column as well. You see a young fan there. I wonder if he's listening to us on the stream. I'll say yes. Looks engrossed. Probably got away with that one. Did Jaden Seals. Short and wide. For the first time, we see a Sri Lankan batter probably miss out on a one just a bit short and wide. Beautiful, picturesque ground here at North Sound, Jim.
Bit of a contrast here, Malid. Such a green outfield. What's happening for the rest of the country? Do you need some rain, my friend? Place looks dry.
It's been a drought, Jim. We've had a drought for months. Beauty, and that will be his 100. What a way to bring it up. His 13th Test 100, his second versus the West Indies, and a real captain's knock here by Dhananjaya de Silva. 102 of 150 deliveries, and he just makes a little signal to the heavens there. The whole of Sri Lanka must be applauding this knock. His team was in a bit of trouble, but he's played a captain's innings. Something you'll know a little bit about, Jim.
What a way to bring up your 13th Test 100. The minute it left his bat, he knew. He was off the ground in celebration, was Dhananjaya de Silva. Came in with his team needing a rebuilding process to start. Began it with Chandimal, continued with Sonal Dinusha, and now looking to start another partnership with Milan Ratnaika. A great knock for the Sri Lankan captain, but work still to be done. 246, 241 for 6.
Bowling change again. Joseph replaces Joseph. Alzari replacing Shamar from the Sir Andy Robertson, and he starts with the delivery down the leg side once again. He'd want to set the tone in this spell, one Alzari. As you see that stroke that brought up that 100 from Dhananjaya de Silva, you could see the jubilation, that celebration, just pumping the fist, jumping in the air. Gets a standing ovation from his backroom staff. And 241 for 6. Sri Lanka just inching themselves into a pretty good position here on day one. Especially if we factor in just how the West Indies have batted in Test cricket over the past couple of years. Bowling a bit of a fielding change now. Leg slip comes in to play. Is it John Campbell in that position, it looks like? So this illustrates that maybe Alzari is going to look to bowl a more body line here. Interesting to see what length he employs. As we've seen the shorter balls be dispatched more often than not here on day one. Wayward for me. Very wayward. Obviously, they're working on a plan. It looks to be a short ball plan here. Body line plan to the left-handed Milan. Making a comeback to Test cricket after a while, Azari Joseph has had a few injury issues. You would also have a bit of experience being the director of cricket West Indies, so you'd have had quite a few interactions with a lot of these guys. 100 from Dhananjaya De Silva, 15 fours, taking the aerial option on many occasions. That strength through the offside, off the back foot though. Both sides of the wicket, offside and leg side, very productive for the Sri Lanka skipper.
The other thing to consider, it was mentioned earlier, I think by Samuel Badri on commentary, taking into consideration that the Sri Lankan test players haven't played a test now for pretty much a year. It's almost as if I would think you're breaking a drought to get a test 100, having not been involved in that format for so long. I don't know what their test schedule is like, but I would hope that after this series they don't have to wait that long to play another test series. It's hard to know whether you're in form or not.
Well, if you want an indication of just how little Test cricket Sri Lanka have played over the last 5 years or so, Pathum Nissanka would have debuted here. It's the end of the over though, 2-4-1 for 6. And I was just saying before the break, as we see that
Go, JJ.
best partnership of 99 for the 5th wicket between Danusha and Dhananjaya. As we see Dhananjaya De Silva with that century, just his second 100 outside of the subcontinent. Real achievement for the Sri Lankan skipper.
I'm sure that will mean a lot to him. I think in discussing interestingly, their bowling attack, they've decided to leave out the left-arm spin of Jayasuriya, who has incredible figures overall, but really padded with performances at home in Sri Lanka. So potentially him not playing here could be as a consequence of a poor away record. So I can tell you, runs and wickets away from home really sometimes count, in some people's eyes, a little bit more than runs and wickets at home.
Especially with as little Test cricket as these guys actually play. So we were just saying before the break, a good illustration of how little Test cricket they've actually played is Pathum Nissanka, debuting in 2021 here. And just looking at his record, he's been back now. It's been 5 years, and he's back now in the West Indies where he started. And he's only played, this is his 19th Test match. So he's played 18 Test matches in 5 years. Something needs to be done from that perspective. It's already an unofficial 2-tier Test system.
It really is padded in the favor of the richer Test playing countries, the ability to finance red ball cricket on a consistent basis. Going back to my time involved in cricket here at head office, the cost to Cricket West Indies was at times running you almost in the region of $750,000 per Test match losses for teams outside of India and England. So it comes at quite a cost to finance red ball cricket at this level. And you just think of the magnitude of the talent that exists that we're not getting a chance to see regularly because of the inconsistency of Test cricket for the poorer Test-playing nations.
And if you just have a look at the tally of Test matches Sri Lanka would have played in the last 5 years, I think this is their 37th. You compare that to an India, they've played 58. England have played 66. And I think India 63. So that just tells you there's a haves and have-nots in the Test game, and it's widening. Edge once again, a bit tentative this time from Dhananjaya. Didn't throw the hands at it, but nonetheless, he gets 4. That would hurt Jaden Seals, seeing that one fly over the outstretched hand of Rustin Chase. So creating chances is Seals, but hasn't reaped the rewards just yet.
Yes, it's been a frustrating day for Jaden Seals. They've picked off his bad balls, and even the edges have not been kind to him. That one flying over the man at second slip. You might as well have a laugh. The game can be cruel sometimes, Mali.
Good shot delivery to end. A bit of hostility. Finally, a proper bouncer here. End of that over from Seals is 247 for 6.
Let's just big up Dhananjaya's
in, ready? Yeah. It's been proper Test match cricket so far in this match. I think both teams showing a lot of fight. West Indies with ball in hand. Periodically, they would slip, not find the length and line that they should be consistently trying to hit. But Sri Lanka with a lot of heart and fight in this match by way of their skipper with a statement 100. Alongside me, Darren Ganga. He'll know a bit about hundreds.
Yeah, impressive innings from the Sri Lankan captain, Stacyan and viewers. Such a privilege to watch this type of effort because it requires a myriad of qualities as a batter. Not only a test of skill, but of patience and the ability to think on your feet, to adapt, to adjust, to calculate, and then to execute. Very impressive.
Yeah, 100 of intense quality from Dhananjaya. I was speaking about to Samuel Badri earlier, and I noted the fact that he was dropped from the T20 squad earlier this year, and then to come back here after not playing Test cricket for so long, and just looks as if he's been batting for weeks heading into this match, and just batting like a dream really for Sri Lanka. Really top stuff from the skipper so far. I think the coaching staff, they'll be extremely impressed with what they've seen so far.
He debuted in 2016 against Australia, Dhananjaya.
A bit edgy, but finds a gap. Not too sure if it was intentional. We'll wait to see the replay, but 250 up for Sri Lanka.
In reasonably good control, Milan Matanaika. just covering the line of the ball. Not a lot of lateral movement on that occasion from Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, healthy TEF average from him, close to 40, a best of 173. Certainly impressive from the skipper in the red ball arena. Yes, he's played T20s and ODIs as well. No hundreds in those. Yeah, a bouncer to finish the 60th. Sri Lanka 251 for 6. Sri Lanka eyeing 300 on the first day's play. Milan Ratanayake, in partnership with his skipper Dhananjaya De Silva, has been outstanding for Sri Lanka, taking responsibility on his shoulder in this inning so far.
Just looking at the skipper, Dhananjaya did talk about being impressed with his technique. He stands very tall, stands side on as well. But the one thing that jumps out when I look at him is the way he plays the ball under his eye line. He doesn't reach for the ball, doesn't lunge at the ball. We know the surface is a slow one, it's day one, there's a little bit of moisture. And there again, just waiting for the ball to come on to him, using the right angle and getting another run. And if you look at his interception points, it will confirm what I just said. Playing the ball from the crease under his eye line, that bat never in front of that front leg. And that speaks to him being in control as a batter, always in control. One of the hallmarks, technically speaking, of this innings from Dhananjaya De Silva. Wanting to have a good technique, but then the other major part of being successful at international cricket is applying that technique and scoring runs. And that is exactly what he has done in this innings so far.
I'm glad that you highlighted how late he plays the ball. A strong area that he scored in today is in and around that slip region, especially when it became vacant. Just drops his hands on the ball right under his eyes, and it's a free scoring area, allows himself to get, whether it's a boundary or runs in that area. It's been really good from him.
Yeah, just bottom left of screen, average swing, and how that has changed from session 1 to session 2. It's something that a player has to keep track of. Yeah, the reason why I talk about knowing the conditions in test match cricket is the fact that it's very important for a player to align his or her game to the changing conditions throughout the course of a test match. So the ball swung significantly in the first session. It reduced in the second. and very minimal swing in this, the third session of the day's play. Talk about why that is important. Important for a batter because you can afford to be a little more expansive, less risk when you're playing your strokes. But from a bowling point of view, Roston Chase, Jaden Sales, and the bowling group should take note of that change in conditions, because if the ball is not swinging significantly, there's little lateral movement, then that should shape your approach to bowling as a collective. Heard Jimmy Adams speak about being more patient, trying to eliminate 4 balls. That should be the order of the day, or the order of this third session.
Yeah, not happy to finish there, Jaden Seals, perhaps thinking he's offered too much width. 254 for 6.
Feels going off.
Yeah. There's a separate point also. Oh, no, so that was a miscommunication there. That was a separate. Yeah, that was a separate.
Run again. Roston. First morning.
We've spoken about the lack of swing in this session, Darren. We saw on the screen that graphic earlier showing 2.0 degree of swing and 0.8 in this session. So you spoke about approach and change. What do you recommend West Indies do in this session?
It's been spoken about before. The adjustment in the lines, the consistency required, the fact that you don't want to be too enterprising with your lengths. There's the evidence of the change in conditions. You see that type of change in the longest version of the game. And like I said, you need to align and use that information to your advantage. Just don't think the West Indian bowlers in that post-lunch session adjusted sufficiently. The run rate for Sri Lanka in that session was higher than the first session. There needed to be a little more discipline with lines and lengths, and you want to hear that noise coming from the captain, coming from the senior players, guiding the younger bowlers, guiding the process as the game unfolds.
Yeah, added to that, we've also noted that the pitch isn't as quick today. Nicely driven. Kumar Roach gives chase. Shouldn't get to the boundary, but again, the run-in by Sri Lanka coming back for a third. It's also a 50 partnership as well by Milan and Dhananjaya, which speaks to how well they've adapted. Earlier, they lost some wickets, but able to string together some partnerships in the middle there.
Another good partnership led by the Sri Lankan skipper. So good to watch the process of partnership building in this innings. Just asking the question, was there a little bit of glove down the leg side? Joshua De Silva, Alzari Joseph, not convinced. Hey, you saw that 40-run partnership with Madushka and Chandimal, then 68 with Chandimal and Dhananjaya De Silva. Now this one, was there a bit of glove? Close. Maybe Ultra Edge can confirm.
This one swatted away. Kemar Roach again has to give chase. But Dhananjaya De Silva, he's been out there long enough to know what the conditions are offering. So he knows that once it sits up, it's not going to come at him at high pace. So he's able to get on top of it. And yeah, that's just that replay there. Yeah, you saw Dhananjaya De Silva just indicating as well that it did brush his shoulder.
Yeah, great to see that he wasn't trying to hoodwink the umpire or the opposition.
Continuing with that short ball ploy, 262 for 6, and with that, we'll also have a drinks break.
In the pool, who's going to win this first test match between Sri Lanka and the West Indies? A cricket team. Is it 7, 9, 11, or 15? You can choose your answers by scanning the QR code on the side and answer that question along with many other interesting questions about West Indies.
Sri Lanka will be pleased with the scorecard so far because of that outstanding 100 by the skipper Dhananjaya De Silva. Coming in with his team under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, his second 100 outside of the subcontinent, his third Test match century as captain of Sri Lanka, so quite a significant century in his career. He's played with immense control. Didn't look threatened at all. Very polished in his approach to batting today. Look at where he scored his runs. He's a strong offside player, but he's scored quite a few through that leg side region, just tucking the ball, flicking the ball to leg side. So strong. Square of the wicket, offside too.
Kemar Roach, Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph only bowlers with wickets. I think the worrying thing for West Indies today will be the amount of boundaries that's been scored. And if you looked at that interception point as well, you look at the sessions, run rate per session, consistently 4 and above. At that interception points that we saw for Dhananjaya De Silva, we know how well he plays through the offside. But the fact that a number of his runs came through that leg side is an indication of how errant West Indies have been with line in the start of this series.
Hodges coming back.
Slight delay. Kevin Hodge
Yeah, he's still off.
had a bathroom break. Now returning on the field. Starts with a very good delivery, just probing outside the off stump, getting a hint of movement away from Milan, the left-hander.
Yeah, and this is needed from Justin Graves. We've mentioned that he plays that constrictor role. Yes, if he gets wicket, a big bonus for West Indies, but it's really utilized to bring some control in the innings. So started well. And he spoke about West Indies needing to just stick to what has been working for them, and so far 2 deliveries spot on from him.
Antigua in all its beauty, hosting another test match.
Yeah, Milan Ratnayaka really holding his own in this inning so far. He is very new to the game, just 5 test matches so far, but look at Sri Lanka and what they've produced recently. Yes, Kamindu Mendes wasn't able to get off. Some football skills there from Justin Graves, football fever from him. And don't think any of the teams will be looking to recruit him anytime soon.
Yeah, the FIFA World Cup tournament is unfolding in America, in Canada, in Mexico.
Yeah, but just picking up on that, what Sri Lanka has been able to produce over the years. You know, they have a strong history of great batters coming through the line. And you look at Kamindu Mendes, yes, he didn't score runs today, but an average of 62 coming into this match. Someone you'd think that they'll greatly rely on, but then enters Dhananjaya De Silva. So a lot of batters putting their hands up for Sri Lanka in recent history.
Yeah, I did mention that Sri Lanka played its first test match against the West Indies in 1997. Courtney Walsh was the captain of the West Indies, Arjuna Ranatunga the captain of Sri Lanka. And throughout that journey, we've seen many great batters from Sri Lanka. Arvinda De Silva, someone who has scored a glut of runs, over 6,000 test runs for Sri Lanka. Kumar Sangakkara, Sanat Jayasuriya, Mahela Jayawardena.
Yeah, just the 2 runs from that over. Sri Lanka 264 for 6. know, West Indies searching for answers, how to break through what has been such great control as we've noted from a skipper Dhananjaya de Silva, and he's been supported along the way by some of these younger batters as well. Young in age and experience, so really good to see them standing up. But Dhananjaya de Silva, he's been a rock for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and so many examples for him to follow. I didn't mention Angelo Matthews, Dimut Karunaratne, Dinesh Chandimal himself. Modern player, still in that dressing room that will inspire players like De Silva. Pulled away, and should be a couple of runs. And if you reflect on what Sri Lanka has done with the bat maybe since 2024, contextually, it's a strength in their test game. The ability for their batters to consistently produce runs, and they rank right up there with the best in terms of average runs in test match cricket since 2024. New Zealand at the top, batters averaging 32 in 21 matches, and Sri Lanka third on that list. Don't look at the bottom. The West Indies with an average of just 19, so plenty of work for the West Indian batters. What I didn't mention was that average of 1 century per match as well. It speaks to that culture of batters habitually taking starts and converting it into 3 figures. It's an attitude, it's a habit to develop. And you groom that habit at the first class level and bring same into the international level. And that is something that the Sri Lankans have done consistently well.
Yeah, and it's not just 1 or 2 batters. It's a number of them in that top 6 or so, contributing consistently for Sri Lanka. Take your eyes off the television screen if you are a West Indian fan. It's a 3rd drop catch from Joshua De Silva on his return. He's not having a good day with the gloves at all.
There, oh dear. Joshua De Silva just falling on this one. Did he get across in time? Was he too late? Ball not hitting the middle of the gloves. And more frustration for the West Indies. Even Joshua can't believe it.
The most amazing thing about that drop catch, not amazing, I'll say, is the smile on Alzarri Joseph's face. A bit of an aberration to what we were accustomed to seeing from him when a catch goes down.
Well, it will open the debate of Joshua and his role as a wicketkeeper. Quite a few options in that West Indian squad. Amir Django, Shea Hope. Not saying that they should be keeping, but they'll just question his output behind the stumps. What makes it more worrying for Joshua De Silva is the fact that he's just returned to the West Indies Test team. Second chance. And then this one.
Just struck firmly down the ground. Not a lot of power behind it from Rathnayake. An eventful over. Should have had a wicket. Not to be 269 for 6. No partnership pass in 3 figures, but partnerships of note throughout for Sri Lanka that has rescued them out of what could have been a precarious position. 269 now for 6. Justin Graves to continue. Yeah, they're looking for a single. Some trouble here with a direct hit. He was hearing down Milan Rathnayake, sent back quickly, got back quickly in the end by way of a diving effort.
Rustin Chase couldn't hit the target. Maybe a half chance, you can say. Miscommunication. And the throw was wayward. There's the desperation in the dive too from Milan.
And that paints a picture right there. That Superman-like effort. And nicely bowled there from Justin Graves, just dragging back into the right-handed batter.
Extra bounce. They talk about Justin Graves and the fact that at times he'll get the ball to bounce. A little bit of seam movement. Had a few infamous situations at this venue. With the pitch proving to be very challenging.
Yeah, that's been a propitious scoring area for a number of the Sri Lankans in this match so far. Whether it was done inadvertently or not, they've scored a lot in that area. And again, just too much width offered up to the Silva.
He's well set, he's on a century, so he's been there for a long time. Very much aware of the conditions, the different bowlers. And he can afford to be a little more enterprising at this stage of his innings. Dhananjaya Silva moves to 120.
Leading edge this time. Someone is settling under it. Brandon King. So a riposte from Justin Graves, struck for a 4 previously, and picks up the massive wicket of Dhananjaya Silva.
And the probing has worked. Not express pace, Justin Graves, but relatively consistent with his lines, his lengths, and the extra bounce that he produces at times. A leading edge, not for the first time we've seen it off the bat of Dhananjaya Silva. But this time, it goes into the hands of Brandon King, and that's the end of a magnificent innings from the captain. 120, it's 273 for 7.
Yeah, so a breakthrough at long last for West Indies. brings Kasoon Rajitha to the crease. 19 matches.
Right him over.
Average is not where he'll want it to be.
Center.
Certainly not, but he'll be known for his bowling later on. And Dhananjaya De Silva just had a quizzical look at the surface, the ball before, and this one also.
Just closed the blade of the bat too early on that occasion. Maybe there was lack of pace too from Justin Graves, but it doesn't take away from his brilliant effort. First to consolidate and then to score freely and consistently for his team.
One more ball remaining in this over. West Indies, they got the wicket that they desperately wanted. What's their approach now to get these 3 wickets quickly?
Back on here.
He's leaving that one alone, Rajitha. His leave looks good so far. 273 for 7.
Important strike again for the West Indies, timely, getting rid of the captain for a well-composed century. And now they'll be looking to get these remaining wickets as quickly as possible. 3 remaining. Shamar Joseph from the Sir Andy Roberts end. There's still some time for that second new ball, 15 overs away. They'll want to finish things before that becomes available. A little bit of a misfield results in an additional couple days on appeal. I just want to check. Doesn't seem altogether convinced Joshua De Silva nor the umpire, but just to make assurance doubly sure.
For a run out, have your best side on angle at the wicketkeeper's end, please. Yeah. Bat's grounded, ready to make my decisions.
An easy decision for the television umpire on that occasion. Direct hit would have been very interesting. .275 for 7. Marley Richards alongside me. How does your evaluation of today's play look?
What we've seen is the natural ebbs and flow of Test cricket. At times, it looked like the West Indies threatened to run through this Sri Lankan batting lineup, but we saw with Dhananjaya, first with Chandimal, and that's a wayward delivery. 5 wides there, so you'll have to bowl that one again, Shamar Joseph. But as I was saying, Samuel, just the natural ebbs and flows of Test cricket. That's what we've seen. I think the West Indies have just been a little bit inconsistent at times. Kumar Roach, though, he's been the standout in that department. As you see that really poor delivery from Shamar Joseph, as poor a delivery as I've seen from him. in Test cricket. It was signal wide.
Yeah, pull in front of square will result in a couple. There is protection there for that short delivery. And got on top of the bounce and was careful enough to hit it down. He changed the angle now. He's over the wicket, Joseph, to the left-hander. Previously, he was round. And I just wonder how he approaches the rest of the innings now that Rajita has joined him. They will look to eke out every run that is available as they get closer to that 300-run mark.
They've done pretty well so far to get there, just 18 away, the Sri Lankan team. Obviously, they've batted around the skipper in Dhananjaya, but the 6 and 7 wicket partnerships have been fruitful, both yielding over 50. Bit of an appeal there, no edge. But you were saying, Sammy B, Rathnayaka's role changes here with that dismissal of Dhananjaya, who's playing more of the supporting role. So you see that one beating the inside edge this time. Top hand coming off the bat. Wasn't in control at all. Luckily for him, edge wasn't taken, but if it was, would it have been caught? With the catching that we've seen from Joshua De Silva today. He's put down 3 catches in his comeback test.
Second or first?
Played a few shots in this over, so there is intent. There is a certain change in his approach. 5 overs behind. The West Indies, there is that penalty at the end of the test match if you are found guilty in breaching the time allotment. He's around the wicket now. Can he get a dot delivery? He does. So Rajita will be on strike for the start of the next over. 2 for 7.
Come on, guys.
This is how the innings has been constructed. 37 fours. That's something West Indies would reflect on. After a successful over, Justin Graves continues. Every now and then he produces something like that, Justin Graves. Doesn't often get the overs that he would like, given the quartet of fast bowlers in the playing 11. Just saw on screen there, Nazari Joseph's brother. I saw a video clipping Mali of Alzari and his younger brother in a tense battle. Might have been club cricket here in Antigua, and he was bowling some very fast and short deliveries to Alzari when he was batting. And no doubt when it was the younger brother's turn to bat, Alzari peppered him.
Yeah, it's Alzari and Ajari, the younger brother, affectionately known as Kiddy. Maybe doesn't quite possess the pace, but very competitive indeed. And that was the 40-over final here in Antigua that you would have seen, Sam. Went viral, did Ajari, and he's been dealing with it ever since.
Yeah, add another 4 to that tally of boundaries to Sri Lanka. Another, have to say, a gift of a boundary. We saw 5 wides in the previous over. Another one errant in line.
This is where Graves' role is so important. Doesn't possess the pace of maybe a Shamar or Alzari, but he has to be consistent with his lines and lengths. Can't afford to give too many boundary deliveries. He's been a little expensive considering the role that he's been asked to play. He's got to play a bit of a holding role. And he's also just good enough to pick up a few wickets. The end of 67 is 286 for 7.
Please tell Roston, 17 minutes now. Right behind 17.
A healthy start in terms of runs for Sri Lanka on the opening day of this test match. And this score represents Sri Lanka's highest score on the first day of a test match against the West Indies. So it's been quite productive. They drew a couple dismissals, maybe 5 wickets down, 6 wickets down. They've been in a very comfortable position. West Indies have prized wickets along the way, barring that couple exceptional partnerships. There's protection there, so just a single. You've spoken about the ebbs and flows throughout the day. Quite engrossing cricket to look at, Mali. But as things stand right now, where is the balance of power? And what can the other team do to restore power based on what you think at the moment?
Well, at this stage, 287 for 7, I'd have to slightly give the edge to the Sri Lankans. In the big context of things, the West Indies have not batted very well over the past couple of seasons or so in Test cricket. So with a score of 287 for 7, we look at the number of times that the West Indies would have scored 250 and above in the last couple of years in Test cricket. 19 matches. They've only done so on 8 occasions. So they've done 6 times in the first innings and twice in the second. So 287 for 7 is already a challenging total at this stage. Anything further on puts Sri Lanka more and more, in my opinion, even though conditions are pretty good for batting here, in a dominant position.
Very close to the edge, very close to the off stump. Misses both. Yeah, they've scored more centuries in this World Test Championship cycle than they've done previously. But you're absolutely right. The batting is still an area of concern, a major area of concern for this West Indian team. No Shea Hope today as well, a recent centurion. out with a little bit of a niggle. Jangu took his spot in for his second test match. And yes, he scored a truckload of runs in first-class cricket along with Joshua De Silva. But as you know, and as you viewers know, test match cricket is a different challenge altogether. He missed the bat by some distance and swung once it passed the stumps. But he's doing his job. Not Joshua De Silva. Not entirely. I'm speaking of Rajita. He's just hanging in there. And that's all you need to do, and try to eke out as many as you can. Get to that 300 psychologically. That's a milestone. And as you say, Mali, anything more than that is bonus, given the way West Indians have batted in the recent past.
Yeah, and with still some 22.1 overs remaining today, they don't manage to pick up many more wickets, or the final 3 wickets in this innings. You could probably project Sri Lanka 330 or so at the end of play. They'll be very happy with that. The end of that Joseph over, 287 for 7.
One of the questions in the trivia will be how many players are on the cricket team? 7, 50.
Test match cricket returns to Antigua. And these two teams return here. Last played in 2021. Clean them up. Another wicket for Justin Graves, doing more than his fair share. 8 down now for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, timely wicket this for the West Indies. We're just speaking previously about maybe projecting Sri Lanka ahead, but Justin Graves comes into the action once again. Full delivery, takes the inside edge. The left-handed Ratnaika has to depart. Big wicket this in the context of things. Still with a new ball available in 11 overs or so to the West Indies to see the back of Ratnaika for 27, 287 for 8.
New batter for Sri Lanka, Nahiru Kumara. Not altogether inspiring numbers. And from a batting perspective, can these remaining 2 wickets take them past 300? Justin Graves, a couple timely strikes. He remains wrong the wicket for left-handed Kumara.
This was the wicket, full in length. Just taking that inside edge. Just glancing that off stump, and Ratnaika had to go. Greaves picking up his second wicket. 2 for 36 so far. Sammy B, you mentioned the batting numbers of Lahira Kamara there, but he's got some fantastic numbers with ball in hand here in the Caribbean. Didn't manage to make the tour in 2021, but previously in 2018, he's played 3 matches in the West Indies. He's got 17 wickets at an average of 19.88. Economy rate 3.12. So he'll have fond memories of ball in hand. Maybe not here at North Sound in Antigua. Maybe slightly different conditions. But both him and Rajita, in fact, in 2018 were very good with ball in hand, picking up 28 wickets between them. But now they've got the bat in hand.
Smacks it down the ground, well fielded by Jaden Seals. Gets off the mark eventually. But his intent is clear. If it's close to me, I'm going to go after it.
He's got quite a burly build, doesn't he, Lahira Kamaru? Bowls absolute rockets. He's giving that an almighty swing. Didn't get anywhere near the middle. As he said, gets off the mark from his 3rd delivery. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. 3 slips. Point, extra cover. Mid-off comes and does the fielding there. Looks like Jaden Seals athletically getting around to his left. Just the one.
He's been called into action a couple times now. I just wonder if Ruston Chase is thinking about getting one of his quicker men back on to these 2. Intimidation factor and all. He's taken a couple wickets in successive overs, Justin Graves. End of another successful over for Graves, 289 for 8.
Hope.
How you going, though? How you going?
Lush green outfield, perfectly manicured for this test match. Both test matches in this series will be played at this very venue. Picturesque, isn't it? Right, Shamar Joseph now looking to add to his tally of 2. Here's a fielder. A forward short leg. No helmet because he's a few pitches away. Did go in the air, but away from him. Remember, Django took the first catch of the day in the first over of the day to get rid of Pasum Nisanka.
That was a bit reminiscent of that dismissal. Only thing, the fielder was not in position. Goes around the wicket here, does Shamar Joseph, to the left-handed Kamara. 3 slips. Just looking to give himself a bit of room there.
With the field set, might just be expecting something short. Deep backward square, deep fine leg, regulation mid-wicket. Just came from Trinidad yesterday, Mali, and it's been peppered with rainfall. Tiga looks quite dry, comparatively speaking. ITCZ inflicting some heavy rainfall in Trinidad and environs. Yeah, just striding for that additional pace, going over the line. And confirmation there of that. Looking for a short delivery or two in this over from Shamar Joseph. Yeah, quite deliberate. Just uses the pace and the bounce to guide it over the slip for a 4.295, the score at the moment.
Yeah, just looking to give himself a bit of room, does Kamara. In the end, he got the length that he wanted. Didn't go too hard at it. Just guided that over that third slip fielder. Looks like Rustin Chase there in third slip over the outstretched hand of the skipper. So welcome boundary this, just 5 away from 300 now. This run rate still above 4.
And now he's implemented a third close to the boundary. And this is wayward again. So they move to 299 now with those 4 extras.
It's just something we've seen creep in today, especially with Shamar Joseph. Just a few deliveries, just really wayward down the leg side. Just totally losing the radar. Quite an expensive over so far. It's been an expensive day by Shamar Joseph standards. Still 2 deliveries remaining. It's already conceded 76. 15.4.
Goes after him again. Jaden Seals does the tidying. 300 comes up for Sri Lanka. Talking about that milestone and the psychological effect that it has as a batting team. That's something you talk about in your first innings. 300, 350. Remember, they were inserted. Tricky conditions early up. They fought bravely all the way through. Still a couple wickets in hand and looking to add a few more. Push for another couple. Expensive over from Shamar Joseph. 302 for 8.
West Indies searching for those 2 wickets to bowl out Sri Lanka. And a lot of deliveries like that ensured that Sri Lanka has gotten to 300 runs, their highest score against West Indies on a first day in Test cricket. Justin Graves continuing. Jimmy Adams alongside me for this last session as well. Jimmy, West Indies looking for 2 wickets. Where do they go to get these 2 wickets? Kumara has played that shot well so far, has already picked up a boundary. Reinforcements on that third man boundary.
Yeah, from a wicket's perspective, the West Indies will be pleased to have 8 Sri Lankan wickets in the shed. What they won't be pleased on is what has happened in between those wicket-taking deliveries. It's been very, very inconsistent. And Kemar Roach apart, I don't think any of the bowlers will say that they've been at their best on a surface that would have required a lot more discipline than we've seen today. Kemar Roach's 12 overs, 2 for 32, being easily the most consistent of the lot. Justin Greaves had alluded to that when they interviewed him at the tea interval. He spoke to both himself and the bowling unit, believing that they could have and should have been more consistent up to the tea interval, and it has pretty much continued. Again, if you take out Kemar Roach, it has continued in the final session as well. So, yes, 8 wicket-taking deliveries, but in between that, quite a bit of inconsistency.
This one is high, it's in the air. Kemar Roach takes an easy catch. So that 9th wicket they were searching for, West Indies again, Justin Greaves. Handy from him so far. He gets another.
Yes, his 3rd wicket. Fuller delivery. And yet another leading edge that has gone up instead of out, and presenting quite an easy catch for Kemar Roach at mid-on, just backpedaling a few steps. He has 3 wickets to his name, Justin Greaves, and Rajitha has to depart for 8. It's 303 for 9.
With Justin Greaves, the man getting that 9th wicket. West Indies will desperately want to wrap things up now. Don't allow Sri Lanka to add any further runs to this tally. Yeah, 2nd time. Bit of a scoop, you'll say, from Rajitha. Just going to get it past Kemar Joseph. A lot of height on that one. Going to get the distance past mid-on. Yeah, Sita Fernando, the new batter in. The end of the 71st, a successful one for West Indies, 303 for 9. Yeah, lots to think about in this period. You say West Indies close to bowling out Sri Lanka. Some of the openers perhaps thinking about batting if they get a chance to bat tonight. But Jaden Seals back into the attack. He hasn't picked up a wicket so far today. Has produced a number of opportunities He'll be looking to try and close things out and get that one in that left column.
I would reckon, Stacey, that there might be a couple of opening batsmen who would be hoping that the last Sri Lanka wicket falls at a time such that they would not have to bat 10 minutes tonight. The last thing any opener wants to do is to have to bat 10 minutes before close of play at the end of a day's playing Test cricket.
Yeah, swings this one. It's aerial, but just over Alzarri Joseph. And they get a boundary as well.
A despondent smile from Jaden Seals. He's still wicketless. Kumara giving himself room, swinging high and hard, and the response is for both mid-off and mid-on to drop back to the boundary.
Yes, Kumara looks quite convincing with a bat in his hand, Jimmy. It looks to just go at anything at pitch top or anything that he can free his arms to. Yeah, but I like that conversation that you open up, Jimmy. You weren't an opening batter, but perhaps just get into the mindset of a batter at this time of the day, nearing their team on the verge of dismissing the opposition.
Yes, yes, it goes with the age. We've seen it happen so often. And ideally, your two opening batsmen will be thinking, let's get past that cut-off period beyond which we won't have to come out and bat, then get that last wicket, and then we can start fresh in the morning. No batter wants to have to start his innings twice. So if they went in with 10 minutes, they'd have to start tonight, fight through tonight till close of play, and then come back tomorrow morning and have to start all over again. The batsman would rather just do one start and then continue from there.
Cries of catch it. Alzarri Joseph gets there in the end. So we were just having a discussion around the openers getting a chance to bat, but Jaden Seals finally gets one, and he's saying, oh, finally someone holds on to a catch. And he gets one in that left column. He worked really hard. Sri Lanka, they are bowled out for 308. And now the West Indies batters can think about padding up and having a bat.
A look of relief on Jaden Seals' face. He's finally gotten that wicket to get off the mark for this series. There he is, hoping. Yes, I'm there. I'm in the book. I've contributed. I've played my part. Well done, Jaden Seals. Nonchalant from Alzarri Joseph, and a hug of delight from his fast bowling partner.
I love how he's so passionate about getting that wicket. And it's just him saying, he just turned around and looked in the direction of Alzarri Joseph as if to say, can he get there? Please get there. He did in the end, his fast bowling partner, but Sri Lanka, a valiant effort from their batters to get them to 308 on the day's play. Ideally, they would have liked to go on and be batting tomorrow, but 308 is on the board to play for, highlighted by a magnificent century from their skipper, Dhananjaya De Silva, and support from Chandamal Denusha in his second match as well.
Bowling card, well, 2 wickets apiece for Roach, Alzarri Joseph, Shamar Joseph, and Justin Greaves coming to the party with 3 critical wickets. Justin Greaves is 3 for 39, his best bowling figures in international cricket, in Test cricket.
Yeah, throughout that session, consistent run scoring from Sri Lanka. 3 wickets, then 2, but 5 in that last session. Yeah, so we'll take a short break, and at the other end of it, West Indies will start their batting innings. Beautiful pictures on your screen. Antigua, a lovely place to have cricket. Dhananjaya De Silva stand out, 120 for him. Chandamal half century, the other half century in the innings, but Sri Lanka 308 all out. West Indies will say it's a good day to bowl out a team. And the first wicket going to Kemar Roach. Ahmed Jangu taking a good catch. Patam Nasanka, one of those top order threats, dismissed very early. Then entered Alzari Joseph after being struck for a 6. There was a ball change in this over, and then he went on to pick up 2 wickets at fuller length, counting for the wicket of Madushka. Kusal Mendes, Mindu Mendes, I beg your pardon, dismissed for a duck. that same over we were talking about. Alzarri Joseph up 2 in the over. And then another over with 2 wickets. Dinesh Chandamal, just after notching up a half century, was dismissed. One nipping back in and taking his off stump out. Shamar Joseph again, another wicket. Kusal Mendes dismissed with one, just tailing away from him slightly, pushing at it, looking to drive, getting that edge. Justin Graves is holding it, safe hands from him. And then a bit of great planning from the veteran, Kemar Roach, to account for Dinusha, who looked really good in his second test match. He was disappointed. Then a leading edge, Justin Graves, to get the biggest wicket of the day. Then Anjaya de Silva. Looking to work it to the leg side. Healthy leading edge. Only thing he could have done there was hope that it was dropped. And then Milan Ratnayake, not really pushing out to that one. A bit of a Yorker length from Justin Graves and an edge back onto the stump from Ratnayake. Rajitha didn't last very long. Scooping that one up. Kemar Roach, who took a very easy catch. Justin Graves, 2 wickets, on his way to his best figure in Test cricket. And then finally, Jaden Seals toiled hard all day. Finally got a reward. Alzarri Joseph taking a good running catch. Ball going away from him, kept his eyes on it all the way through. Sita Fernando looking to be expansive. Chips this one up. And Jaden Seals delighted by Alzarri Joseph taking that catch. So, Sri Lanka dismissed for 308. All bowlers getting wickets except for Ruston Chase. Yeah, so West Indies, a little testing period for them just before the close of play. Survival will be key here though. 2 opening batters, Brandon King and John Campbell. 2 good friends, Jamaicans. John Campbell, an average of 25, 350s and 100 to his name. Also there alongside Brandon King. Just 7 matches, very new to the Test arena. Half century his best. 3 of them as well. So, as I mentioned, survival is key. Jimmy Adams alongside me, he'll know a bit about surviving in this period.
Yeah, it's going to be a testing period for them. You're almost on a hiding to nothing, coming out to bat. Maybe no more than 2 overs. It really means that if you do survive, you're going to have to start your innings twice. You start this evening, you survive a period, and then you have to start all over again tomorrow morning. But that is what makes Test cricket Test cricket. It's a test of everything. I mentioned earlier, a few minutes ago, that both openers, I would be surprised if both openers weren't secretly hoping that that last wicket would have fallen a couple minutes later, and then they would not have had to come out and bat for a couple overs this evening. But it is what it is. As we watch the final few minutes of the wicket being rolled in between innings, you're allowed 7 minutes of rolling, and it looks as if the 7 minutes are now completed, and another couple minutes to get the roller off the pitch, and we will resume play with the West Indies now replying to Sri Lanka's 308 all out.
Yeah, it's so important that the two batters don't come out with that sort of thought in mind. You know, that they wish that the wicket would have been taken a bit later. It is a challenge indeed. Some of the best players in the world, they enjoy challenges. So the two opening batters, yeah, you want things to be easy, but here is the challenge in front of you. Make the best of that situation. But Asita Fernando, someone who has built a really strong career for Sri Lanka, has a lot of control, looking to find any sort of swing if there's any with that new ball.
A little bit of swing for Fernando. Coming back into John Campbell. Interesting field. Only the two slips and the gully, but they do have a leg slip, which would indicate that Asita would be thinking of making sure that John Campbell plays as many of these deliveries as possible. Put pressure on him by making him play. Don't give him free balls outside off stump to leave alone. Build this pressure.
Yeah, quite similar to what West Indies had earlier, especially to Kemar Roach, I beg your pardon, who was swinging it back into the right-handed batter, but they did have someone very close at square leg. There's a square leg in place, but he's more in a traditional position, more in line with the umpire. You also have that leg slip and fine leg. There's been 3 good deliveries so far. It's not the quickest in this lineup, but again, he has such good control, and we're seeing that on display so far from Fernando.
Excellent line, excellent length, putting it in that area that no opening batsman, especially with just a couple of overs to go on an evening, wants to be having to negotiate. Can't leave them alone because the ball might swing back and hit the pad or the stumps, so you have to play. Just a little bit too wide on that occasion. Asita wants to have John Campbell playing at every delivery.
Yeah, and the fielders, just the batters, I beg your pardon, just doing some gardening. You know, just trying to lengthen time, but 5:30 should be the cut-off time. Quite possibly might be the only over.
Get your shoelaces untied, Stacey. Now is the time. Untie those shoelaces.
Yeah, what Asita Fernando is ensuring as he's making use of all of these deliveries. So far, they have snipped away a touch from John Campbell. Last ball remaining. He has to look for the one that's going to be on his stumps.
I would have been tying my shoelaces now. There would have been no ball being bowled for another minute and a half.
Yeah, tries it, but just errant in line and tailing down. A very good take, though, from Kusal Mendes. And West Indies, they'll be happy
John Campbell, I mean, Brandon King, he was a spectator. He'll be happy that John Campbell didn't manage to get a single, but West Indies, they'll take this day. They'll say it's a good day. They managed to bowl out Sri Lanka, 308 runs on the board, and survive the lone over into this play from Sri Lanka.
Relief, relief, relief. West Indies successfully negotiating that 1 over. Both openers will resume tomorrow morning. Sri Lanka having just been bowled out for 308 by the West Indies on the first day here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. It's been a good day of cricket, an absorbing day of cricket. Highlight being obviously the century from the Sri Lankan captain. Beautiful sights of the island of Antigua. That just speaks to the 1 over that we've just seen. Neither batter troubling the scoreboard. And just a 1 over from Asita Ahmeden.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick break and then we'll be back with Darren Ganga for his analysis with some guests.
end of day one of this first test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka, and the Sri Lankans will be pleased with their batting effort. 308, that's what they posted, being sent in to bat by Roston Chase, and that score built on the backbone of another century from their skipper, Dhananjaya de Silva, a magnificent 120 from 168 balls. He got good support too from the elder statesman, Dinesh Chandimal, who notched up a half-century, 54, and Dinusha contributing with 42. In terms of the West Indies bowlers, Justin Graves with 3 for 39, his test best figures, excelling in the circumstances and getting support too from Kemar Roach, who picked up a wicket in his first over, and 2 wickets for Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph. The West Indies getting 10 wickets on day one. So the summary of the day's play, you can see clearly what has transpired. 22 overs in that first session, and Sri Lanka consistently scoring at 4+ runs per over. 3 wickets by 2 wickets and 5 wickets in the last session to close the Sri Lankan innings out. So again, as we close day one, I'm joined by Samuel Badri and also Sunal Dinusha, who had a fine innings today. Welcome, Sunal. Of course, it's your first tour to the West Indies. You had that chance to play against the West Indies Select 11. How are you enjoying your tour so far?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to congratulate keeper. He got a wonderful century, so it was amazing. So, to be honest, actually, this is a very good challenge in playing here. So, you know, it's a seam attack, so it will be a good experience for us.
Let's talk about your innings of 43 from 75. The partnership was an excellent one with your skipper. How would you rate that effort?
Went to the Kusan Mendes out, so I thought I wanted to play my normal game, so I backed my skill, then I trust my skill, then yeah, I played my normal game.
Samuel, what impressed you about his effort?
Yeah, firstly, congratulations on your knock on that partnership. I thought the way he was able to manage risk and still look to score of those deliveries that were wide. It seemed as though he had a clear plan that anything that was given with, he was able to score quite freely. And he knew exactly where his off stump was up until the time he was dismissed. So I thought his management of risk while still looking to score was quite important. As he just mentioned there, he came into a critical time, losing wickets quite quickly. And so they needed that partnership, and he provided solidity with his captain, only his second test match. So the maturity and the responsibility with which he played was quite impressive.
Yeah, you played that test match against Bangladesh in 2025. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot here. We have that over that Kemar Roach bowled to you before you were dismissed. I want you to talk me through what was going through your mind at the start of the over, because there were quite a few deliveries going away from you. Tell us, and have a look at the monitor as well.
Yeah, I had the plan as well, so yeah, he bowled really well. He set to the, you know, outside the off stump. Then I was, yeah, it was a good ball. Yeah, nice plan.
So was it a case of you expecting that delivery to go away, or maybe hesitating a bit to get your bat down, knowing that 3 previous deliveries blew away from you as a left-hander?
Yeah, so he had a plan, I think. And me as well, I thought he will bowl into the wicket. But it was a good ball, to be honest, actually.
Right. I know that Kemar Roach was being encouraged. He is the elder statesman for the West Indies with the ball. He didn't have that type of success with Dhananjaya de Silva. You looked at his innings from the opposite end. What was so special about that effort?
I think his maturity, I think he has a lot of experience, so I think he executed really well, I think. So, yeah, it was a good inning.
Yeah, again, DG, and you know, the way that he constructed this innings, he was taking on anything that was short. He showed intent from early on, and I spoke to him at the start of the game and how much of a lack of opportunity that these guys have to play test match cricket. So whenever he gets the opportunity, he really wants to cash in. And he showed today why he is the captain, why he's such a fantastic leader for this team over a long period of time. He's been here before. He understands these conditions well. And he was able to bat alongside some of the younger ones coming through and to really shepherd them through that period of difficulty. But I have one more question for you in terms of the conditions here. How were you able to adapt to it, and how similar or different is it to what you're used to?
To be honest, actually, we know in playing here is very tough to as a batter. Because West Indies has a good phase attack, so and wickets sometimes very tough to batter. So it will be a good experience for everyone, I think. So to preparation for these, I think we need to look some bounce and seams, everything. So it's hard to bat actually as a batter in these conditions.
And when you look at the way things currently stand after day one, 308 you guys put on the board, how do you and the Sri Lankan team assess the first day's play? Are you guys in a very comfortable position, or?
Yeah, to be honest, I think it is a good score, I think, so 300 plus. So I think tomorrow if we bowl better areas, better length, so we can do well, I think so.
Before I let you go, I know that you've had a long day. Gary Kirsten, your new coach, someone who has scored a lot of test match runs, 21 test match centuries. What impact has he had in your dressing room?
Yeah, to be honest, speaking about the staff, I think they have given fair freedom for everyone. So that team environment, it's very good at the time. So I think they are doing really good job so far. I think we can see next ahead Sri Lanka team where in, to be honest, actually, yeah.
Okay, well, Sunal, thank you very much for your time this evening. I know you have a long test match ahead of you. Well played today again, and I'm sure all our viewers are quite happy to hear from you. So as we continue to unpack the day's play, we're going to take a short break and we'll come back with more. West Indies will be pleased that they were able to pick up 10 wickets on day one of this first test between West Indies and Sri Lanka. 3 wickets to Justin Graves, the best for him in test match cricket, and a couple wickets for Roach, Alzarri Joseph and Shamar Joseph. As we enjoy the conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, I welcome Marley Richards with us. Marley, just on the back of what I just said about Justin Graves, he had that prize wicket of Dhananjaya de Silva, then the wicket of Ratanaike and Rajita. How did you see his effort with the ball?
Well, he's been picked as a batting all-rounder, but he's also, as we said, he's an all-rounder, so he's there to help facilitate in the fast bowling unit. And he started a bit slowly for me today. He wasn't quite as consistent as we've grown accustomed to seeing him. But towards the back end of that spell, he started to find the right areas, got his wrist behind the ball more consistently, started to extract a bit more bounce out of this pitch. And as you said, picking up his best wicket figures in Test cricket so far. Very good performance from him.
Sammy, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that he started off a little bit slowly. His role in this team is essentially to give the frontline fast bowlers a little bit of a rest, and in doing so, if he picks up a couple wickets or 2, that's a bonus. But initially, he was a little bit more expensive than he usually is, but then he came at the back end and picked up those 3 very important wickets to register his career best figures. So he's done his job, and I think the bowling unit as a whole did their job. When you talk about getting 10 wickets on day 1 of a test match, winning the toss and inserting the opposition, that's precisely what the West Indies would have wanted. Maybe a few runs too many, but from a bowling standpoint, I thought that they did well from a wicket-taking perspective, but too many runs, too many errant deliveries, allowing Sri Lanka to score the most runs that they've ever scored against the West Indies in a day's play, over 300. So it will be a challenge for the batters. We'll see how that unfolds on day 2 and beyond.
Well, Gary, Kirsten will have a chance to reflect on day 1 as well. And one of the things will jump into his mind is the loss of wickets in clusters. We saw that with Alzarri Joseph in the 10th over when he picked up 2 quick wickets. And what was impressive about that particular over, Mali?
Well, it was just that length, that fuller length, as you could see there, bringing the batsman forward, taking the outside edge of the left hand. It was LBW to the right hand, the first stop. It was that fuller length that proved to be quite decisive for Alzarri.
I think DG and Mali, the first ball of that over, the first ball of his spell was smashed for 4. Through that point area, it was short and wide, and then he made the adjustment, beating the batter for pace up front, and again, as you mentioned, bowling that full length. And to get someone like Amindu Mendes, we've seen his statistics in test match cricket. He has had a phenomenal run. To get him out first ball was a pivotal strike for the West Indies, and Alzarri in his comeback test at home here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium had a wonderful start to the day's play.
As you're on the floor, we saw the same from Shamar Joseph when the West Indies desperately needed wickets beyond that first session.
Yes, straight after the luncheon interval, he was able to produce this full, fast. This is what he's been known for, Shamar Joseph. And then again in the over, for the first time against the West Indies, Kushal Mendes not able to score. So double wicket strikes twice, and as you mentioned, it's something that they'll reflect upon. But as a batter yourself, you know, DG, that's when you're most vulnerable, when you just get to the crease. So if a bowler can put a ball in a correct area, in a troublesome area, more often than not, they can have that reward.
Well, the West Indian bowlers, they bowled 71 overs and 5 balls. They'll have a chance on day 2 to put their legs up, get some rest and prepare for that second innings. One of the things that Darren Sammy will have to address at the end of day 1 is Joshua De Silva and his mindset, Mali. He had 3 chances going up begging. What would be his advice to Joshua?
Well, the only advice you could give him is to stay as positive as you can. He'll be down in the dumps for sure. He's been away from Test cricket for 2 years. He's made his comeback, and he hasn't had the best day with the gloves. He put down 3 chances. Those chances could have been taken. We could have been looking at Sri Lanka being bowled out for maybe under 200. But it's not the case. It's 300 plus, and it's something he'll have to deal with. But keeping him positive will be the main goal from Darren Sammy.
And Samuel, if you had to speak to Joshua De Silva tonight, what would you say to him?
these things happen. No one goes out there to drop catches. Sometimes you try to do so well. It's his comeback test, as we mentioned. He's been away for such a long time. He scored a truckload of runs, and sometimes you focus on one department trying to get back into the team, and you might have neglected the other. I'm not saying that is the case with him, but certainly those were regulation chances, and more often than not, wicketkeepers will take those. So he will be dejected, and quite rightly so. But these things happen in sport. It's how you rebound from that and how you can come back the next day with a positive mindset and how you can put that behind you and try to focus on the task at hand. His next task will be with the bat and how many runs he can score for his team. It's easier said than done to put it behind you, to forget about it. When you go back in your room and you lie down in your bed, it will play on your mind. And in the age of social media, there will be clips left, right, and center and will be reminders about those drop catches. So for him, as quickly as possible to forget about it and focus on the next job at hand would be my message to him.
Well, only time will tell how Joshua De Silva equips himself for day 2. We're going to take a short break and we'll come back with more.
That is absolutely perfect.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. If you followed this test match, you would know that the West Indies had to bat a solitary over before the end of the day's play. Samuel Badri, Mali Richard alongside me. Could you glean anything from that first over face by the West Indian openers?
Well, not too much at the end of the day. It was bowled by Asita Fernando from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Just a bit of shape, some good decision-making, really, from John Campbell allowing a few to go past, just assessing conditions, just setting himself up for hopefully what will be a long innings on day 2.
Samuel, project for me what we can expect in that first session on day 2. One, given the fact that there's no Shea Hope and that experience and form we've seen from him in his comeback into Test match cricket since 2025, and the fact that the Sri Lankans have a few bowlers with experience and success in the Caribbean. You talk about bowlers like Lahiru Kumara, Asita Kasun, Ajita, those bowlers. How would the West Indian batters fare?
Yeah, high skill bowlers and conditions that generally favor them. So they'll get some swing because of that easterly breeze here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. What they won't have is the preparation moisture that the West Indians had on day 1. And typically here, days 2 and 3 are the best days for batting. So it would be a little bit of a challenge for the West Indians, I would say, maybe the first hour with that new ball and with that swing. And as you mentioned, no Shea Hope in the middle, who has done well recently. Amir Jangu, only his second Test match, so he will be tested. But they need a good start. Someone like John Campbell needs to show all of his experience now. He's been playing Test match cricket for some time. And generally from John Campbell, you see him get into the 30s and the 40s, and he gives his wicket away. So I want to see him, once he gets set, to really settle down for the long haul and to make a substantial score. When you look at the West Indian batting, only 7 centuries in some 19 Test matches since the start of 2024. And they've only gone past, you were mentioning on air, Mali, about how many times they've gone past 250 in the first innings. I think it's only 6 times. 6, yeah. So they need to find a way to get as close as possible to that 300, if not more, because they want to set themselves up in the first innings for a win in this Test match. So they need to bat well, and the experienced players really need to put on a fight, but more so those with that form who are coming into this with a truckload of first-class runs.
Mali, before we close day 1, you know better than anyone else the conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Will it change significantly from day 1 to day 2?
Well, I think it will get better for batting tomorrow, as Samuel said. Day 2, day 3 generally are the best days for batting here at North Sound. When there's a bit of extra moisture on day 1, that makes it maybe, that takes the batting period maybe into day 4. But here today, no excess moisture. So for me, day 2, day 3 will be the best days for batting. Keep an eye as well, because it's been dry here in Antigua, if that pitch will break up at all.
Okay, gents, thank you very much for your insight. Mali Richards, Samuel Badri. We come to the end of day 1 of this first Test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. It's been an eventful day because we saw a century from the Sri Lankan skipper and as well 10 wickets falling for the West Indies. We hope that you enjoyed today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. All action will continue. For now, we'll say good night and goodbye, and we'll see you tomorrow.
मैनेजर बंद कर लेना बंद कर ले
Dennis, on your return to the Caribbean, 54, you said in a good partnership with your captain. 208 all out, how would you assess that?
It was difficult to bat on earlier. So, I mean, I had, let's say that enough experience playing in Caribbean. So, credit goes to West Indies fast bowlers. I mean, they have tremendous throughout the inning. I mean, they bowl in a great area. So it was a bit of challenge for us early on. So, but as a batters, our intent was to get the run. So that's why I feel that we got more than 300.
Yeah, and in terms of your captain's knock, how would you describe it?
Yeah, it is unbelievable. As far as I'm concerned, that I think only 3 players scored century in Caribbean as a Sri Lankan. So, I mean, this is one of the great knock I have ever seen throughout my Test career. So, full credit goes to him. So he got hit few balls into the body, but still he was there and he smashed with a beautiful century. So, credit goes to all the batters, not only him. So, I think we are in a good position, and I mean, we'll have to restrict the West Indies as soon as we can.
And finally, just looking ahead to tomorrow, what is it that you think is a good total to restrict West Indies, or what do you need to do on this surface to restrict them?
I mean, we'll have to stick to our plans. We all know that how good these West Indies batters are. So, I mean, if we can get early couple of wickets, so that will be great for us. So, I mean, if we can restrict them as minimum we can, so that's what we are looking at. I'm sure boys will come good in tomorrow. Cheers, thank you.
All right, Coach, 10 wickets after winning the toss selected to bowl. How do you assess the day?
Pretty good day for us as a bowling group. The conditions didn't really did what we expected to for a longer period of time. We did get a little assistance with the new ball, but after that, I think we went searching a little bit as a bowling group. But having said that, coming back throughout the day, the effort that the guys put in when nothing was assisting them, and to get all 10 wickets in a day, I think is a tremendous effort from the bowlers.
Yeah, 3 wickets are just increasing because the bowlers. Shamar Joseph, his first test since July, same with Al-Zari. How would you assess their performance?
It was good. It looked like they were still feeling out coming back into test match cricket. But having said that, their experience that they gained before came into play after they got a couple overs in, and we know what they can do with getting more game time. They'll be back to full fitness and to performing as consistently.
Yeah, Kimar's returns to the from 12 assesses his continued output as the league out there.
Yeah, definitely. We know what Kima brings to our bowling lineup, that experience and that stability as well with the new ball, and he continued to show his experience in the team, giving us that early wicket as well, and he continued to lead from in front.
Yeah, and finally, in terms of what you want to see from the batters throughout tomorrow, try and overhaul the
Yeah, definitely. As we see today that the new ball does pose a threat, and especially in the morning session, if we see how that new ball, and then we see as the day goes along, it gets easier for batting. So basically our batsmen just need to see how that first initial spell with that new ball, and then bat deep into lunch, after lunch, and then it becomes easier to score as the game goes along.
Good morning and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, where we are all set for the first test in this two-match series, West Indies up against Sri Lanka. Earlier, the toss fell in the favor of the West Indies, and Ruston Chase electing to bowl first, citing the conditions, trying to exploit what preparation moisture might be in the surface for Sri Lanka. It's a nucleus of players that form the core of this batting lineup. Very experienced. Look at the averages on the far right. Kamindu Mendes has been exceptional, still in the infancy of his test match career, but the early signs are quite remarkable. In the bowling, they've got some experience in the fast bowling department as well, and some spinners who can play a role as this test match continues. From a West Indian perspective, well, John Campbell and Brandon King will be the duo at the top of the order. Amir Jangu gets another opportunity in Test match cricket, along with Joshua De Silva. Those two have been exceptional in first-class cricket in the region. Ruston Chase has a battery of fast bowlers who have been phenomenal for the West Indies in the recent past. Right, opening batters are making their way out. Making his way next to me, Mali Richards, who is quite familiar with these conditions. Mali, good morning to you and your expectations of this first match.
Good morning, Samuel. Good morning to all the viewers in the Caribbean and around the globe. Once again, test match cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. An exciting prospect. What we've seen recently, though, here is that the Pathum Nissanka, we saw him 5 years ago here, made his debut at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. As he said, 100.5 century in his 3 innings. But ball one, here we go.
Middle of the bat straight away, off the mark straight away, with a couple from Nissanka. So a confident start from him. Taken. Amir Jangu with the catch, and Kema Roach gets another wicket, moves closer to that 300 mark. The talisman and the leader of this fast bowling attack strikes immediately in the first over. Sri Lanka 1 down.
Yeah, he's been targeting the pads. This one just a bit shorter. Couldn't quite ride the bounce. Good sharp catch there by Jangu. That one had to stick. Wickets early here for the West Indies with the new ball. Nissanka has to go for just 2. It's 2 for 1.
Yeah, that was deliberate. Very deliberate from Chandimal. Knew that he just needed to get enough bat on it. Didn't
really care to keep that one down. Got that whiff and through the hands, and it flew away.
Dropped. He got his hand to it, Joshua De Silva. Did he get the elevation that was needed? I don't think so. But an opportunity. Another flashing blade and a fortuitous boundary. Yeah, that should challenge the boundary. The fine leg is quite wide.
And flies over the slip cordon. Not in full control, but Madushka gets away with this one. He's gone after it. Wit on offer, maybe a little more confidence. And that's a proper execution to end the over.
And again he goes aerial, just clipping it to square leg. In the air, a couple of bounces. So, boundary for Chandimal.
And he goes short and wide. And Madushka punishes this one. Is that close? Is that close enough? Yes! The dreaded finger goes up. The West Indies could possibly have a second.
Full swinging, beaten for pace, Madushka. Looking as if it would have hit middle of middle.
and Alzari Joseph confident. Madushka not even bothering to review. And Sri Lanka now lose their second wicket. Madushka goes for 23. It's 42 for 2.
Edge. And another one goes down for Sri Lanka. I was just going to talk about his average in Test match cricket and how prolific he has been with the bat. But he won't challenge anymore in this innings.
Well, an excellent first delivery, bang on target from Alzari Joseph, forcing Mendes to play, had to play at that one, and just straightening enough to take that outside edge. A low catch by John Campbell, and it's a double strike here for Alzari Joseph in his first over. Mendes goes without scoring. It's 42 for 3.
Has been looking to be full. A bit whippy there from Chandamal. Good run there from King, but also good running in the middle to pick up 3 runs. 50 up as well for Sri Lanka.
That one's timed down the ground quite sweetly. It will get close to the boundary. In fact, it beats Seals into the boundary, so a good solid stroke that from Dhananjaya. Flared away over, well, through that slip region for 4. Once again, width presented by a West Indian bowler, and it finds the boundary.
Even having been there for over 42 deliveries, Chandamal, who now gets another boundary. Errant and punished. Really well played by Dhananjaya, the captain, who worked that one quite effortlessly for 4. Leading edge falls safely and gets a fortuitous boundary. So bookends the over with a couple boundaries. Dhananjaya, 80 for 3.
And the response from Jaden Seals going a little bit too straight on that occasion, not getting any swing, and an easy clip down to fine leg for Chandimal.
Yeah, that would be another boundary, just like the last over. A couple then, and a couple more now. 88 for 3.
Some pressure, man. Come on.
You know, will challenge the boundary, and based on the way Kemar Roach is chasing, it will win that particular race. And it seems as though that just might be the last bit of action for the first session of the first day. All along the ground, always difficult to recover when it's going downhill in that direction. And this partnership sort of restoring parity in the contest after the first session. West Indies were on top when they picked up those 3 wickets for just 42 on the board. This partnership of 53 bringing Sri Lanka back, maybe even Stevens, maybe in favor of the West Indies slightly. And wonderful overhead shots of this magnificent stadium, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua. And this is how things currently stand. Nisanka, Madushka and Kamindu Mendes, the batters dismissed. Chandimal unbeaten on 40 and Dhananjaya unbeaten on 25. The 2 mainstays so far for Sri Lanka.
Successful Alzari Joseph, 2 wickets in his first over, a wicket for Kemar Roach. Nothing yet for Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph, just the 3 wickets to fall. Sri Lanka through their captain Dhananjaya De Silva, who's on 25. Chandimal, former captain, on 40, looking to continue their repair job after losing 3 wickets this morning. Chandimal, as we see, on 40 from 55. Periods. Excellently guided down by Chandimal, always on top of it. Bit of room from Shamar Joseph. Cut and cut well. Had enough room for what looks to be one of his favorite shots to bring up his half century. Chandimal moves to 52 in imperious manner. He looks to be in a really good touch here in Antigua. Bowl him, and he's bowled him neck and crop. So it hasn't been too inexpensive a miss for the West Indies.
You speak about how much repeatability is key in Test cricket or any format of the game. Shamar Joseph is just a bit too short and wide in his comeback over, and this time he's back on that length fuller. Perhaps beaten for pace there. Chandimal looking to play this one down the ground. They're happy. A very important wicket for West Indies. Chandimal has to go back for a well-played 54. Sri Lanka 110 for 4.
Tight lines on a wicket that really doesn't allow for any misses in length or line. Edged and caught. 2 in and over for Shamar Joseph. Kusal Mendes being induced into a drive and into the safe hands of Justin Greaves at second slip. Sri Lanka lose a 5th.
Oh, how the game has turned. A second wicket now for Shamar Joseph. Kusal Mendes looking to drive this one through the offside. He'll advise as he's edged this one into the safe hands of Justin Greaves. Safe to say that Shamar Joseph has found his length on the surface. Kusal Mendes has to go back without troubling the scorers though. And Sri Lanka slip in for the trouble, 110 for 5.
He's off and running. Dinusha. Given width and taking advantage of Dhananjaya uppercutting the last delivery.
With once again and put away with some style by skipper Dhananjaya. Once again, width outside the off stump. Goes to the boundary. It's been a common theme here today. Presented with width, and you find the boundary. Authority. Authoritative from Dhananjaya. Stand and deliver.
Authoritative on the other side now. We are seeing the full range from Dhananjaya. Offside previously, leg side now. But quick to pounce on that, pivots, pulls, and gets another 4.
This one's pulled away once again, short, wayward, down the leg side. Once again, 4 through that third man region. Another boundary, just a bit too wide from Joseph. Back-to-back 4s.
That's his 50. A 50 for the skipper. His 20th in Test match cricket. Well appreciated by his teammates. And you can say opportune in the circumstances.
Excellent knock from Dhananjaya De Silva. Just what his team needed. Steadying influence.
Firm push down the ground, and it will run into the boundary line. Delivery was slightly fuller.
Yeah, too much width offered. Opportunity to score and cashes in magnificently, just slashing it square off the wicket. Then Uja to pick up another boundary.
This will challenge the boundary. Neatly worked again. They're scoring their runs in boundaries. That's the real worry from a West Indian perspective.
Catch over.
Yeah, slapped hard to the leg side. Saw that it was an opportunity presented to score and ensure that he hit it with authority to that leg side. Yeah, pulling this one past Brandon King. Very close to the bat there in the mid-wicket region. That is sublime. To the leg side now, and now driving sweetly through the covers. Yeah, so a maiden over to finish. Sri Lanka 204 for 5. Scoring at a healthy rate as well. Yeah, so in this session of play, 26 overs bowled, 109 runs, and just the 2 wickets by Shamar Joseph. And again, just keep pointing out that run rate, how quickly Sri Lanka have been looking to accumulate their runs, session by session.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. First day of the first test, West Indies up against Sri Lanka. Well, that's a huge shot. Finger goes up. This is what he does so often, Kemar Roach, from around the wicket to the left-hander. The one that just holds its line. And we'll look at the setup. Yeah, he reviews it. So we'll get some further information with regard to this dismissal.
Okay. No. Original decision's out. Impact outside the line. We're hitting the wicket. Umpire's call. Go back on field to Hassan. Stick your original decision of out. Signal now.
Decision upheld. And Kemar Roach makes the breakthrough. Gets closer to that magical 300 wicket mark as well. But what an innings from the young man. Momentary lapse in concentration. He goes for 43. 209 for 6. Takes a single looking for 2, so he'll retain the strike. Seems as though it went for 4. Innocuous enough stroke, results in a 4. He moves into the 80s now.
This one's just down the leg side. Every time they've been a bit straight, they've been made to pay. Here, that one came off the bat. This one's short. Doesn't quite have the pace, does he, Kemar Roach? At this stage of his career, easily dispatched there from Dhananjaya. He's approaching 100 now. It's again a bit too straight. And that is in that wheelhouse of the subcontinent player. Very wristy type players. Beauty, and that will be his 100. What a way to bring it up. His 13th Test 100. His second versus the West Indies. And a real captain's knock here by Dhananjaya de Silva. 102 of 150 deliveries.
What a way to bring up your 13th Test 100. The minute it left his bat, he knew. He was off the ground in celebration, was Dhananjaya de Silva. Came in with his team needing a rebuilding process to start. Began it with Chandimal. Continued with Sonal Dinusha.
Edge once again, a bit tentative this time from Dhananjaya. Didn't throw the hands at it, but nonetheless, he gets 4.
A bit edgy, but finds a gap. Not too sure if it was intentional. We'll wait to see the replay, but 250 up for Sri Lanka. Yeah, that's been a propitious scoring area for a number of the Sri Lankans in this match so far. Leading edge this time. Someone is settling under it. Brandon King. So a riposte from Justin Graves, struck for a 4 previously, and picks up the massive wicket of Dhananjaya De Silva.
And the probing has worked. Not express pace, Justin Graves, but relatively consistent with his lines, his lengths, and the extra bounce that he produces at times. A leading edge, not for the first time we've seen it off the bat of Dhananjaya De Silva. But this time, it goes into the hands of Brandon King, and that's the end of a magnificent innings from the captain. 120, it's 273 for 7.
Yeah, add another 4 to that tally of boundaries to Sri Lanka. Clean them up. Another wicket for Justin Graves, doing more than his fair share. 8 down now for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, timely wicket this for the West Indies. We're just speaking previously about maybe projecting Sri Lanka ahead, but Justin Graves comes into the action once again. Full delivery, takes the inside edge. The left-handed Ratnaika has to depart. Big wicket this in the context of things. Still with a new ball available in 11 overs or so to the West Indies to see the back of Ratnaika for 27, 287 for 8.
Yeah, quite deliberate. Just uses the pace and the bounce to guide it over the slip for a 4.
This one is high, it's in the air. Kemar Roach takes an easy catch. So that 9th wicket they were searching for, West Indies. Again, Justin Graves. Handy from him so far. He gets another.
Yes, his 3rd wicket. Full of delivery. And yet another leading edge that has gone up instead of out, and presenting quite an easy catch for Kemar Roach at mid-on, just backpedaling a few steps. He has 3 wickets to his name, Justin Greaves, and Rajitha has to depart for 8. It's 303 for 9.
Yeah, swings this one. It's aerial, but just over Alzari Joseph. And they get a boundary as well. Cries of catch it. Alzari Joseph gets there in the end. So we were just having a discussion around the openers getting a chance to bat, but Jaden Seals finally gets one, and he's saying, oh, finally someone holds on to a catch. I love how he's so passionate about getting that wicket, and it's just him saying, he just turned around and looked in the direction of Alzari Joseph as if to say, can he get there? Please get there. He did in the end, his fast bowling partner, but Sri Lanka, a valiant effort from their batters to get them to 308 on the day's play. Ideally, they would have liked to go on and be batting tomorrow, but 308 is on the board to play for, highlighted by a magnificent century from their skipper, Dhananjaya De Silva, and support from Chandamal Denusha in his 2nd match as well.
Bowling card, well, 2 wickets apiece for Roach, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, and Justin Greaves coming to the party with 3 critical wickets. Justin Greaves is 3 for 39, his best bowling figures in international cricket, in Test cricket.
Yeah, throughout that session, consistent run scoring from Sri Lanka.
3 wickets, then 2, but 5 in that last session.